Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku was accused, imprisoned, tortured, and became Ronin the Vigilante Hero Part 6. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 41, New Information. A battle is approaching? The day started well for everyone. Yaoyorozu had to admit that she was a little sadistic because seeing Uraraka's smile bothered her, but knowing that he would beat it up afterwards made her feel better. Izuku, for his part, also enjoyed pretending. Nobody bothered him, and it was comforting, although Bakudo sometimes behaved like an idiot. Izuku put up with it because he knew he couldn't defend himself as he normally would, although that didn't stop him from showing his strength because 50% of his one for all was still too much for the blonde, although his old attacks made him slow. The boy had to hold back on everything, and that was what bothered him, but seeing his brunette made that take second place. The training ended without any setbacks. Izuku kept away from his friends, although that didn't stop him from sending a message to Momo when he was in the comfort of his room. The girl didn't take long to respond, and even Izuku was surprised to see that his girlfriend sent him a photo of she waving shyly. Yaoyorozu, hehe, I miss you during training, Izuku. The green-haired man smiled tenderly and began to write. Ronin, I miss you too, Momo, nice photo, did you already have it saved? Yaoyorozu, hehe, no, I just took it, I wanted to surprise you. The green-haired boy smiled again and put away his phone, but not before writing an I love you. The boy put away his phone and left his room. Izuku had his aviator jacket on. When he left, he found all his classmates who seemed to be waiting for him. Kaminari, what's up, old man? Deku, what's wrong, Kaminari? Jiro, we're all going to the mall and we were wondering if you wanted to come, it's been a while since we all went out. Deku, really? Jiro, hehe, yes, sorry, I know you can't remember, but yes. At that moment the electrician was hit on the head. When he turned around he realized it had been Siro, so annoyed he went after him. Deku, hehe, that was weird. Jiro, that's how they are, sometimes I wonder why I'm that idiot's girlfriend. Deku, hehe, I guess you like it that way, but tell me, Jiro, why? Jiro, why what? Deku, hehe, why don't we go out? Jiro, ah, hehe, well. The violet-haired girl hesitated whether to tell her what to mention about the brunette, but a certain brunette was not tempted. Uraraka, by Yaoyorozu. Jiro, uncomfortable. Uraraka, it's the truth. Deku, but what does Yaoyorozu have to do with that? Jiro, maybe it's better not to. Uraraka, before you lost your memory, she managed to get you away from us. The green-haired boy looked quite surprised because he didn't believe the brunette would do that, although he was actually quite annoyed. How dare the brunette say that? Jiro looked somewhat uncomfortable because he also didn't like the idea that the brunette wanted to confuse the poor boy. Deku, but how? Isn't she supposed to be the vice president? Uraraka, I didn't want to believe it, Deku-kun, but it's true. Somehow she managed to push you away. First she started slowly getting closer to you. Nobody took it seriously because we trusted her, and you are very kind to everyone, but slowly she started pushing you away from us without us realizing it. Also Todoroki, and she even made you stop talking to me. The green-haired boy had a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't believe what his best friend was telling him, although inside he resisted the urge to hit the brunette for the stupid things she was saying. Jiro, for his part, was also getting upset. One thing is that they would take Izuku away from his friends out of selfishness, but from that to taking advantage of his condition to turn them against him was another thing. Besides, the violet-haired girl still considered the brunette a friend, but apparently this was not noticed by Uraraka, who continued talking. Uraraka, she allied herself with Shoji, Shinso, Tokoemi, Kirishima, Hagakure, Mei and other girls from Class B, and they stopped talking to us to have you, they turned you against us. Deku, but when I woke up she was near me, too close actually. Uraraka, why do you think? She wanted to take advantage of you. She made a plan with Todoroki in which they would hit your head so hard that you wouldn't be able to remember anything, and she would be nearby so that she would be the first thing you saw. That's why she acted so sweet. Deku, I don't believe it. Jiro, and maybe you shouldn't. Uraraka, do you have any problems, Kyuka? Jiro, None, but don't you think you should say? Uraraka, don't tell me you're also with Yaoyorozu. The brunette looked with some feigned surprise at the violet-haired girl who seemed quite annoyed. Jiro, okay, you're being very. Uraraka, I didn't expect that from you. I considered you my best friend. Jiro, buck you. The rocker simply resisted the urge to hit the brunette, so she turned around and left. Izuku looked quite confused. Uraraka, that's what she does, she turns everyone against us, Izuku. The girl began to tear up and then let out a pitiful cry. Izuku resisted ignoring her, but her actions forced him to, so he hugged her, keeping his body detached from her enough so that she wouldn't notice. Uraraka, I'm sorry, Izuku, it's just that she almost made everyone hate me and it was scary. I felt lonely. Deku, but why didn't you say anything? Uraraka, I was scared. Her family is one of the most powerful. Who knows what they would do to silence me? Deku, calm down, Uraraka. What do you think if I talk to her? Uraraka, and oh! Quite upset. The brunette's fake crying was abruptly stopped by the freckled boy, so he took him by the shoulders. Izuku was a little scared by this. Uraraka quickly regained her composure. Uraraka, no, don't be upset. She was the one who pushed me away from you in the first place. She doesn't inspire me with confidence. Deku, but this time I know what I'm going to do. Talk to her not in a friendly way. I'll make her regret the bad things she's done, because that's not how we should act as future heroes. Uraraka, no, please, Izuku. Deku, trust me, I know you're not lying to me, so I'll go and talk to her to put a stop to this. Uraraka was scared because everything he said was a lie, but she knew Izuku and knew how stubborn he was. The boy was determined to go. Uraraka thought about accompanying him to check that Yaoyorozu didn't say anything she shouldn't, but she knew that Izuku would deny it to avoid problems. Uraraka didn't know what to do because she thought that if she pressed too much the boy would suspect. Uraraka finally sighed, defeated. She would trust in Izuku's innocence. Uraraka, promise me nothing will happen. Deku, what could happen? I've been through this before, right? But now I'm ready. I'm not stupid. I'll go and tell him straight. He can't do that. Uraraka, okay, but you'll do it when Todoroki isn't with her. I don't want them to try anything else. Deku, okay. The green-haired boy showed Uraraka a kind and warm smile that made the girl blush. Uraraka, but first come, we said we would all go out, well, almost all of us quite annoyed. Deku, calm down, Uraraka. I already said I would fix everything and that's what I will do. Now come on, get that face off, you look prettier when you smile. The brunette was carried away by Izuku's words and smiled tenderly. Uraraka, okay, but let's go now before it gets later. Deku, yes. Uraraka, by the way, where did that jacket come from? It looks great on you, Deku, no idea, it was in my room like that with part of my clothes. So both boys left with the others. Jiro decided to stay because he was upset after what Uraraka said, so he locked himself in his room. The others who had stayed occupied their time in other things. Momo, for her part, practiced a surprise with her creation for Izuku. And so the rest of the afternoon passed, where finally and somewhat late everyone was back. Apparently after the supermarket, Mina convinced them to go to a bar. Some came half drunk. Lienta came tied up, watched by Sato and Kaminari. Uraraka and Ida also came somewhat drunk, so without caring that Izuku was with them, they kissed. Izuku, for his part, just ignored them. The boy hadn't taken a single drop but pretended to do so they wouldn't bother him. Bakugo was also quite drunk, so he was talking to Izuku calmly. The blonde kept talking without caring that the green-haired boy was ignoring him. Bakugo, I'm glad you're back with us, Deku. I miss you, old friend. Deku, yes, of course, Kaken. Bakugo, but now you have to train. Remember staggering, remember you still have to face all for one. Uraraka, stop and kissing Ida, my Deku-kun can handle anyone. Bakugo, damn nerd. The boys finally entered the recreation room and Bakugo fell to the floor asleep. Izuku just kicked him a little, but when he saw that there was no response, he simply left him there and left, as well as most of the members of the class. Uraraka, Deku-kun, where are you going? Deku, am I? Well, I'm going to my room. I'm a little tired, we'll see each other tomorrow. Uraraka, don't you want to have some fun? Seductive. At that moment the brunette grabbed her breasts lightly, and then squeezed them a little with her arms, bothering Izuku, who stopped pretending. Ronin, go to sleep, you need it, see if you calm down a bit, or take a cold shower, something should work. The green-haired boy went to his room. When he focused he realized that Momo was there although she had a bandaged arm. The boy approached but the brunette quickly hid this bandage by hugging her boyfriend. Yayorozu, you took too long. Ronin, what happened? Yayorozu, don't tell me you also took. Ronin, you know what I mean. Yayorozu, that's quite irresponsible of you. At that moment the freckled man used his black whip and carefully made his girlfriend's arm uncovered. The girl seemed a little sad. The green-haired man touched the bandage and the girl let out a moan of pain. Ronin, this is what I mean. At that moment the brunette sat on the boy's bed while removing the bandage, showing a not-so-deep cut as well as some scratches. This made the boy worry. Yayorozu, I didn't come in here like I normally would. I tried to do what you did and made some ropes to swing over here and surprise you, but I didn't know how to land. In fact, I didn't know how to swing. I fell on the ground and did this to myself. Sorry if I'm useless. I just wanted you to know that I'm here for you too. You don't have to carry everything. I can also come discreetly with you. The girl started to cry and Izuku recognized it. His defect of feeling useless was there. The green-haired boy got out of bed and went for the emergency kit. The boy sat down again and opening the metal box he took out alcohol, cotton and a safety pin. Ronin, I'd bet you saw us coming back and came in. The girl could only lower her head, agreeing with her boyfriend. Ronin, that explains why the bandage came loose. Since it's you, I was surprised because when you were treating me, it looked really good. Yayorozu, sorry, I'm an idiot. Ronin simply poured the liquid on the cotton and began to clean the wound, slowly applying first aid. The girl didn't say anything although she did complain a little when she felt the burning of the alcohol. Finally the boy bandaged the wound perfectly and held it. Ronin, first of all you're not stupid, it was just a mistake. Momo, it's the first time you've done this, you should have seen me when I tried it. Luckily I have the healing factor or I would have more scars. Imagine what it was like to try my wings. Hehe. When we are inexperienced in something we will make mistakes, it's the law. But when we master it we become experts. Failing is part of life, but with failure comes success. Stop trying those things and then I will help you so you can master it, understood? Yayorozu, sorry. Ronin, you don't have to ask for it because it wasn't your fault. Momo, thank you for doing this for me, I really appreciate it. You have no idea how much I miss you today. Yayorozu, not as much as me. Ronin, seeing that you dared to do something as crazy as this, I think I'll agree with you. The girl tapped Izuku on the shoulder, and in response he kissed her on the forehead. Ronin, but well there it is as new more or less. Hehehe, don't force it too much, it will hurt a little. Momo. Yayorozu, thank you dear. The green-haired boy kissed his girlfriend carefully. The girl kissed him back and hugged her boyfriend by the neck, pulling him on top of her. The green-haired boy smiled maliciously and looked at his girlfriend. Ronin, you are a naughty girl. Yayorozu, blushing, shut up. The boy attacked his girlfriend's neck with kisses that made her shudder. The brunette began to caress her back carefully. The girl found the limit of her shirt and took it, and then began to raise it. Izuku for his part took the girl by her hair and began to ruffle it, relying on the fact that it was loose. The boy began to kiss his girlfriend's chest and also to go down a little more, kissing over the fabric. The shock did not take long. Slowly raised her boyfriend's shirt, as did he, since when he reached the end he began to raise it while kissing her stomach. Both were lost in each other, but everything was interrupted when they heard a knock on the door. The boys got up quickly and began to adjust their clothes as best they could. After a few minutes they opened the door, seeing that it was their friends without exception. Even the two girls from Class B were with them. They all went without saying hello to the green-haired man's room. Ronin, yes sure, go ahead, come in everyone, welcome to my room, the game is about to start. Did you bring snacks? Todoroki, you're an idiot, you know that? Ronin, love you too bro. Todoroki, I thought you had really lost her, I suffered for you, I felt bad because I ruined everything. Ronin, calm down. Shoji, he's right. Izuku, we all care about you. Shinso, it's true, when you opened your eyes and didn't recognize everyone we thought we were ruined. Kirishima, you're my friend bro, and Yayorozu, calm down everyone, it's okay that you feel bad and want to blame him. Believe me, I did it too and I even hit him, but he's right about something, and that is that we can't blame him. The plan had started, and if he showed himself as always you wouldn't believe it. Tsuyu, well, that's you're right about that. Todoroki, well now I feel less bad. Mei, and what happened? Ronin, nothing, you know Uraraka being an idiot, everyone making me believe they are the good guys. Yayorozu, didn't he try to take advantage of you? Ronin, that's what I'm getting at. I wanted to get the stupidity into my head that you're the bad one, that you took me away from them and joined all of us gathered here to hate her. Everyone at that moment put on a face of annoyance without exception, even Tsuyu seemed quite upset, more than usual. Yayorozu, daughter of Tokage, he doesn't even know us. Kinoko, that's true. Mei, shameless hitch, she was secretly sleeping with my boyfriend. Ronin, well it seems you're the bad one for her. Tokage, why didn't you agree to an open relationship, you see, Mei? It's your fault. The reptile girl was sarcastic, but also seemed annoyed because she knew that Mina had done the same thing to Kirishima. Kirishima? And Bakugo? He was supposed to be dating a girl from Shiketsu. Ronin, Kami Utsumishi, they're not together anymore, she caught him cheating on her with Mina. Yayorozu, how do you know that? Ronin, she told me so. Yayorozu, wait, how do you talk to him? Ronin, we understand each other when we're fooled. Besides, she was the one who was impersonated during the first year's provisional driving test, remember? Toga impersonated her and all that. She confessed to me and I supported her. It's horrible to have your identity stolen. We became friends, that's what she told me. Tsuyu, sorry, but every time you make a friend, it seems like you're actually using them for your own plans. Ronin, no, I like Kami, unfortunately she's very trusting, that led her to Bakugo's. Yayorozu, do you ever stop helping people, Izuku? Ronin, maybe when I die, in the meantime I'll always be there helping whoever needs it. Todoroki, that was a nice speech but you're forgetting that. Tsuyu, what have they done? Ronin, for now, tried to turn me against them. I think that when they see that they can do it, they will convince me to use all my power and Mei, a Deku with the powers and abilities of Ronin at his service. Shinso, it's as bad as I imagined. Ojiro, it could be worse. Ronin, thank fate that I managed to cover you. Shoji, I thought it was because you healed quickly. At that moment the green-haired man covered his head again with his black whips, surprising his friends. Ronin Tadan. Todoroki, it's true, I forgot you could use those things. Ronin, that's because you're easily distracted. Yayorozu, this is how I avoid the strong blow. Todoroki, it's okay, I'm sorry, stop making me feel bad. Tsuyu, Kero, so there's nothing else to report? Ronin, not at the moment, I told Uraraka that I would talk to Momo to stop her from being mean but you know. Todoroki, yes, a worthless promise. Ronin, exactly. Shoji, then there's nothing else to do here. Shinso, right, well rest friends, I'll go to sleep now. Mei, me too. Shinsi, I'll go with you. Mei, thank you. Tokage, we're leaving too, we're sneaking out, we'll see what we tell Kendo if he finds out. Kirishima, I'll go with you. Toka, are you coming? Tokoemi? Tokoemi, the night can be a mother of beauty, but also of dangerous mysteries that. Kirishima, please speak in Spanish. Tokoemi, okay, I'll go too. Kinoko, hugging the bird boy, hee I'm already a bit tired. Tokoemi, sorry if I want to hurry. Tokoemi, it's nothing. Hagakure, will you come with me? Mashireo? Ojiro, of course. Todoroki, well, we're leaving too. Tsuyu, rest guys. Yayorozu, you too. Todoroki, aren't you coming with us, Momo? Or are you and Izuku going? Ronin, go away! The green-haired boy pushed the two-colored boy out of his room with his black whip. Everyone had already left. The boy closed the door and turned on his night lamp. Yayorozu, time to sleep, don't you think? Ronin, yes, I think so. The green-haired boy took off his jacket and shirt, leaving him in just a t-shirt. Momo, on her side, took off her blouse and took one of Izuku's shirts that didn't have a print. The girl already knew which one it was since she had already taken it as her pajamas every time she fell asleep in the green-haired boy's room. Ronin, you do remember that's my shirt, right? Yaoyorozu, I don't see you wearing it much. The green-haired boy just sighed, and sitting on the bed he took off his boots and socks and then waited for his girlfriend, who took off her pants and put on the sweatpants that she had already taken from her room to her boyfriend's. Yaoyorozu, besides, you still have my pants. Ronin, why do you use it when you sleep? Otherwise it would already be in your room. Yaoyorozu, hee, go there better. Ronin, this is my side of the bed. Yaoyorozu, we don't have a side of the bed. Ronin, what do you mean, no? I even sleep on this side of your room. Yaoyorozu, okay, you win, just let me pass. The brunette climbed on top of her boyfriend and lay down, snuggling up with the green-haired man, who didn't seem bothered by the gesture. Yaoyorozu, I'm glad you're still you. Ronin, you know, you'll never lose me, darling. The two boys shared a tender kiss and hugged before falling asleep. The next morning, the girl was carried to her room by her boyfriend with his wings. The boy left her and quickly returned to his room, but before doing so, his girlfriend held him back for a few minutes. Yaoyorozu, so will you talk to me so I stop being mean? Putting her finger on Izuku's chest. Ronin, yes, although it may take me longer than expected, knowing you, hee. Yaoyorozu, you have to go, Izuku, he won't be long in waking up. Ronin, I know, but what do you think if we go out today? Yaoyorozu, isn't it too risky? Ronin, hee, leave before me, just tell our friends so they don't worry, I'll leave later, we'll see each other at the pizzeria you like so much. Yaoyorozu, I don't know. Ronin, hee, coward. Yaoyorozu, wait, like you told me? Ronin, goodbye. I'll see you later. The green-haired man used his black whip and left there at full speed. He knew he only had to scold his girlfriend. The girl just looked at him with an annoyed face and then smiled. Yaoyorozu, you're such a fool sometimes, hee. The green-haired boy fixed himself up and looked in the mirror. The boy changed his expression, seeing Deku in the reflection. The boy stared for a while and touched the glass with his hand before turning around. There weren't many differences, in fact, almost none other than the pure look. Izuku just laughed a little. Ronin, only a fool would believe that, and boy, are they fools. The green-haired boy put on his shirt and left his room, finding Uraraka in the hallway, who seemed to be feeling ill. Deku, what's up, Uraraka? Uraraka, no, it's nothing, Deku-kun, it's just that I think we drank too much last night. Deku, but I only saw you drink a little, besides, aren't we supposed to not drink? Or well, shouldn't you? Uraraka, it's Mina's fault, she took us to that stupid bar, but I also saw you drinking, Deku-kun, are you feeling okay? Deku, hee, yeah, I think so. Uraraka, boo, but how? Deku, I think my quirk gives me a faster metabolism because of the energy it uses, so that's why I can't, or so I think. Uraraka, that's very helpful, hee, isn't that cheating? Deku, we agree that it's not cheating because I didn't want to go, right? The boy tapped the girl on the shoulder, which apparently hurt because the girl complained a little. Uraraka, hee, wait, don't do that right now, it feels bad. Deku, hee, sorry, thinking, not much really. Uraraka, and what's the plan for today? Deku, I don't know, go to classes and then train a little, hee, or so I think, do you have something in mind? Uraraka, go to class and then with recovery girl, shouldn't you go too? Deku, why? Uraraka, so I can see how your memory is, you little fool. The girl hit the boy on the head slowly. Izuku just smiled. At that moment Yaoyorozu passed by and collided with Uraraka's shoulder, hitting her hard. Yaoyorozu, oh sorry, I didn't see you. Uraraka, watch where you're going. The brunette was about to advance to hit the girl but tripped and fell to her knees. Yaoyorozu, hey, take it easy, we don't want an earthquake. You should control your drinking. The girl walked away winking at Izuku, who just smiled and then helped Uraraka up. Uraraka, I swear I'll hit her, Deku-kun. Deku, calm down, Uraraka. You're not in any condition to fight right now, thinking. But maybe if you could eat a little less. Uraraka, it's just look how he behaves standing up, thank you. Deku, it's nothing, better come, let's go to the kitchen. I'll prepare something for your hangover and then we'll go to class. You're right, I'll also check on my condition. Uraraka, thank you very much, Deku-kun, really. Deku, I already told you it's nothing. Anyway, I'll talk to her to stop acting like that. I don't remember her being that bad. Uraraka, people change, Deku-kun. Ronin, or they show their true colors. The green-haired boy quickly changed his face and took his partner to the kitchen where he gave her something that quickly made the girl sweat and after a few minutes made her vomit. Uraraka seemed much better, although the green-haired boy took the opportunity to give the same to Kaminari, Siro and Mineta, but much more loaded. The boys did not distrust the freckled boy and the result was much worse, causing diarrhea. The boys complained to their partner, but Izuku excused himself that he thought they needed it too, so they did not say anything so as not to upset him. The classes passed without any setbacks. Aizawa felt calm because it seemed that his classroom finally looked like before. When finished, Izuku accompanied the brunette to the infirmary where Recovery Girl quickly attended to her as well as Izuku, whom she checked. The old woman asked him more questions that Izuku answered with some problems. The old woman confirmed that the boy still did not remember things but that at least he was improving. After this, the others invited them to the living room exercises. Apparently they wanted to train and for Izuku to give them some advice. The boys headed there calmly, unaware that elsewhere things were somewhat tense. Almight's office. All Might was in his office drinking a cup of coffee with Aizawa, Midnight, Gran Torino, and Tsukachi because it seemed there was something big going on. All Might, and tell me, Tsukachi, what's wrong? Tsukachi, they're not so good things, Toshi. Aizawa, just by looking at your condition I can see that they are not good. The detective had some bandages as well as a band-aid on his septum, just like Grand Lathe, who had a leg in a cast and a bandage on his head. Gran Torino, the one who ends up like a mummy at every opportunity, speaks. Young people these days are so cheeky. Tsukachi, I was investigating in some dangerous places. That's what happened to me. Gran Torino helped me and you saw how it ended. Midnight, but what were they investigating? What was so urgent that they had to bring them in there? Tsukachi, that's what I'm getting at. Apparently All for One didn't like at all that Shigaraki's plan with Midoriya didn't work out as expected. All Might, you made a mistake thinking you could corrupt my son. Gran Torino, stop messing around, Tashinori. Nana would be disappointed in you. All Might, how do you? Tsukachi, anyway, the fact is that there is a rumor now and it is not very good. All Might, what is it about? Gran Torino, he's on the move, calling on his forces in addition to the League and the Liberation Army. Remember they have Gigantomachia, but there are many more villains, and he's finally using them. Apparently, the rumor is that he thinks. All Might thinks about breaking free. Tsukachi, exactly, but not just him, but all of Tartaros. Midnight put her hands to her mouth in fear because she knew that All Might had locked up many of those villains. Practically any hero had put the prisoners there, if they all broke free. Tsukachi, not just Tartars, every prison in Japan will be open to them, a villain rebellion, the largest ever seen. All Might, but okay, but if you know this rumor could be true, why aren't you moving everything within your reach? Send someone to reinforce security, make sure no one stays still, and build strong, thick walls. Tsukachi, he has friends, not just villains. I don't know who works for him and who doesn't. So far, only we know that rumor. If we spread it, more people might get hurt. All Might, we have to look out for the greater good. Tsukachi, I won't risk innocent lives, I won't start a witch hunt, we'll do this discreetly. I've slowly started moving all my contacts, I'll investigate everyone and once I do this. All Might, people will die. Tsukachi, so far he hasn't killed anyone. If we move forward carelessly, the real massacre could begin. Gran Torino, I thought you were smarter than this, Tashinori. All Might, but sensei. Gran Torino, see the wider range. If we start moving now, he will suspect. He already knows that Midoriya is a hero. He will seek to fight him and he will do it when his army is free. Now we know this, then it is time to be smarter. We will wait. We will investigate who is on our side and who is not, and based on that we will act. We do not want a shot in the back. Tsukachi, I already ordered Hawks to investigate as much as he can. Now that he is attached to the league, it will be easier to act. All Might, wretches, I won't forgive all for one. Gran Torino, you can't fight anymore. Toshinori, what good would you be? All Might, but young Midoriya, yes, I will talk to him. I will make him listen to me and he will have to fight. Tsukachi, and you think he doesn't know? The league locked him up, and ever since you told him the truth about One for All, he knows he has to be ready to fight, and I think it's the fight he's most looking forward to. Aizawa, you're right about that. All Might looked upset, but then Midnight took his hand, calming him down. Gran Torino, you're telling me he lost his memory, right? All Might, yes, he remembers some things but only the essentials, I guess. Gran Torino, he was locked up in Tartarus, and from what was seen in the videos, they left the cell open so he could be tortured. All Might, will you make me remember my mistakes, sensei? Gran Torino, shut up, idiot, I'm thinking. Tsukachi, what's going on? Gran Torino, he was tortured, but I highly doubt it was just for that. Remember the stain incident a while back? All Might, yes, young Todoroki, young Ida, and young Midoriya defeated him and attributed the achievement to Endeavor. Gran Torino, exactly. When they arrested him, he said that only you could kill him, but that in Midoriya he noticed the spirit of a true hero. Tsukachi, that's true. Gran Torino, and he's locked up in Tartarus. Don't you think he helped the kid? You know, out of respect for being a surprising rival? All Might, he's a villain, they just do. Gran Torino, not really, he would be considered an anti-hero because he hunted heroes but also villains. Tsukachi, I knew it would be useful to me one day. The detective then opened his briefcase and began searching through his papers. All Might, what are you looking for? Tsukachi, done. Now, even though Stain is an anti-hero, he studies at a hero academy. All Might, wait, what? Midnight, boo, but. Tsukachi, his real name is Kaizome Agakuro, and apparently after your debut as a professional hero he felt inspired and his goal was to be a hero like Yutoshi. All Might, now I see. Tsukachi, he entered a private academy, and despite his excellent grades he began to despair when he saw that everyone there only wanted to be heroes because Aizawa, for the money and the fame, that's where his ideology comes from. Tsukachi, he dropped out of school and began preaching the creed of true heroes without anyone listening to him. That was when his criminal career began. We found no records of him attending martial arts academies, so we believe it was independent study, and sometime later his parents died. Midnight, the Tsukachi, no, there is no evidence linking him to their deaths. Sometime later he adopted the name first of the executioner Stendhal, and then Stain, but now, as the fully formed anti-hero who would save reality from heroes. Aizawa, he went crazy. Gran Torino, it depends on what meaning the word madness has for you. Tsukachi, he attacked a criminal association and killed them all as well as others. Basically, criminals who crossed his path ended up dead. Gran Torino, as I said, an antihero. Tsukachi, it is believed that he had a partner, but there is not much information about that. All Might, did he kill Lona? Tsukachi, it is unknown. Toshi, the fact is that he faced more people, until finally he fought with a vigilante with whom he lost. After that we move on to what we already know. Midnight, then there's not much to say. He's crazy. I don't think so. Tsukachi, but there is so much to say. All Might, what do you mean? Tsukachi, there's something no one knows and you didn't even ask. Aizawa, Naomasa starts talking. Tsukachi, before he was an assassin, when he was at the academy and shortly after his departure, there were reports of a girl. All Might, his first victim. Tsukachi, no, their classmates revealed that they were in a relationship. Midnight, but who would want someone like him, especially considering his quirk? Tsukachi, apparently there was someone who noticed not only her appearance but also her Namiri quirk. I investigated a little further and discovered that even when she dropped out of school, they were together. Gran Torino, she helped him not to lose his mind, I suppose. Tsukauchi, exactly. Aizawa, and then his murderous impulses took over, he killed her to feel free. Tsukauchi, from what you're letting me see, you're the one who would do that, because during everything I've talked about, you haven't stopped mentioning that he was crazy. Aizawa, with all due respect, detective, do you have a problem? Tsukauchi, maybe. Almight, well, tell us what happened to him. Tsukauchi sat back in the chair with an annoyed expression just like Aizawa. The detective took the report again. Tsukauchi, although they are right about one thing, she is dead. Aizawa, I knew it. Then. Tsukauchi, it was you who killed her, Eraser. The black-haired man opened his eyes in surprise, although this later turned into annoyance. Aizawa, if you're making fun of me, then get out. Almight, Eraser. Aizawa, I'm a hero, Almight. Are you seriously going to believe that I? Tsukauchi, don't you remember? Or you don't want to, Aizawa? Aizawa, you're trying my patience. Midnight, do you have proof of that, or will it just be false accusations, because that could be serious, especially when it comes to someone like you, Tsukauchi? Tsukauchi, to tell the truth, if there are any, Aizawa did not kill her as such, but it was during a confrontation against a villain. Apparently the Eraser hero did not notice that there were civilians around. Many escaped, she was not so lucky. Aizawa, it was his fault. Tsukauchi, she was taking out the civilians, your fight left her with no escape, and when you slammed the villain against a column it broke, tons of rocks fell on top of the Aizawa girl. Then the black-haired man remembered that accident. He was sure there were no civilians because he saw that everyone had escaped. It never occurred to him that that girl had helped them escape. Aizawa, I remembered. Almight, tell us the truth, Aizawa, you. Aizawa, he's right, but I didn't know he was there, I thought. Tsukauchi, a hero must ensure that no one is put at risk. Midnight, well, but it's over, now he's locked up in Tartarus. Gran Torino, yes, right where Izuku was locked up, knowing his past now and what happened in his fight, don't you think there's a chance that he... Almight, will you help him? Aizawa, that's nonsense. Midnight, but it is a possibility. Stain had a code and never killed students. He took it as an opportunity for them to redeem themselves. What are you proposing, Gran Torino? Gran Torino, speak the truth. Tell Izuku about the rumor. Take him back to Tartarus. Almight, you're crazy! At that moment Almight and Aizawa stood up in surprise. Midnight opened her mouth in disbelief at what they were proposing. Gran Torino, calm down. Almight, how do you want me to? Gran Torino, I'm not saying lock him up, Toshinori, I'm just saying take him, talk to him, see if he can confess something. Tsukauchi can get a safe room so there won't be any problems. Tsukauchi, it wouldn't be difficult. A room separated by safety glass, completely airtight so no one can hear what we say. Almight, and how do you want me to put it in? Aizawa, I think we'll go on a school trip. Almight, you've got to be kidding me. Aizawa, it could work and you know it. At that moment everyone was thoughtful except for Midnight, who was a little scared. Midnight, are you sure this is a good idea? Gran Torino, he's always one step ahead, now we'll be the ones to surprise him. Tsukauchi, talk to Niza Aizawa, I'll take care of Tartaros. And so the deal was sealed. Class A would go on one last excursion. Back to the training room. Everything seemed relatively normal. Izuku was training with the help of his friends. Yaoyorozu looked at him with love, but then something happened. The boy was jumping with % of his power when he let out a loud scream and fell to the ground, forming cracks in the ground. Uraraka, Deku-kun, what's wrong? What's wrong? Deku, this hurts, it hurts so much. The green-haired man began to hug himself tightly while writhing in pain. Lightning began to come out uncontrollably as well as his black whips. Then the fire surrounded his body. Deku, oh help me! The boys approached the green-haired boy carefully but moved away when the heartbeats began to attack them as well as the fire and lightning. Shinso, what happened? Uraraka, nothing that matters to you. The girl didn't want any of the green-haired boy's friends to get closer, but soon the screams of pain began to be more noticeable. Shinso quickly made his way to find his friend writhing in pain. Soon both Momo and the others were by his side, surprised by the boy's change. Yaoyorozu, what happened to him? Uraraka, and what the buck do you care? At that moment the girl took Uraraka to hit her on the nose, and then took her by the collar of her blouse to lift her up. Yaoyorozu, I care a lot. Jiro, we don't know what happened to Yaoyorozu, she just fell to the ground and started writhing. The brunette suddenly lowered the girl, causing her to fall on the ground. The girl saw her boyfriend and then Shinso. Yaoyorozu, Shinso, use your quirk now. Shinso, use my what? Momo, are you sure about what? Yaoyorozu, just do it. Shinso, okay. What do I say? What do I say? Izuku, you're a big idiot. The green-haired man didn't respond, he just kept writhing while complaining of the pain. Yaoyorozu, that doesn't help, you fool. Shinso, patience is a virtue. Yaoyorozu, not right now, do something. Shinso, damn Izuku, I'm gonna. At that moment the purple-haired boy remembered the first fight he had against Izuku, his way of being, the way he helped him. The boy had made his decision. Shinso, Izuku, we have to fight again. The brunette was about to complain to Shinso when she heard. Deku, yes. At that moment the boy rolled his eyes and the rays stopped coming out, as well as the green-haired boy's power, but after that he fainted. Yaoyorozu stopped caring that Uraraka was there and knelt next to her boyfriend, but with a smile that no one saw. Yaoyorozu, whispering good acting. Ronin, whispering thank you. The girl then called Todoroki to go get Recovery Girl. Everyone thought she was serious, not knowing that on the brunette's phone there was a message from Izuku that said, Ronin, I'm in the gym, tell the others to come with you. Momo, just go with my flow. Chapter 42. Back in the game. The boys quickly went to the infirmary where they told Recovery Girl everything. The old lady checked Izuku's pulse, but there was nothing strange. She did complete analysis, but the result was the same. The boy did not show any internal damage, much less external. Uraraka wanted to stay to take care of him, but the old lady took everyone out because the freckled one apparently needed a rest. Shinso, sorry. Yaoyorozu, he had to look believable, stupid. Shinso, but they believed it, it worked. Now stop hitting me. Mei, I'm the one hitting you, get out of the way. The boy was under an invention of the pink-haired girl which tightened a nut, making it hit the purple-haired boy on the head with each turn. Shinso, oh sorry. Mei, wiping the sweat, but at least they believed it. Momo, stop worrying so much about it. Tsuyu, how long will he sleep? Yaoyorozu, meeting him? A good time. Todoroki, Uraraka is passing by every half hour. Ida is doubling shift. He was right, he doesn't want us to get close. Yaoyorozu, well, this proved his point. Tsuyu, what about Jiro? Yaoyorozu, she what? Tsuyu, I don't defend her, I support you. Yaoyorozu, yes, I saw it, there's not much to say, at least not for now. At that moment the brunette's cell phone began to ring. The girl took it out, seeing that it was a message from Izuku. Ronin. Everything worked perfectly, but I hear footsteps outside my room from different people. I assume it's not you, right? Yaoyorozu. No, you know who the only people are who would walk at that pace. Ronin. Yes, I know. Well, I'll see you later, darling, I love you. The girl put away her phone with a blush and a smile on her face. Tsuyu, what happened? Yaoyorozu. It was Izuku, he already woke up, but he'll stay there a while longer. Tsuyu, you were right. Todoroki, as I said, you know him best. At that moment everyone was called by Aizawa, who ordered them to meet in the recreation room, to which obviously no one refused. Soon everyone was already there. Even the two girls from Class B and Mei were there. Soon the adult teacher appeared, making everyone stand up straight. Aizawa, relax, this will be pretty quick actually. Ida, what does Aizawa-sensei need from us? Aizawa, nothing for now, Ida. In fact, as I told you, this will be pretty quick. You see, a few minutes ago I was in the staff room when I received a call from Recovery Girl. Everyone got nervous because besides not knowing if their teacher would scold them, they also didn't know the green-haired boy's condition. Aizawa, I'm informed about what happened in the training room. Guys, I want to hear your version and the truth, obviously. tell me what happened. Yaoyorozu, with your forgiveness, sensei, I cannot give my version since my companions and I were not there at the exact moment of the incident, and when we wanted to do something Uraraka took us away. Uraraka, liar! Jiro, Yaoyorozu is right, sensei. Everyone stared at the purple-haired girl, including Yaoyorozu, who didn't believe she would give him support. Aizawa, seeing the girl's support, believed the brunette because he knew that they had both distanced themselves, and if she was defending her now it was because she was telling the truth. The teacher just sighed as he looked at Ida, Bakugo, and Uraraka. Aizawa, okay then you guys tell me the truth, what happened? Ida, it's something we wouldn't know how to describe, sensei. Aizawa, try it then. Ida, we were training like we normally do. Izuku was giving us some advice and was also training, but... Uraraka, in a jump he began to scream in pain. His power was deactivated, and as if he were attracted like a magnet to the ground he began to writhe in pain, and was wrapped in those black things and their flames. Bakugo, the rays of his power and those stupid whips made a shield, we couldn't get close to help. Yaoyorozu, that's what we saw. Izuku was asking for help and the only thing I could think of was to make Shinso use his quirk on him. Only then did we stop him. Aizawa, how did they come up with that? Yaoyorozu, I thought about what happened at the sports festival. They fought, but when Shinso made him talk he used his quirk on him, and he already knows what happened. That's why I thought it could work. The black-haired man looked at the girl and then at his students. The man just sighed as he took the boy by the shoulder. Aizawa, Shinso, well done. Shinso, thank you. Aizawa, well then I think I have nothing else to do here. I came just for that, guys. I'm leaving. Ida, yes, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, before leaving though, by the way, I almost forgot. It is very likely that we will go on an excursion, guys. It is not % confirmed yet, but I will tell you right away so that you can prepare, understand? Class A Izuku, yes, Aizawa-sensei. The green-haired boy who was just entering the recreation room only limited himself to seeing his teacher, who seemed more tired than usual, even a little annoyed. The boy focused his sight more and observed his teacher's face before he left the place. Izuku seemed surprised because it seemed that the adult was mortified. He seemed melancholic. Aizawa, so you're out now? Deku, yes, he just made sure I didn't have a fever or things like that. You know what happened to little Eri after using her power on me. Aizawa, so you remember now? Deku, yeah, they're just small excerpts, although I feel a little bad for forgetting Night Eye. Aizawa, don't feel bad, kid, it's over now. The important thing is that you're recovering. Well, I'll talk to Recovery Girl to see what happened, okay? Deku, why yes. Aizawa, well now I'm leaving. I gave some news to your colleagues, they will let you know. Deku, okay sensei. So the teacher finally left the place with his head in a mess because now that he remembered the death of that young woman weighed on his conscience. On the other hand, Izuku got out of character a little to be able to express himself. Ronin, how strange. Yaoyorozu, passing behind him discreetly, what's weird? Ronin, I tell you in the night, it's coming. The girl quickly went to the kitchen as she watched Uraraka approach Izuku. Uraraka, Deku-kun, you don't know how scared I was. How do you feel? Deku, I'm sorry Uraraka. I don't know what happened to me. Ida, you scared us to death, buddy, don't do it again. Deku, of course not Ida, sorry to both of you. The green-haired boy bowed to the boys, who became a little alarmed. Izuku inside was holding back the urge to hit them, but he had to resist a little longer. Finally the brunette made the freckled boy get up, and so he spent the day with them. Jiro, on the other hand, had other plans, and when the girl saw that the green-haired boy was alone and that his girlfriend didn't see him, she wrapped her jacks around the boy's neck and dragged him to her room. Izuku resisted using his black whip to counterattack, but decided that if the situation got dangerous for him, he would attack her no matter what. Finally the boy was locked in the rocker's room and released. Jiro, I want the truth. Deku, what truth? But why did you do that? Jiro, don't pretend to be stupid. The girl attacked with her jacks, and although Izuku could dodge them, her performance forced him to stay still, only moving slightly. Deku, act. Jiro, what's wrong? It hurts. Jiro, I know you're pretending, now tell me why. Deku, I really don't know what you're talking about, please take your jacks off, they really hurt. Jiro, either you tell me the truth or I swear I'll keep attacking you until you're worse than Mineta. The boy wanted to break free and counterattack, but in a reflex action he could only grab the girl's base and throw it at her. He knew it was a very valuable possession, and he wouldn't let it get hurt. The plan worked. Jiro grabbed his base, stopping attacking the boy, who, seeing himself free from his ties, ran out of the room while being chased by Jiro. The boy arrived at the recreation room and found Uraraka. Quickly the boy hid behind her. Uraraka, Deku-kun, what's wrong? Ronin, no, I don't know. Jiro is chasing me. I don't know why. Jiro, don't hide, you little coward. Uraraka, Jiro, enough. Jiro, you don't give me orders, idiot. Now let me pass. I'll interrogate that crazy person. Ida, what's going on here? Uraraka, I don't know, I-kun. Suddenly Jiro is behaving very aggressively with Deku-kun. Ida, okay, that's enough, Jiro, what is the reason for this aggression? The girl, seeing herself surpassed by the others, could only swallow her annoyance. She wasn't sure if Izuku was really pretending, and she couldn't say it because she would look like a crazy person. Finally, the girl snorted, quite annoyed. Jiro, nothing, I just wanted to talk to him. Bakugo, Deku, are you really a damn coward? Do the round face and the idiot with glasses really have to defend you? I'm starting to miss your other personality. At least he did fight. Deku, my other what? Uraraka, forget it, Deku-kun, it's just nonsense from him, you know. So the rest of the afternoon passed for the young heroes, who kept the green-haired boy away from Jiro and Yaoyorozu. The boys did not go to train for fear of repeating what happened last time. Instead they watched movies. Izuku prepared for them, although he did not use all his culinary skills. Finally Ida sent them all to sleep. It was still somewhat early, so Izuku just pretended to go to bed. Uraraka just said goodbye and left. The boy let a few minutes pass and took out his phone. Ronin. Are you awake, darling? The brunette in her room heard her phone vibrate, and quickly picked it up, seeing the message from her boyfriend. The girl just smiled and wrote. Yaoyorozu. I was about to fall asleep, but what's happening, Izuku? The girl didn't get an answer, and getting up she went to the balcony of her room, knowing what would happen, and after a few minutes the boy appeared on her balcony with the help of his whips. The boy had barely landed when he found his girlfriend with her shoes on and her jacket. Yaoyorozu, I was about to sleep, genius. Ronin, and I'm supposed to believe you sleep in those clothes, right? Yaoyorozu, why did you wake me up? Ronin, I told you I'd take you for a ride, whether you come or not. Yaoyorozu, just because no one calls me a coward, understand? Ronin, hee whatever, just get on, this will be fun. Yaoyorozu, now that you can fly it's amazing. Ronin, come. The boy went up with his girlfriend to the roof of the academy, where they met Edge-shot. The hero looked at them with curiosity. Momo was about to apologize, but Izuku just made a sign of silence, and then pointed to himself and the brunette. The hero understood and just nodded, giving the opportunity to the boys, who took advantage of this and went to the other end of the roof. Izuku grabbed Momo and carried her like a princess, and then ran, and with a great jump, using his one for all, they managed to cross a great distance. The boys were falling when the green-haired boy spread his wings and they rose, seeing the city at their feet. Yaoyorozu, you know, I think I'll never get tired of this view. Ronin, I know, it's impressive, right? Yaoyorozu, but boy, yes. Ronin, you know what? I know something much more beautiful, and I'm seeing it right now. The girl knew what he was referring to and just blushed, and then tapped Izuku. Yaoyorozu, where do you want to go? Ronin, tonight I want to pamper you, you decide. Yaoyorozu, it's okay, you know I thought you would sleep more. Ronin, me too, but I'd get bored lying there. I'd rather be with you. Yaoyorozu, you're so cheesy. Ronin, hey, after spending a whole day with them, I end up missing you a lot. I can afford to be a little cheesy for now. The brunette just smiled and settled into her boyfriend's arms, and then let themselves go. The boys had a great evening, and after a while they returned to the brunette's room, who didn't let the green-haired boy go, who didn't resist much either and lay down with his girlfriend sleeping hugging each other. So a few more days passed. The adults planned the visit to the prison. On the other hand, the boys fell more and more into the trap set by the freckled boy. The boy tried hard to pretend and he did it wonderfully, although after a few weeks, due to boredom and annoyance, he decided to start putting an end to it. At first, he dodged Ida or Uraraka, but later he attributed it to a reflex that he didn't know where it came from. Days later, he scared them even more because the boy entered the recreation room wrapped in flames, causing everyone to be terrified. Deku, help please. Uraraka, oh my god Izuku, what's wrong with you? Deku, running I don't know, simple this just started, please help I don't want to die. Ida, Izuku calm down, get on the ground and roll, that should put out the flames. The green-haired man did what he was told but nothing, it seemed like he couldn't just turn off like that. Deku, please don't resist, I won't resist much longer. The boy began to grab his chest, a sign that he was drowning. The fire was slowly killing him. Although he wasn't affected because he didn't seem to be burning, everyone assumed that the damage was internal. No one knew what they could do, but at that moment, Shoji arrived with a large container of water and poured it over the green-haired boy. Ida, do you think that will help? The fire simply extinguished itself, letting out a lot of steam. The boy had trouble breathing well and after a while he fainted. Several days passed. The boy slowly discovered his other abilities. His friends helped him deal with them. Soon his predatory sense made its appearance. Izuku couldn't dodge everything and didn't know how to use it, making his friends limit their attacks. On the other hand, the teachers already had everything ready. Finally, it had been more than a couple of months. Izuku, by pure luck, had heard about the dangerous excursion that Aizawa had planned. Although he didn't know the destination because he couldn't hear it, the boy told Momo and the others so they would be ready. The freckled boy then stayed alone with his girlfriend and collapsed on the bed. Yaoyorozu, and have you talked to anyone else apart from them? Ronin, Almight took me to eat with Midnight Sensei. Yaoyorozu then started laughing, making the freckled boy angry. Ronin, what's so funny? Yaoyorozu, nah, nothing, it's just that ha little mighty boy went on a trip with dad. The girl made a mocking voice while pretending to punch, causing the green-haired man to form a spear and hit the brunette in the head. Yaoyorozu, ouch, hey, that hurt. Ronin, don't make those comments, it was the most uncomfortable meal of my life. I just wanted to eat comfortably, but All Might kept moving my hair and Midnight always asked if I wanted anything else, if I felt okay, etc. etc. Yaoyorozu, hee, it was almost time for them to buy the child his happy meal. Ronin, I hate it when you go out of your way to be annoying. Yaoyorozu, you are almost all the time, it's my revenge, darling. Ronin, you didn't have to suffer through it, I'm telling you, it was the most uncomfortable meal of your life. Yaoyorozu, hee, I believe you, my love, luckily it wasn't me. Ronin, they wanted to take Uraraka, apparently they also believe that we can return, or that's what they want to try. Yaoyorozu, but they knew that you and I were together. Ronin, well, they didn't care much about that. Let's say they were messing with me the whole time, saying that she was a good person, that she was tender and loving, that I didn't have feelings for her, etc. etc. Yaoyorozu, how disgusting. Ronin, but... Yaoyorozu, but what? Ronin, my father spoke to me, he said that there was a meeting where All Might, Midnight, Nizu, him and Detective Tsukachi were. At that moment the green-haired boy became serious. Momo saw that, and just like her boyfriend became serious, the girl sat on the bed and took her boyfriend's hand. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong, Izuku? Ronin, my father said that the meeting discussed the visit that Aizawa wants to make. Apparently it will be the most dangerous one. Yaoyorozu, why? Ronin, it won't be just anywhere, Momo. Yaoyorozu, so? Ronin, we'll go to Tartaro's prison. At that moment the brunette's gaze clouded a little at those words. She knew what they meant for her boyfriend as well as in general. After all, the Tartaro's prison was not just anything. Yaoyorozu, sure you heard right? Really, Tartars? Ronin, I'm pretty sure what I heard, that it will be big enough to take us to that hell. Yaoyorozu, worst of all, why do we have to go? Ronin, Endeavor told me it has to do with me. Yaoyorozu, with you? My love, what did you do? Or well, you're supposed to have lost your memory. Ronin, I know, but there are Garou, Muscular and Stain, the three of them trained me, so whatever they want to know has to do with them, they want me to get something out of it. Yaoyorozu, there's no way to refuse without looking so obvious, right? Ronin, I'm afraid not. Yaoyorozu, and what do you think? Ronin, he didn't tell me when it will be, there's no date apparently, or so I want to think, although something occurs to me, Momo. Yaoyorozu, what? Ronin, it's been over a month. I feel like we should end this plan. I know what happens with adults, and with the other idiots nothing important happens. Yaoyorozu understood. Ronin, I'll get Uraraka excited, I'll talk to you to fix her problems, and I need to make it seem like things are bad, I need to arrive injured. Yaoyorozu, you know that your wounds regenerate on their own, right? Ronin, yes, but if Hollywood actors can do fake wounds, I don't see why I couldn't with someone as talented as you. Yaoyorozu, I understand. Ronin, I'll say that everything went wrong, she'll get worried and want to fight, but I'll stop her, I'll be tender, it will hurt, but I have to pretend that I remembered that I loved her, and then I'll take her to the sports room so we can talk alone, she will be very excited. Yaoyorozu, understood, and what else? Ronin, I need you and the others to plan to hit me. Yaoyorozu, I don't understand that. Ronin, I need you to plan to hit me and listen to them do it. Jiro is trying to make me tell the truth. It seems that she thinks that I am pretending, so let's take advantage of that. I need Jiro to be the one who listens to them, so she will not think anymore that I am lying and will tell the others. I trust that she will do it first with Kaminari or Mina. They will tell Ida. Uraraka will be too busy to listen to them, and even if Jiro told her, she does not trust her that much anymore, so she would not listen to her. Yaoyorozu, then we will plan the day. I will tell you what day it will be for you to meet with Uraraka. Ronin, exactly, she will arrive, and when I am about to confess, the others will arrive and you too. Yaoyorozu, we'll break their dreams. Ronin, we will make their hope escape. I will tell the truth, I never lost my memory. I am the same son of a hitch as always, and I only saw their faces. Yaoyorozu, I want to see the Esparza escape from Uraraka's eyes. Ronin, we'll all see. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, I know what Tartaros means to you. What do you think will happen when they see you return? Ronin, I don't know, my love, and that's what terrifies me the most. The green-haired boy raised his gaze a little, then with his heightened senses he could hear his girlfriend's breathing. She was scared, worried. Now it was his duty to calm her down. The boy just started to laugh, making the brunette turn to look at him. Yaoyorozu, what's so funny? Ronin, hee. I don't know what will happen when I get back, but turning to look at the brunette with a smile, I hope there is protection. If I really talk to Stain and Garou, I don't want a fight to break out, hee. I couldn't defend them all. The green-haired boy started to laugh a little, making the brunette smile, and then hit her boyfriend on the shoulder. Yaoyorozu, idiot, I know how to defend myself too, and you know it. Ronin, hee, I know darling, it's just that I can't imagine Ida running because Stain wants to kill him and Bakugo being choked by Garou while saying, I hate bullies. Yaoyorozu, he would surely pee himself? Do some research. Garou is not just any guy. One false move and Bakugo can end up in the hospital without any problem. Ronin, Garou doesn't beat around the bush, hee. Yaoyorozu, well, it will be a little fun, hee. The green-haired boy noticed that his girlfriend relaxed a little and hugged her, and then went to bed together and fell asleep. So the next day they put the second and final part of the plan into shape. The brunette told her friends using a code that mixed the truly important things hidden between normal phrases. They also saw that Izuku was behaving a little more tenderly with Uraraka. The brunette knew that this was part of her boyfriend's plan but couldn't help but get a little annoyed. Izuku knew it, but he made his girlfriend quickly remember that it was just a plan. When they were alone, the boy improved his cooking skills by making the girl now pretend to be upset just so the freckled boy would cook for him. Izuku had no problem with this. The boy even liked it because that way he learned more things. Although, like his girlfriend, he was annoyed at having to pretend to love the brunette. At first, the girl found it a little hard to believe. She was quite surprised when she saw the green-haired boy hug her, saying that she began to remember more things. Over time she began to fall into the plan of the boy, who smiled maliciously. Deku, Uraraka, sorry it's just that I started to remember some things and I don't know if they are dreams or my crazy ideas, but you were someone important in my life, right? Uraraka, of course, Deku-kun, I was always there for you, supporting you every step of the way, like for example, you remember what happened with Island, right? Ronin, more or less. Uraraka, at that moment when we were all trapped and almost given up, you said you wanted to help, that you wouldn't abandon anyone. No one wanted to listen to you. Yaoyorozu and Jiro said you were crazy, even Todoroki, Mineta and Kaminari. Well, you expect it, but then I didn't leave you. I supported you because you are someone good. You are the best hero, because if you know it will work, then I know it will. Deku, Uraraka, thank you for not abandoning me. Uraraka, you are my best friend Deku-kun, I could never abandon you, you will always be my Deku-kun. The green-haired boy smiled and hugged the girl, who finally felt complete. The girl didn't want to admit it, but it was true that she missed the warmth that the green-haired boy gave her. The boy, on the other hand, tried to concentrate. The boy remembered all the moments with Momo. It was the only thing that calmed him down. Finally, a few days passed until the boy was sure that he had the brunette completely in love again. His friends also saw it, and with a malicious smile they knew that it was time. The team, then now commanded by Momo, met at certain points or spoke in secret, obviously drawing everyone's attention. Jiro, on the other hand, without leaving aside his suspicions, began to want to get closer to the strange group but could not hear anything without seeming suspicious for using his quirk. Finally, for the brunette, her favorite day arrived. Provoke Uraraka. The brunette was having breakfast with Izuku, who had already been alerted the night before by his girlfriend, so he already knew what to expect. Yaoyorozu by her side passed by her and hit her on the head, causing the brunette to hit her plate. The girl, with her face wet from the soup, got up annoyed. Uraraka, what's your bucking problem? Yaoyorozu, oh sorry, I didn't see you, I thought it was a stone, round and stuff. Uraraka, how are you? Deku, oh hey, no, don't you think we should calm down a little? Yaoyorozu, you shut up. Uraraka, you can't talk to my Deku-kun like that. Yaoyorozu, oh no? If it weren't for your damn fault, and that of your stupid boyfriend who… Deku, it's wait, what? Ida and you? Uraraka, no! Don't pay attention to her, Izuku. At that moment the brunette quickly created a baseball bat and threw it at Izuku, hitting him in the head. Yaoyorozu, damn Izuku, wake up already. Uraraka, who the hell do you think you are to be able to do that to my Deku-kun? Yaoyorozu, who do I think I am? I'm your… At that moment the freckled man slammed the bat against his leg, breaking it in half, surprising both girls. Deku, well, this is getting ugly and I don't like it anymore. Heroes don't act like this. We are companions. We support each other. Why are you fighting? Uraraka, I don't know. I told you, Deku-kun, she started it. She's crazy. Yaoyorozu, crazy? Izuku, you know me. You're the one who knows me best. In fact, she's manipulating you. At that moment the brunette launched herself against the brunette, but she was able to dodge it without problems, kicking the brunette away, and at that moment she created a thick rope, and with speed she threw it at Izuku, who took it with one hand. The rope tangled around his arm, and then the brunette began to pull him, but Izuku quickly applied force and bent his arm, pulling the brunette towards him. The girl quickly created some weights on her feet that even dragged the ground, but he still smiled. Yaoyorozu, Izuku Midoriya, you were betrayed and imprisoned. Uraraka stood up and saw what the girl was doing. The brunette looked up at the green-haired boy and saw how he began to look down, so she threw herself at Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, in Tartars you brought out your true potential. You are the Ronin hero. Remember who you are, Izuku, tell me who. At that moment the brunette quickly tackled Momo, who released Izuku, who knelt down. The brunette then got up and stood in front of Momo, who stood on guard. Uraraka, I put up with you and your nonsense for a long time. Yaoyorozu, I held you and my arms are already tired, blob. At that moment the green-haired man stood up. Deku, hey, that's enough. Both girls were surprised by that raised voice and turned to look at the boy, who seemed upset. Deku, you too, stop it. Uraraka, You're my best friend and this isn't right. Please stop fighting. Yaoyorozu, Izuku please. Deku, that's enough of this Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, but… Deku, this isn't you, you don't do this, you're the vice president, the person we all trust, you're like our older sister, you don't hit without a just reason. Uraraka, Izuku please Deku, I know you Uraraka, I trust you, but Yaoyorozu you and I have to talk. Yaoyorozu, no, I won't talk to you, not when you're acting like an idiot. Deku, yes you will and it will be today. Thus the green-haired man sentenced the brunette. Deku, I promise Uraraka, this isn't you and today we'll settle this. Uraraka, Izuku. Deku, it's time to end this Ochako. The fact that the boy called her by her name made the girl feel confident, and then she accepted. Deku, it will be after school, we will put an end to this and then everything will return to normal. Yaoyorozu, none of this is normal, you are not like that. Deku, you either. I'm back, you do it too please for everyone else in the class or I'll have to report you. The brunette saw her boyfriend and then with a smile under her head. Yaoyorozu, I saw this is what you did to him, you turned him against me, okay Izuku, let's talk, I'm sorry Uraraka. Uraraka, just get lost. Deku, goodbye. The girl just nodded with disdain and left the place in the direction of her room, although what no one saw was that the girl had a smile, everything had gone perfectly. Deku, that was something extreme, right? Uraraka, thank you for defending me Izuku, thank you very much. Deku, don't be thankful, after all that's what friends are for, right? Uraraka, hee, well that's it. Deku, now calm down and come, I'll take you to your room. We still have classes, remember? Uraraka, yes, smiling. So the girl was accompanied by the green-haired boy to her room and after that the boy went to his own, keeping his role until he was sure. After that they went to classes where nothing relevant happened. After classes ended Izuku took a breath and headed towards Yaoyorozu. Jiro saw this and thinking that he would catch the boy he followed him as well as Ida and Uraraka. Deku, vice president. Yaoyorozu, I know. Deku, this is for the greater good. Yaoyorozu, you know perfectly well that this isn't the case, but well, I suppose all you have left to do is be a good attack dog, right? Deku, no, don't make it harder. Yaoyorozu, I understand. The girl left the classroom and Izuku went after her, but before he could reach her Uraraka hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. Uraraka, thanks Izuku. Deku, it's nothing Ochako. Ida, good luck friend, it's time to end this silly rivalry. Deku, yes. Uraraka, take care of yourself. Deku, hee, I'm not going to war. Uraraka, but still, take care of her. The brunette next to Yaoyorozu with a look, Izuku just nodded and canine towards the girl. The boys took a few turns that confused the others and now with their steps covered with the help of Izuku they arrived at the green-haired boy's room where they entered through the balcony. The boys simply threw themselves on the bed while they kissed. Yaoyorozu, you're a naughty one, you know that? Ronin, me? It wasn't me who laid me down on my bed. Yaoyorozu, hee, then what? Ronin, what about what? Yaoyorozu, are you going to scold me? Ha! Deku, hee, the way I see it, you've been a very bad girl, so yes, I have to punish you. At that moment the green-haired man lightly slapped Yaoyorozu, making her laugh a little. Yaoyorozu, hee, I can't believe he believed that. Ronin, well your performance was quite convincing. Yaoyorozu, just mine? Ronin, hee, yes, although that rope thing was something new. Yaoyorozu, hee, I remembered the kendo technique. Ronin, I really loved that. You were betrayed and imprisoned, in Tartarus you brought out your true potential. Ha, I didn't know you were a poet. Yaoyorozu, you laugh but she doesn't ha, she really believed it. Ronin, well then I think we've already started phase 2, haven't we? Yaoyorozu, hee, I think so, I already told the others. Ronin, okay then I guess I have to start scolding you. So the green-haired boy began to kiss his girlfriend who did not resist much, so the punishment happened. The boys knew that they should not take long, but the truth is that they enjoyed it a lot. Finally, the hexy time that both had came to an end. Both were aware that their sexual practices could be considered far from the standard since there was no genital contact, but they did not care. They enjoyed the moment a lot. When the brunette finished, she called a certain bicolor and put him on speakerphone. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, are you ready? Todoroki, is Izuku there? Ronin, prepared and ready for the fight, brother. Todoroki, okay, where do I see you? Ronin, in the forest, where Dabi attacked. Yaoyorozu, you heard it. Todoroki, understood, I'll tell Tsuyu and the others. Izuku, understood, see you there. The green-haired boy nodded and the girl hung up. They both started to get dressed. The brunette took her boyfriend's shirt and threw it at him. Yaoyorozu, I don't want to make a mistake again. Izuku, this is yours. Ronin, thank you my love, this is yours. The green-haired man threw her bra at him. Ronin, I keep wondering how you fill that out. Yaoyorozu, shut up, pervert. Ronin, well, it's not that I'm complaining much either. At that moment the blushing brunette threw a pillow at his head. Yaoyorozu, as I said, you're a pervert. Ronin, I didn't mess up your hair when you were. Yaoyorozu, well, let's go now. The green-haired man just smiled and hugged his girlfriend who still hadn't put on her blouse and began to kiss her neck, making the brunette shudder. Yaoyorozu, we have to go now, champion. Ronin, I know, but I don't think you're complaining, otherwise you'd be hitting me already. The brunette just closed her eyes, accepting the caresses that her boyfriend gave her until he simply stopped and put on his shirt. Yaoyorozu, hey, why? Ronin, and I'm the pervert, right? Yaoyorozu, you are evil. Ronin, hurry up Momo or we'll be late. The brunette just smiled and put on her blouse, then threw herself into her boyfriend's arms, who jumped out quickly, arriving at the forest where her friends were already. Todoroki, it took them a while. Yaoyorozu, sorry, Izuku wanted to eat something. Ronin, now it's my fault? Tsuyu, well that doesn't matter. Izuku, are you ready? Kero. The green-haired boy just nodded and all his friends did too. Uraraka was eating in the recreation room, although with some fear which was evident. Ida, what's up Oka-chan? Uraraka, I don't trust them. Ida, I want to believe that Yaoyorozu has some honor. Uraraka, but I accept very quickly. I feel like I took this as an opportunity. Ida, calm down my gravity girl, she's not that smart. At that moment the chestnut stood up suddenly. Uraraka, that damn. Ida, what's going on? Uraraka, there's a reason I accepted so easily, it's a trap. Ida, Ochako, calm down, don't you think you're being something? At that moment they heard something like an explosion, and after a few minutes something went through the window at full speed, shattering it and leaving glass all around it. The boys approached and saw that it was the green-haired boy who looked injured. Uraraka, terrified Deku-kun. Deku, I. Ida, what happened to you? Deku, it was a trap. I called Todoroki and the others. I couldn't react in time. I'm sorry, I was weak. Uraraka, my Deku, how could they? Look at how you are. At that moment the green-haired boy pretended to faint. The boys carried him and with the help of Uraraka's quirk they took him to the brunette's room. The boys saw how the wounds healed by themselves, so they went out and gathered the other members of Class A, to whom they explained what happened to the green-haired boy. So everyone was now alert. Even Jiro, who was beginning to think that maybe the green-haired boy wasn't lying. The boy on the other hand removed all his makeup, and when the girl asked him, the green-haired boy attributed it to his rapid healing. From that day on nobody left the green-haired boy alone. Everything was going as they wanted. On the other hand, Yaoyorozu and the others continued with the plan, and every time they could they talked in secret about hitting Izuku. This was heard first by Mina, then by Mineta, but they didn't dare to say anything for fear of what they could do to them. For his part, Izuku seemed to remember everything past with Uraraka. The brunette was more excited, and that made Izuku smile. A few days passed and Yaoyorozu was more observant. Now she had the next goal in mind, that Jiro would listen to her. The violet-haired girl was walking towards the recreation room. There was supposed to be no one else at UA, but before entering she heard noises. The girl was about to turn around and leave, but upon hearing Yayorozu's voice she turned back and embedded one of her jacks into the wall, managing to hear perfectly. Yayorozu, damn, it's so frustrating. Tsuyu, Uraraka is no fool, she knows what we did to Izuku. Todoroki, you should have let me hit him with the ice pillar, genius. Yayorozu, that would have drawn too much attention. Kirishima, we only had one chance for him to remember who he was and you guys ruined it. Hagakure, don't look at me, he didn't even know who hit him. Tokoemi, they should have let Dark Shadow and I handle it. Yayorozu, you're weak in the dark, what would you help us with? Surrender? Kirishima, Tokage and Hagakure's plan was good. Yayorozu, okay. If we're all here today, it's because we should make Izuku back to how he was before. Tsuyu, Kero, and what do you propose? Yayorozu, I was talking to Shoto and he was talking to his father, right? Todoroki, yeah, I told him to get me the copies of the Tartaro's prison videos. I need that, and? Yayorozu, my parents spoke with Principal Nizu. They told him to give us the security camera recordings from the classrooms and the High Alliance. Kirishima, that all sounds great, but I don't understand why. Yayorozu, he doesn't remember us. Uraraka did something to prevent that, but together with me we created a device that will allow us to transmit this without any interruptions. The violet-haired girl was amazed. Was it really Yayorozu she heard on the other side? The girl didn't take off her jack, and thanks to this she could hear how Momo's creation appeared. Suddenly a metallic sound made the girl feel chills. Yayorozu, he'll remember us one way or another. Tsuyu, something rude, Kero. Yayorozu, they left us no choice, they started this war. I will get my Izuku back, I will do whatever it takes. Tsuyu, you're right, whatever it takes. Todoroki, whatever it takes. So all the boys inside repeated the phrase. Jiro was terrified, that was beyond what she knew. The girl quickly ran to Uraraka's room, but there was no one there. The girl went to Ida's, but the result was the same. Then the girl realized, except for the others, no one else was in the entire huge complex. Jiro, damn. The girl could then hear the door open, so she quickly went into her room and taking her bass began to play without caring if they heard her or not. On the other side, Yayorozu was smiling. Her plan had worked. The girl tried to warn Uraraka, but she simply ignored her. She didn't trust her anymore. The girl, seeing this, ran to tell her friends. As soon as Mina and Mineta heard her, they didn't hesitate to support her, surprising everyone because they didn't believe it was possible from the brunette, so they only believed it when the others supported her. Mina, Yayorozu and the others went crazy. Mineta, if you show that to Midoriya and suddenly. Kaminari, old man, that will be the end of us. Jiro, we must prevent this from happening at all costs. So everyone agreed, even asking for help from Class B, who upon hearing the boys' plan did not hesitate to support them. Kendo, and they told them? You know, Ida and Uraraka. Jiro, none of them want to listen, they are so excited to believe themselves winners that they don't see what will happen. That's why I ask, well, we ask for your help. Kendo, I understand, and when do you think they will attack? Jiro, I have to spy on them longer. For Izuku's part, he was already alerted to what Yayorozu had said, and he also knew that the violet-haired rocker Jiro had heard them, so having that ready, he could make his move. The boy waited until he was alone with Uraraka to show himself more affectionate. If the brunette already had no idea about acting, now even less. Izuku even chose a time at night when the moon shone brightly. Uraraka, why did you bring me here? Deku, but well, I have something to tell you, but I. Uraraka, excited, what's going on? Deku, I've already remembered several things, maybe it's ridiculous and. Uraraka, Deku, you're not ridiculous, you're my best friend and whatever you want to tell me, I. Deku, please. Uraraka, what's going on? Deku, I'll be waiting for you in the sports hall tomorrow. The boy bowed, making the brunette surprised, and immediately her heart jumped. Finally her moment had arrived. The girl just started to shed tears, making Izuku surprised. Deku, are you okay? If you don't want to go, then. Uraraka, of course I want to. It's just that you're finally back, Deku, and I'm very happy. I'll see you there tomorrow. Don't be late. Deku, he of course not. The girl returned to her room with enormous joy. She felt like a winner. She did it. She had defeated Yaoyorozu by taking away what she took from him at the beginning. On the other hand, Izuku just smiled, and in just a blink the boy disappeared and then appeared in his girlfriend's room, who was waiting for him. Yaoyorozu, well? Ronin, it was easier than I thought. Yaoyorozu, really? Ronin, I don't suspect anything, either of us. Yaoyorozu, arrogant people never do that. Ronin, what about Jiro? Yaoyorozu, he's already put everyone on alert, even Class B. Ronin, wow, really? Yaoyorozu, Kinoko, Tokage and Yui told me. Ronin, they called all of them to wake Yui? Yaoyorozu, true, I didn't tell you, lately he's been hanging out with Shoji a lot. Ronin, wow, I didn't see that coming. Yaoyorozu, she actually became a good friend, she has good taste in music and books. Ronin, I'll guess he knows about me and us. Yaoyorozu, it slipped out, I heard it the night you came to my room, I forgot it was there. Ronin, at least she's quiet, or else Class B would already know. Yaoyorozu, she's good at keeping secrets, now I see why she gets along so well with Shoji. Ronin, a couple of quiet ones, look, at least she's good. Yaoyorozu, by the way, Jiro threatened me. Ronin, is it going to splinter you? Yaoyorozu, she said she knew about our plan and that it wouldn't work, that she would stop me one way or another. Ronin, I want to see him try it. Yaoyorozu, it's late anyway, did you meet Uraraka tomorrow? Ronin, I told you, I don't suspect anything. Sports room, I have to tell you something very important. Faking his voice. Yaoyorozu, you sound so sweet. At that moment the brunette grabbed the boy by the cheeks and gave him a kiss. Ronin, let me go. Momo, you're already hurting me. The boy managed to get out of the strong grip in one movement. Yaoyorozu, sorry. Ronin, aggressive. The boy kissed his girlfriend, who kissed the green-haired boy on the cheeks. Yaoyorozu, are you better now? Ronin, you are the worst cheesy girl. Yaoyorozu, I don't see you complaining much. The boys just laughed a little and then went to bed ready for tomorrow. Fortunately, it was Saturday, there was nothing to worry about. Izuku was training quietly when he saw his watch. It was time. The boy quickly went to his room to take a bath. When he came out, he noticed something strange. There were some clothes on his bed. The boy looked at them carefully and noticed they had a note. The boy picked it up and read it carefully and cautiously. I hope you like it, Izuku. It's a little something, but we did it between May and I. P.S. To get the real surprise you'll have to use your pyrokinesis, but wait until it's time. With love, Momo. Yaoyorozu. The green-haired boy just smiled and looked at the clothes. It was a long-sleeved shirt that had blue and yellow on the torso and black on the sleeves, military green pants and his classic red tennis shoes. The boy looked at the clothes, resisting the urge to use his flames, but smiling he decided to listen to his girlfriend and dressed in them. Izuku fixed his hair, and when he looked in the mirror he could see that the clothes had been chosen to give off the look of his former self. The boy was somewhat uncomfortable but knew that Yaoyorozu had thought of everything, so he decided to listen to her. The boy went out in the direction of the recreation room, where he found Uraraka, who was wearing a military green tight skirt with black tights, a pink blouse with a white scrap, simple shoes and a red hat. Uraraka, sorry Deku-kun, I wanted to wait for you. Deku, no, it's okay. Uraraka, you look very handsome. Deku, and you look very pretty. The girl blushed a little and then the boy moved forward. Deku, come on, we have to go. Uraraka, yes. So both boys left. After a few minutes Yaoyorozu entered the recreation room along with Tsuyu, Hagakure, Tokage and Mei. Jiro stayed outside listening. Hagakure, they've already left. Tokage, Yui saw them go down. Tsuyu, it was a good idea to tell him to follow them. Karo. Yaoyorozu, then it's time. Tsuyu, tell the others that we'll see them there, we'll go ahead. Tsuyu, Karo, yes. So all the girls left the place, leaving Jiro alone and worried. At that moment she took out her phone and started a group call. Nobody answered, and then the girl sent a message. It's time, they're gone. That message was seen by everyone, and they quickly began to respond, affirming their presence in what they would call the Decuravity rescue. In the sports hall, we can see how both boys were face to face, the sunset filtered through a window making a very beautiful image for the moment according to Uraraka. Izuku, on the other hand, had chosen that setting for more drama, in addition to having a place to fight in case things went wrong. Uraraka, so Deku-kun? What did you want to tell me? Deku, I see her, the truth is I. Uraraka, yes? Deku, Ochako, I remembered several things that you and I had together, and now that I'm back. Uraraka, what's going on? Deku, I know it's been a while, but what I feel, I can't help it, and I know I'll sound silly, but… Uraraka, you're no fool, Deku-kun, whatever you have to say, just say it. Deku, Uraraka, I have to be honest with you. Uraraka, that's why we're friends, right? We always tell each other the truth. At that moment the green-haired boy took a breath. Uraraka, for her part, was only waiting for the big question because she already had the yes ready. She already knew what was coming and she was excited. That feeling from years ago filled her again. Without a doubt the girl was totally excited. On the other hand, the team commanded by Jiro was already close to the place. Ida had refused and tried to dissuade them, but when he heard from Jiro how Yaoyorozu was planning to harm both of them, he did not hesitate to go with them. Yaoyorozu and her friends were already ready and were just waiting for Izuku's big sign. Deku, breathing Uraraka you. Chapter 43, Home Sweet Home. Both young people were face to face, covered by the beautiful sunset. Uraraka was convinced of what her ex would say, so her answer was already ready. As soon as Izuku asked the question, the girl would give a resounding yes to throw herself into his arms and make everything be as before. Deku, Uraraka you? Uraraka, yes, Deku-kun? The boy was about to speak when out of nowhere the rest of the boys from Class A and B made an appearance. Jiro opened the door, forcefully making Uraraka jump. Ida accompanied her with a clearly worried face. Ida, Oka-chan. Uraraka, Ida, what are you doing here? Jiro, I warned you, idiot, Yaoyorozu is coming this way and… Deku, Oka-chan? At that moment the green-haired man witnessed how the sprinter ran towards the girl and hugged her. Uraraka, what's wrong with you, Ida? Ida, tell me you're okay. Uraraka, of course I am, darling, but why oh no? Deku, see, honey? At that moment the chestnut realized her mistake, as did Ida. Uraraka, did Deku know it's not what you think? Ronin, but what am I supposed to believe? Jiro, Midoriya, Uraraka and Ida are dating, taking him by the shoulders. Uraraka, what the hell do you think you're doing? Jiro, listen you round idiot, Yaoyorozu is coming this way and she's not going to be nice. Uraraka, what are you talking about? Jiro, I heard her, she talked to the others, they knew Midoriya was with you and they planned to show him the videos. Deku, did I see videos? What videos? Uraraka, nervous, nah, nothing Deku-kun, it's just girl stuff. Jiro, don't lie to him, Uraraka, you and I know what videos. Uraraka, this is not the time or place to talk about that. Jiro, and when will that be? When you have him at your feet? When you marry him and Ida? Deku, what? Uraraka, you better shut up, Kyuka Jiro. Jiro, no more Uraraka, he doesn't deserve this. Uraraka, final warning. Jiro, you don't love him. You cheated on him with Ida when you were dating. We all saw it, and our mistake was not speaking up. What we did to him was wrong, and we know it, but that doesn't excuse you. Uraraka, shut your damn mouth, you don't know anything. Jiro, if I know one thing, you cheated on the person who could have loved you the most just because of your childish whim. You played with his heart and his mother's, and when I needed you the most you did the same thing as all of us and turned your back on him. At that moment they both stopped dead in their tracks as they heard a sharp scream of pain. When they turned around they saw Izuku grab his head and crouch down hard while screaming. Uraraka, Deku-kun! Have you seen what you're doing, Jiro? Jiro, someone do something. Deku, this hurts, it hurts so much. Make it stop. Uraraka, Ida, do something. Ida, but what? Jiro, Yaoyorozu isn't around and there's no screen anywhere. Wait, I said it but I never said anything about Tartaros. At that moment the violet-haired girl opened her eyes. Jiro, wait a second, Yaoyorozu. I didn't know he'd be here. Yui just told him she saw them leave. Does that mean they followed us? Or insert Hanten Toka, inverse Toka theme, for more darkness I say so you can enjoy the scene. At that moment a demonic laugh began to be heard, the same laugh that Izuku showed when he lost control. The girls stared at the green-haired boy who began to let out steam. Uraraka, Deku-kun, are you better now? Ronin, I've never felt better in my life. Uraraka, oh okay, that's great, I'm very happy, and tell me, what is that you were about to ask me? Ronin, oh that's right, they didn't let me continue, right? Jiro, something's not right. Uraraka, you have to listen to me. Uraraka, you heard Yaoyorozu and that's why you interrupted us, now shut up. Deku-kun, I already know what you're going to ask me and my answer is yes, of course I want to be your girlfriend. At that moment the laughter was heard again, louder, making the brunette jump. Ronin, ha ha ha, you really are funny, round face. Uraraka, what did you say? Well, I accept it just because it comes from you. At that moment the green-haired boy began to raise his head, and when he stood completely upright, everyone realized the one in front of them wasn't Deku. Ronin, seriously, it was easy, you know? Fake an accident, hit your head, and answer the questions as vaguely as possible. They really believed it. Uraraka, Deku-kun? You really don't play around. Ronin at that moment began to laugh as loud as he could. The mockery and the dark tone that the boy showed made the brunette want to cry. Ronin, could anyone be any more stupid? I lied, Uraraka. Don't you understand? I never lost my memory. The boy then made a mocking face. It was clear that he enjoyed seeing the brunette's expression, the suffering. The boy just smiled. Ronin, I was always the same. Ida at that moment finally exploded, the fury inside him burning, and with a powerful voice he advanced. Ida, because Midoriya, damn you are a. Ronin, why? Are you really asking? Okay, I'll answer. At first I only did it to get information out of you, that's all I wanted, and after a while I would come back, but then I thought, why just make fun of you if I can also play with you? After all, it's not like you didn't do it to me, consider it poetic justice. Obviously, all the hugs you gave me and all that nonsense bothered me, but thinking about the faces you would make when I revealed this, what can I say? It was like paying the price of a ticket, ha ha ha. Just look at Uraraka. Do you want to cry? The brunette had a lost look, a mix of despair and sadness. Without a doubt Izuku would never forget her face. The green-haired boy, for his part, advanced towards the exit. The boy walked towards his companions who stood on guard in a reflex action, but Izuku only laughed. Ronin, ha ha ha, don't make me laugh. Judging by your posture it seems that something must have terrified you. The green-haired boy tried to pass but the boys didn't move, seized by fear. Izuku just sighed annoyed. Ronin, come on, we've done this before, you need an army to be able to fight me. The green-haired boy approached everyone but no one dared to move, which made the boy even more upset. Ronin, you want to get really scared? Okay, boo. The green-haired boy made his head back, and when he came back he passed his whips towards his head, molding it into a face with fangs. The boy screamed, and with his power he altered his voice, making it more guttural. Now everyone got scared and let the green-haired boy pass, who did it without much hurry, but when he was about to arrive Ida was able to get out of shock a little. Ida, do you really think you're that strong? Ronin, excuse me? Turning his back. Ida, no, don't think you're so strong, Midoriya. There are more of us than you, not even you could take on everyone. Ronin, no? I'd like to see them try to stop me. At that moment Uraraka managed to get out of her trance and ran towards Izuku, but before she could get there the green-haired boy threw his whip, hitting her in the stomach. The brunette spat out some blood mixed with saliva. Ida immediately approached his girlfriend, who in addition to the physical pain was crying out of despair. Ida, damn you! You'll regret it. We'll attack, but not so you lose your memory, you'll end up in a coma. Ronin, oh how scary, I'm shaking. Ida, You're not that strong, and without your stupid team of misfits you won't be able to do anything. Ronin, right? Don't call my team. At that moment the violet-haired girl could see how Izuku sketched a slight smile. The girl immediately felt a shudder as her mind began to work faster than normal. Jiro, thinking, wait a second, if this was a plan then they never wanted to hit him. They knew I could hear them, it's a trap. At that moment an explosion could be heard and the doors opened wide showing Izuku's team. The green-haired man just smiled. Ronin, oh wait, I did. Yaoyorozu, a great performance. Ronin, to be honest, I had his help. At that moment the chestnut approached and pointed at Uraraka with fury. Uraraka, Deku-kun, please understand, she is manipulating you. The green-haired man just looked at her with disgust. Ronin, you don't understand, do you, brown dwarf? I never lost my memory, Deku never came back, and I'll never love you again. The green-haired man was sharp in his words. The girl opened her eyes. Ronin, you killed Deku. I was just in charge of burying him. Bakugo, you damn son of a. Ronin, in fact, if I had to be thankful for something, it would be being betrayed. Uraraka, we never. Ronin, through your great kindness I obtained this. The green-haired boy then lit his eyes on fire. Soon the boy began to release steam, and then the boy's body was covered in light flames that managed to filter through the suit. Uraraka, what are you doing? Ida, he plans to burn this with all of us. Ronin, no, just show them his artwork in all its splendor. The green-haired boy continued to bring out his flames which began to burn the boy's clothes. Soon the colors of the previous symbol of peace Almight burned, becoming ashes, now showing the colors of his previous suit. Green and black brought so many memories to Uraraka, but soon these memories turned to ashes when she saw how the suit also burned. Soon the green color turned black and slowly fell along with her dreams and hopes. Soon from that suit only the memory remained, now showing Izuku wearing a black shirt, the pants burned showing a black one, as well as his tennis shoes which took on the usual color. But the boy did not stay there. Soon the flames also became more intense on his arm. Yaoyorozu knew that this would happen, so together with Mei they made the green-haired boy's true clothes fireproof. For a few seconds nothing happened, but then the arm began to turn black, releasing a burning smell that made everyone nauseous. Uraraka, Deku, stop hurting yourself. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry, please stop now. I'm begging you. Ronin, but tell me, Ochako Uraraka, why would I stop? The best part is yet to come. The freckled man increased his flames. Everyone wanted to stop him but didn't dare, even his friends who didn't know his intention. Soon the arm began to turn black and the skin began to fall like autumn leaves wrapped in flames, turning to ashes. Everyone was scared by this. Uraraka was terrified and more when she began to see the bone. Finally the green-haired man extinguished his flames, showing his black arm. The boy raised it so that it was now in front of his face, and with a single movement the paint that was still stuck fell off, now showing his metallic arm. Everyone except Yaoyorozu looked at it in disbelief. The cables that joined it as well as the pads were something they would not expect to see. It hurt to see how the arm was stuck to his skin in a slight scar, as well as others that could be seen. Apparently these were not able to be healed. Ida, a friend who? Uraraka, what do you? Ronin, do you like it? It's a little gift that Melissa and her father Professor David Shield gave me. They gave it to me after Shigaraki got you to lock me up, or well, after you beat me up and locked me up. Uraraka, no, we saw the videos, he never. Ronin, oh yeah, you saw the videos, of course you did. In fact everyone saw them, but I think that part is in the Blu-ray version. You see, even when everyone had turned their backs on me I never opened my mouth. I never betrayed them because I wanted to be a hero. Because despite what they did to me I still wanted to be a hero. I think my parents raised me pretty well, right? Never betray your ideals even in the face of death. How much of that can you say? Everyone looked at the arm attentively, having different feelings in them. Ronin, this is what I earned. A nice reminder, huh? It reminds me how shitty people can be. No matter how much you help them, if their lives are threatened, they won't hesitate to turn their backs on you. The green-haired man under his arm, which made a metallic gathering that showed everyone that he wasn't lying. Uraraka, stammering, we didn't mean to, it wasn't us, I love you. Ronin, Tell it to someone who really cares, idiot. Ida, you're really not Izuku Midoriya anymore. Ronin, oh no, yes I am. Maybe you mean that I'm not Deku anymore, and no, you're right, I'm not him anymore. My hero name is Ronin, the lone wolf, the one who won't turn his back on anyone and who will always help whoever he can. That's me, and you would never change that. At that moment Uraraka, overcome with madness, screamed. Uraraka, release it! Damn liberal! Free my Deku-kun! Damn! The green-haired boy just made an annoyed face, but then Yaoyorozu, seeing herself finally free of keeping the secret, approached her boyfriend and gave him a tender kiss on the lips while hugging him. This shattered Uraraka, who looked at the scene with a mixture of sadness and panic. That couldn't be real. Izuku and she would never be together. Izuku is only hers, you repeat the brunette in your mind, but when the kiss ended the green-haired boy looked slightly better. Ronin, that helps a lot, precious, thank you. Yaoyorozu, we're a team, aren't we, Izuku? I'll always be by your side, my love. Kirishima, long live the bride and groom. At that moment Tokage and Kinoko raised their hands. The green-haired girl with sharp teeth took Kirishima's hand. Mina saw this while she felt bad. She had lost the most tender boy in the academy just because of her nonsense. Mina, Ijiro, Shoji, I'm usually not much of a celebrator, but I think I can make an exception this time. What do you say, Yui? Yui, we're finally done with this and I hope for good, so yeah, let's celebrate. Kendo, you were my best friend. Yui, and just because I'm at this extreme no longer? Kendo, are you that exclusive? Will you no longer accept that we were best friends just because I supported a just and correct cause? We are heroes, we should have supported each other in that and given Izuku a hand instead of a fist. I'm sorry, but if I can correct my mistakes and they accept me, I think redemption is a good start. What about you? Yaoyorozu, there's some food Izuku and I prepared, do you want to come? I think there'll be enough for everyone. Ida, we wanted to fix things, Midoriya really. Ronin, and how did it happen? They used the most stupid methods, simply because they wouldn't leave me alone? Bakugo, you were a brother to me, we grew up together, we were raised together. Whenever something happened I was by your side. Is that your bucking way of saying thanks? Is that how you thank me for my stupid help? Ronin, help? All the times you humiliated me and made me feel less than help? I had scars just because you didn't believe I'd be a hero. Bakugo, I did it to protect you, because that's the only way I could show you that you couldn't take the real blows. Ronin, hey, do you listen to yourself when you talk? Because that was the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say, and I've known you for years. At that moment the ash blonde, overcome with fury and humiliation, launched himself at Izuku, but Izuku quickly grabbed him with his metallic arm and without hesitation began to choke him. The blonde quickly ran out of air, his eyes turned white as he tried to free himself to no avail. The boy even made explosions in Izuku's face, but these regenerated at an impressive speed. The fed-up boy picked up Bakugo and without thinking about anything, slammed him against the ground and then put his foot on his chest. Ronin, do you know how many times I could have seriously hurt you just now? Do you really have any idea? Okay, I won't do anything to you right now, but if I tell you this, mess with me one more time, and you won't be so lucky. The green-haired boy closed his fist and slammed it against the side of Bakugo's head, who closed his eyes. The green-haired boy stood up straight, looking at the entire class. Ronin, there's a good reason not to fight now, and that is that the world needs us, all of us without exception. I don't attack you because despite your flaws we all want to be heroes, just stay away from me. The green-haired man left with his girlfriend who caressed his metallic arm. Yaoyorozu, I must admit it's stylish, will you leave it like that now? Ronin, yes, I no longer see the point in hiding it. Jiro, Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, what's going on? At that moment the violet-haired girl began to shed tears. Jiro, I know I was an idiot before, I behaved childishly and said stupid and hurtful things, but well, I know that now I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I tried to fix it. I don't want to be fighting with you, please, I'm really sorry. I mean it, and both of us, Midoriya and I. Ronin, don't look at me, Yaoyorozu is the one who has the last word on this. The violet-haired girl turned to look at the brunette, who only looked at her with curiosity and attention. Yaoyorozu, you're right, you really acted like an idiot. You were too hurtful, and when I needed you, you ignored me. You even pushed me aside just to do the right thing. The violet-haired girl didn't know what to say. She knew that her friend was absolutely right, and the more she remembered everything she did, she knew that there were fewer chances of her getting her forgiveness. Ronin, stop bothering Momo. Yaoyorozu, but the truth is. At that moment the violet-haired girl looked up. Yaoyorozu, I also behaved like an idiot. I hit you brutally, and although you deserved it, maybe I shouldn't have gone so far as to overdo it. Jiro, I'm an idiot. I don't deserve your forgiveness. Yaoyorozu, you're right, but the truth is that you were also my best friend. Jiro, I understand. Yaoyorozu, the truth is that although I can't give you forgiveness so easily, you've supported me quite a bit these days, and not just for this plan. I've seen it, you realized how much they've done, and you tried to remedy it. Jiro, Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, I can't forgive you right now. It would be hypocritical of me to say yes and that everything will be back to how it was between us, but we can try, right? At that moment the violet-haired girl could see a slight smile on the brunette's face. Yaoyorozu, what do you say, Jiro? We can try. Hee. Jiro, sobbing, why yes. The girl approached her friend, and when she was close she extended her hand. The brunette took it, and immediately pulled her to hug the rocker. Ronin, you and your feelings, they control you, right? Yaoyorozu, shut up. Much of my musical taste beyond the classical is thanks to her. Jiro, if you feel uncomfortable with my presence, Midoriya. Ronin, I'll hold on, besides it's not that bad, now I have wood for a table. The green-haired man just smiled as he headed for the door. The girl on her part just pouted, annoyed. Yaoyorozu, she doesn't like being reminded of her. Ronin, tables? He who takes it takes it. I have to put up with her so she can't complain now, come on, I'm hungry. Jiro, Midoriya. Ronin, what? Jiro, boo, sorry about. Ronin, no hard feelings, calm down, at least you're more talented at it than Detective Sus Shoto. Todoroki, hey, I was right, your arm wasn't yours. Ronin, of course it's mine, I even have the receipt. Todoroki, I mean it's not organic. Ronin, but you never investigated thoroughly. She did, she strangled me with her jacks and took me to her room so I would tell her the truth. Yaoyorozu, wait, did what? Seeing Jiro. Jiro, nothing, going to Tsuya's side. Ronin, what about Kaminari? He can come if he wants. I don't mind that much, to be honest. Jiro, I know him, he's too dumb to accept that he's a big idiot, he won't come, he'd rather swallow his pride than accept his mistake. Ronin, okay, no problem, Jiro. So the boys left the exercise room, leaving the others still in shock. Maybe it wasn't entirely their fault, but seeing the green-haired boy's arm made them feel worse. Uraraka, we lost him. Tenya, we really lost him. Ida Ochako. Uraraka, this is my fault, I'm such a stupid person. Ida, no, we're all guilty, you can't torment yourself like that. Uraraka at that moment began to cry because now she understood perfectly. Her Izuku would never return. She took care of that by betraying his trust. Her greed and desire for more led her to this. Kendo, although we were all guilty, you cannot deny one thing. Ida, what? Kendo, I'll answer for two of my classmates who were the first to attack, but you were the ones who delivered the final blow. Your entire class, but mainly Bakugo, Uraraka, and you were the ones who killed Deku and brought Ronin back. Are you happy now? That's your creation. Bakugo, how dare you, damn carrot. Kendo, we learned to leave him alone and now it's his turn. He is an expert in combat. This was a direct attack. They don't want to know how one feels by surprise. And saying this, the girl raised her hand and the whole class befollowed her, leaving the boys alone and Uraraka devastated. On the other hand, Izuku's team celebrated in the green-haired boy's room. Jiro was in charge of the music, and the background music was playing at full volume. Touch Me by the Doors. Yui ate next to Shoji. Both were silent while shaking their heads, enjoying the music, in addition to the food that Izuku and Yaoyorozu had prepared. They also had something, and the choice was pizza with hamburgers. It was the first time for some of them eating something foreign, and they had to admit that it tasted delicious. Todoroki, And what did you order? Ronin, cheeseburger with barbecue and extra cheese. How are you, bro? Todoroki, close. Mine is Hawaiian with bacon. Kirishima, extra meat with bacon, cheese and lots of pickles. Tokoemi, chicken and fish burger. Shoji, double meat, fairly spicy burger. Ojiro, rib burger with melted cheese, pickles, and habanero sauce. Shinso, I ordered a simple burger. Hey, that's unfair. Ronin, I asked you what you wanted and it was you who asked. It was your fault. The women, for their part, listened to their partner's orders and made a surprised face. Yaoyorozu, so mine is flaxseed with fiber, rye and... The girl took the first bite, completely devouring the meat and the barbecue sauce. The girl saw that it wasn't her order and turned to see her boyfriend who was just smiling. Yaoyorozu, izuku midoriya. Ronin, eat today, train tomorrow. Besides, she's your favorite, I'm not stupid. The brunette wanted to hit her boyfriend, but she only resisted the urge while she passed the piece of hamburger. The other girls also suffered the same from their partners except for Yui, who did get what she asked for. The girls saw the others and then Shoji. Yui, hey. Shoji, what's going on? Yui, the others bought their partners what they knew they would eat, but I did get what I asked for. Shoji, that's great, isn't it? This way you won't get mad at me. Yui, why didn't you buy me another kind of hamburger? Shoji, you told me it was your first time eating a hamburger, so if you didn't like it, I wasn't going to risk it. Yui, it makes sense to me. Shoji, but if you want, let's change. You already heard that it was mine. Yui, but mine is fish. Shoji, hey, this is the first time I've eaten like this, hee. We definitely have to change. Yui, he agreed. Shoji, just try not to let it sting you. I put too much spice on it. Yui, so he doesn't ask you? Shoji, no, so that others don't ask me. Yui, hee. The girl just smiled and took a bite of the hamburger. Immediately the girl opened her eyes. Shoji thought she had gotten spicy and was already pouring a glass of soda, but the girl bit the hamburger again naturally. Yui, it's very good, hee. Shoji, I think I've seen it before. Yui, hee, sorry. Shoji, it's nothing, in fact it's the first time I've seen you excited. Yui, don't get used to a neutral face. Shoji, hey you guys, Octoboy and Gigantoanana, can you pass me the ketchup? Yaoyorozu, please. Ronin, you heard her. Shoji, here, old man. Ronin, thank you. So the evening went by for a while without any incident. The others had already returned a while ago, but nobody cared. Finally, the small meeting was about to end. It was already night, and they had to go to their respective bedrooms. Everyone stood up. Ronin, listen, this is getting smaller and smaller. That's not fair. Kirishima, that's true. Ronin, Kinoko, Jiro, Yui, raise your hands. Kinoko, I'm not that small. Jiro, I'm only a few centimeters shorter than you. Yui, I could make myself smaller if you have any discomfort. Ronin, she is someone pure and good, ha ha ha, and there they are. I thought I had already made mushroom puree or had splintered. Shoji, I must admit that it is funny. Ronin, okay, but seriously, I guess there's nothing else to say, right? Thanks for supporting me, friends. I know I'm a huge idiot, but... Yaoyorozu, don't get sentimental here. Calm down, Izuku. No one here is against their will. We all support this plan and made it work. Todoroki, exactly. Part of it is out of pity, meaning you are one-handed. Ronin, you forget that I can use my quirk on this arm, right, Teapot? Todoroki, no, it's just that there aren't many opportunities to bother you. I have to take advantage. Yui, are they always like this? Shoji, unfortunately, yes. Kirishima, they are the Teapot brothers. Ronin/Todoroki, you shut up, seeing the redhead. Jiro, well, I really enjoyed the party. Thanks for letting me play the music. Ronin, hey, I know you have good musical taste. I don't despise your talent, just forgive me if the place is too small. Yaoyorozu, you once said it. It's not the place that matters, but the company. The green-haired boy smiled. He felt good. In fact, excluding the fact of the emotion he felt when being with Momo, he had never felt this good. It was as if he were complete. The boy raised his old metal left arm. Before he was ashamed to show it because it was a sign of his weakness, but now it was something that made him unique. The boy closed his fist and turned around to kiss his girlfriend. Everyone felt good for the couple and were about to leave when an alarm began to be heard throughout the High Alliance complex. Then the director's voice was heard. Nizu, attention! We apologize for the inconvenience, but third-year students are requested to be at the academy entrance in their uniforms. Please don't be late. This isn't a drill. All students are requested to be present now. Yaoyorozu Izuku. Ronin, yes, I know. Do you think it's time? Yaoyorozu, I don't know. Kirishima, what's wrong? Ronin, I don't know, but it must be urgent. Do what the director says. I want you all at the entrance of the academy with your outfits ready. Go get dressed now. All yes. Yaoyorozu, kissing Izuku, I'll see you there, darling. All the couples in the room said goodbye in the same way as the brunette. There was no time for romanticism. They had to hurry, all except Yui and Shoji, who did not know how to react, although the expressionless brunette took the initiative and kissed the boy on the cheek. Yui, don't be long. Shoji, I should tell you that, don't you think? At that moment the girl raised an eyebrow. Shoji felt a little chilled but was saved by the bell. Tokage, they argue on their honeymoon. We have to leave now, Yui. Yui, we'll talk about machismo in emergency situations when we get back, okay? Kanoko, Yui! Time to go. So the girls of Class B ran out quickly as well as the others. Yaoyorozu went into her room and quickly took out her briefcase. The boy for his part moved his bed with the help of his one for all and saw the trapdoor. He quickly grabbed strength and hit the wooden door that opened without any problem. The boy took out his briefcase with his hero's suit, and with the help of his telekinesis he attracted his sword, his quiver, and his revolver. Ronin, okay, time to go home. After a few minutes the entrance was full. Only Mei was missing, but since she didn't belong to any of the classes her presence was not necessary. Everyone looked closely at Izuku, but he didn't take the slightest importance, although he knew that when his teachers arrived he had to pretend again because no one knew he was the same except for those involved. The teachers arrived and with a commanding voice ordered them to get on. There was only one bus that was big enough to take them all. Finally it all started, with Aizawa at the wheel. Vlad King, present, Almight, Midnight and Endeavor were the ones escorting the front. On the student side things weren't so good. The trip wasn't the most lively and the tension could be felt. Some were tired and had no idea about anything. Izuku recognized the road. His predatory sense also made him feel the distance because this quickly increased in intensity. Yaoyorozu took him by the hand, calming him down. Yaoyorozu, we're going there, right? Ronin, it's the safest thing. Yaoyorozu, how close are we? Ronin, there's not much left. We're already on the outskirts of the city. There are no houses anywhere and my predatory sense is awake and hitting my head with an axe. Yaoyorozu, it's normal. I guess it's almost time. Ronin, the Tartaro's prison. Some more time passed. Some definitely fell asleep downplaying everything being these Kaminari, Mineta, Bakugo and Monoma, but then Izuku saw it. In the deepest darkness was the island floating. Izuku became alert. The boy was totally focused on what he remembered from the prison. That way he would protect his friends. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, we're here. Ronin, I know, isn't it pretty? Smiling home sweet home. I can't say I missed this dump, but come on, there's work to be done. At that moment the bus stopped. A group of guards questioned the adults, but after exchanging a few words the vehicle continued on its way. Those who were previously asleep were already awake, and in the case of Mineta and Kaminari they felt scared when they recognized where they were. They finally parked and everyone got off, although with Izuku in front, the boy saw All Might with some nervousness. All Might, how do you feel, young Midoriya? Deku, well, All Might, although I don't know why this suit appeared in my briefcase. Where is my green suit? I can hardly breathe. All Might, well, you see. Aizawa, in one of your many practices you broke it into pieces. They are making it more resistant. In the meantime they gave you this one, which is something that Ed Shot used in his youth, Midoriya. Deku, oh okay, I guess so. Uraraka, I can't believe it. Eat a lying bastard. So they all entered the prison, followed by some guards who were surprised. The men questioned the heroes about the reason for their visit. Aizawa, the director, was able to give us a tour. We had to show the kids where the villains will be brought, and that can't just be taught in a classroom. But we decided to come at this time because it would be really weird for the press to bring a school bus full of kids all the way here, don't you think? Guard, but I feel like they didn't give me the authorization order and… Sakachi, I gave the order, didn't you get the notice? The detective made an appearance, surprising everyone. The guards then understood where the order came from and let the boys pass who got into the elevator divided into their groups. The detective covered his tracks and activated the elevator on the top floor. The green-haired boy felt quite nervous. Everyone got off and saw an announcement that made Mineta and Kaminari's hair stand on end. Welcome, damned souls, to the true Tartarus, a prison as far below hell as earth is below heaven. Endeavor, Midoriya? What's wrong? Deku, sorry, I got a little nauseous. I feel like I've been here before. Why are we here? Should we open that door? Sakachi, no, that door will never be opened for you again. We'll go another way. Follow me. The green-haired boy, as well as the rest of the class and teachers, followed the black-haired boy until they found another brown door. Thanks to the light that Endeavor gave, everything was better illuminated. The detective took out a large key. It was the first time that Izuku saw one of that type, so he thought it was the only one of its kind. The boys saw how the heavy door opened with the help of Endeavor. The lights lit up completely, and with a gesture from the detective, everyone entered. The room was not very different from all the ones he had seen, although there was a glass in the middle of the room. Although the curious thing is that on the other side the lights did not work well. On the other side everything was seen in darkness. The lights flickered, giving it a gloomy appearance. Endeavor, if you did it. Sakachi, yes, Cementos helped me a lot. That's why I was able to do it quickly. Almight, understood, then let's begin. Young Midoriya one step forward. Deku and me? Aizawa, yes. The green-haired boy slowly took a step in front of his companions. His friends watched him attentively. Deku, what do I do now? Aizawa, Sakachi. Sakachi, wait, you have to come now. Deku, but who? What are we doing here? My head hurts quite a bit. Almight, calm down, son. Remember I'm here and… At that moment laughter began to be heard in the darkness on the other side. The symbol of peace turned around startled, followed by laughter, applause. Izuku mentally knew what it was about, so he just took a step back. Then while the applause was heard louder, a figure began to form coming out of the darkness. The pants that were once white now in a dirty gray color. A torn black t-shirt, barefoot. The muscles were perfectly marked. The hair rose in its characteristic shape. The mocking laughter was shown in all its splendor. Finally, the human monster Garou made an appearance. Garou, what a damn good joke. Go on, tell another one before you die. At that moment everyone felt nervous. They didn't know who that stranger was on the other side of the glass, but he certainly looked imposing. Yaoyorozu, for her part, knowing perfectly well who it was amazed because it was very different to see him in photos and read about him than to see him almost face to face. Without a doubt his aura of death and thirst for blood were impressive. Sakachi, gentlemen, I present to you the human monster Garou. Garou, I miss the old names. Sakachi, part of a prisoner exchange, the most dangerous inmate in City A. It's more than an exchange, in fact, a gift from the Hero Association of that city. They thought that by having All Might here we could keep him at bay. Garou, really? And I thought it was because I almost killed all the prisoners. Call me conceited, but none of them were at my level. All Might, now he will speak. Garou, do you really think you scare me, bag of bones? Please, you're nothing but a shadow of your former light. Sakachi, young Midoriya, if you would be so kind as to speak with him. Deku, me? But why should it be me? You guys are the professionals. Garou, are you a brat? Wow, so that's your new outfit. I almost didn't recognize you. The green-haired boy was startled and went to All Might's side, making Garou sigh in annoyance. Garou, come on, idiot, I don't have time to play. Get out of there and face me like a man. Deku, I don't know who you are. Garou, and now you're playing the fool. Damn, I should have hit you harder. Aizawa, He had an accident, he lost part of his memory. You on the other hand have it intact, so you better talk to him, or... At that moment the black-haired man activated his quirk, making his bandages float, and his eyes turned red, but far from being intimidated Garou could only laugh a little mockingly. Garou, so that's how it was. Come on, kid, are you serious, or were you stupid enough to believe it? Endeavor, that bastard realized. Almight, who are you calling stupid? I remind you that you're the one trapped. At that moment the hunter hit the glass, causing it to crack badly. Everyone stepped back in fright except for Endeavor. Garou, me trapped? If I wanted to, I would have escaped right now. Be thankful that brat in the ninja suit is there. Deku, what is Almight talking about? Almight, I don't know, son, but... Garou, come on, damn it, brat, I already know it's you. Aizawa, listen, killer, no. The hunter did not hold back and with a single punch made a hole in the glass. Everyone was surprised by this because the glass looked so thick that they considered it impossible to even scratch it. Garou, listen to me, you idiot brat. I trained you to be no one's laughingstock, and you come at me with this crap? Either you speak right now and give me a convincing explanation, or... At that moment laughter began to be heard. Almight turned to see Izuku, but he was no longer there. The boy had advanced towards the glass, walking calmly. Finally, upon arriving, he took off his hood and mask, revealing his face. Garou, I must admit I like the suit, it gives a more intimidating look. The green-haired man looked up, and in the reflection everyone could see the sharp gaze. Aizawa was as bewildered as Almight. The others were just scared since they heard the man say that he trained him. Ronin, I must admit, I can't hide anything from you, right? Sensei. Garou, I don't believe you're such an idiot as to lose your memory so easily. If I could never make you surrender by beating these idiots, they won't achieve anything different just like that. Ronin, you know me well, hunter. Garou, I thought I told you not to do anything stupid, kid. Ronin, how hard, not even a congratulations or a greeting. After all, I'm back home. Chapter 44. Start moving, the fight is coming. Garou, I'd hit you, that's what you deserve for being an idiot. Ronin, I miss you too. Garou, what are you doing here? I thought I told you. Ronin, I didn't do anything stupid, but this time it's not my fault, at least not %. Garou, so? The green-haired boy became serious as he breathed, then he could hear All Might walking towards him. Garou, boy, to you. Ronin, I know. All Might, you lied to us? Ronin, and I don't regret it. Midnight, but recovery girl said. Ronin, he's already senile, for God's sake, he can make mistakes from time to time, right? Aizawa, that was a big mistake, Midoriya. You got into a lot of trouble. Lying to your teachers is a serious. Ronin, and you didn't? You imprisoned me without a trial, and you were happy to do it. Even when you discovered I hadn't done anything, you did nothing to remedy your mistake. There was no apology, no press conference, nothing. You just carried on with your lives as if nothing had happened, as if I didn't matter to you. All Might, young Midoriya Izuku. Ronin, but I should thank you, I guess, because when I was here I got something better. There were no rules, I was trained under the law of the strongest. Here I found a greater strength than if I had been in the UA. Honestly, I thank you for that. After all, what is a monster without great power? Everyone was stunned except for Yayorozu and Endeavor. If Class A and B felt bad, this had dug their grave. Not only had they locked up the green-haired boy, but they also let the worst criminals train him. Ronin, this is a mission, right? Leave me alone, I'll finish it then. The green-haired boy turned towards his teacher, who followed him with a serious look. Garou, so? Anything new you want to learn? How to predict attacks, how to dodge idiots, how to ruin symbols. Watching All Might. Ronin, not for now. Garou, then why are you here? The green-haired man turned around, looking at his girlfriend surreptitiously. The girl looked back at him and nodded slightly. Ronin, before I say that, let me ask, where is Muscular? Garou, did you really think they'd bring him in? As soon as they laid a hand on him, that idiot would kill them. Ronin has the anti-quirk collar. Garou, and that doesn't make him any less dangerous, and you know it. Ronin, right, so where is Stain? Garou, it's back there pointing to the dark part of the room. Ronin, how did they convince you to come? Ronin, you even believe they did it, they drugged us, put something in our food and here we are. Ronin, ha! They drugged them. Garou, shut up, I'd rather be drugged than fainted from blows. Ronin, sharpening his gaze, I had already forgotten about our fascinating conversations. Garou, it's your fault. Ronin, well, although we're already straying too far. Garou, right, well brat, tell me now, why are you here? The elder sharpened his gaze, looking at Izuku carefully. Ronin, I came for information. Garou, information? Aren't you going a little too far? Ronin, this is not a game, Garou. Things outside are tense, too much in fact, there are rumors. Garou, I thought I taught you to be more cautious about that. Remember that information is power. Ronin, I know, but that's why I came to talk to you. At that moment a figure began to emerge from the shadows. Ida felt a chill on his sword as he recognized the individual. Everyone looked at him better and knew there was no doubt. The one standing in front of them was the hero killer Stain. Stain, so it really is you, who would have thought it, the prodigal son has returned. At that moment the green-haired man bowed his head in a sign of respect. Ronin, Stain-sensei. Garou, just look at more of the other idiots' faces, haha, please, so I can take a picture. What an awkward meeting besides. The hunter stopped talking when he saw that among all the boys there was only one who seemed not so shocked with the revelation. The hunter felt this presence, and tried to look for it, but Izuku stood in front of him. Ronin, did you lose something? Garou, we've already talked about that. Ronin, this time it's totally different. Stain, hey fools, we don't have all day, save your conversation for when you're back in prison. Garou, the old man is right, and you didn't finish explaining to me why you were here with this bunch of idiots. Aizawa, you can't offend my students like that, I remind you that you are the prisoner. Garou, I'm talking to the boy, do me a favor and stay out of it. Stain, by the way, hey Midoriya. Ronin, what's up? Stain, what about your gift? Is everything okay? The green-haired man knew what his sensei was referring to, so he just nodded and took his sword to draw it slowly. At that moment, everyone became alert because they thought of a treacherous attack. Ronin, here it is. Stain, it's the same though. Ronin, what? Stain, the edge, I never used it, but I don't think that was there. Did you make any improvements? Ronin, no, in fact I keep it away from anyone who can modify it. Stain, it's weird. Ronin, and apparently not everyone can lift it. Stain, what do you mean? Ronin, I've been pulled away from it a few times, but if someone tries to lift it the edge turns black and they can't lift it. Stain, you said that there have already been some who were able to lift it. What do you think is the reason for that? Ronin, no idea, but hey, at least I always keep her close. The green-haired man put his weapon back in its holster as he watched his teachers. Garou, and then getting back to the point, what did you come for? Stain, you better not joke around. Ronin, I wouldn't joke around here. Garou, okay, so what's going on outside? Ronin, there are rumors of a big breakout, the liberation of an entire prison. At that moment the adults put on a serious face and looked at each other, and then saw the green-haired boy. On the other hand, the adult teachers of the UA could not believe it. Had he really dared to say it like that? The men looked at their students who were nervous, and the news fell suddenly. Mineta trembled like a jelly, and even Bakugo had a slight nervousness. Almight, how did you find out? Ronin, you should secure your doors before speaking so loudly, you know? Aizawa, brat. Ronin, they didn't want to scare the others, right? Then they shouldn't have brought them. If they wet their pants with just this, then it's good they didn't let them enter the real Tartaros. Garou, so a breakout sounds like fun. Stain, I don't understand how they would do it. The worst of the worst is here. Escaping is not easy at all. Ronin, I once heard Garou say that he could take on the entire prison alone. If that's true, he could escape, relatively speaking. Garou, nothing relatively, he could perfectly escape and you know it. Ronin, What I'm getting at is that he can do it because his quirk gives him that facility. Garou, you don't know anything about my quirk. Ronin, monstrous adaptability. The monster put on a serious look. No one had discovered his quirk since it was truly rare. Only the doctor in his area had done so, and it was years ago. Garou, as it. Ronin, I did my homework well. You adapt to the situation, you analyze the enemy, and that's when you evolve. Although the process of change is painful, exhausting, and tiring, you return to your normal conditions after a certain time. But that's why you train so hard. Your strength is greater, and that's it. Garou, who would have thought? You really like to investigate. Ronin, what can I say? Old habits die hard. Stain, we who have to see in all this. Ronin, not much. I wanted to see if you had heard anything. Stain, no. Garou, no idea. Besides being a pretty risky plan, there is a high probability that it will fail. Ronin, you know I'd find it difficult too, but those rumors aren't just here. Apparently it's going to be a mass breakout, with all the prisons wide open. Stain, sounds like an invention. Garou, not so much. Remember that Shigaraki has a quirk that disintegrates everything he touches. If he's as strong as I think and as smart as he was years ago, don't you think he could destroy this prison? Stain, but all of them? That would be nearly impossible. I need to be as fast as a bullet or have. Ronin, you've noticed, right? Garou, or have a portal quirk. Stain, but still it's too risky. Ronin, you're forgetting something important. Garou, your boss. Ronin, All for One is here. What would happen if Shigaraki only had to disintegrate his bonds? He could escape, and if he manages to free all of Tartarus. Stain, it will be a massacre. Ronin, exactly. Garou, if he dared to put you in Tartarus, he'll also dare to leave. Sounds pretty interesting. Ronin, but like I said, they are just rumors. That's why they brought me here. They wanted to see if my great senseis would have something to say. Garou, my deepest condolences. Stain, I agree with Garou. We don't have to say, at least not to them. Ronin, so tell me, that sounds better, right? Garou, you know, kid, I don't care much about what happens outside. The world turned its back on me. I have nothing to fight for. Besides, you know me. You know what my convictions are. All for One winning is just an opportunity to fight against someone strong. At that moment, Izuku hit the glass with the flat of his hand, making everyone jump in fright. Ronin, you don't understand, do you? He's not a monster you can just freely confront and emerge victorious, Garou. If you confront him, you'll die. Garou, you're getting carried away by children's stories, boy. Ronin, understand, if All Might was the symbol of peace, he is the symbol of evil. Garou, and your symbol of peace turned out to be a deflated balloon with a superiority complex. The other one shouldn't be so difficult. Besides, nothing is that powerful. Ronin, you've seen me fight, and you know that what you just said is not true. Garou, okay, so let's say I can't beat him. Tell me who could. If I lose, who would fight then? Ronin, me. The green-haired man said this word with a face of determination, the conviction to fight and win. Garou, on the other hand, was surprised. He knew his student wasn't lying. He could see it in his eyes. That look full of determination, the look of a true hero. The hunter only slowly separated from the crystal. Stain, because. Garou, why do you risk so many children? You say that if I face him I will die, then why do you want my place? The green-haired boy was surprised. It was the first time he saw the hunter soften his gaze. The boy could only smile, making the hunter angry. Garou, if you tell me it's for revenge, I'll hit you, boy. You're better than that, you know it. And Ronin, revenge? Tell me, sensei, why would I let myself be guided by something as trivial as revenge? If so, it would take away from the good of our confrontation. Stain, you're crazy, kid. Ronin, no, in fact I'm being quite serious. Understand one thing, I won't fight because I can win. I fight because I have to win, because it's my obligation and responsibility. All Might looked at his successor attentively. He felt no fear in his words, but there was no tone that showed annoyance. But quite the opposite, the boy accepted all the responsibility that fell on him. Garou, damn Izuku. Stain, Facing him would be difficult, boy, too much. Ronin, I know, but that's what this is all about, isn't it? That's why I'm a hero, because I have to give my all for the greater good, even if my life ends in battle. Garou, now you're trying to get poetic, aren't you? You won't convince me to help you. Stain, fighting by your side is defending thieves and murderers, false heroes in shiny suits that dazzle people, blinding them from the truth. They are too dumb and blind to see the truth. The assassin looked at all the boys, focusing on Ida and Almight. The assassin had lost respect for the symbol of peace. Izuku could only sigh. Ronin, you know I believe in truth, but I'm also a fan of justice. Garou, boy, this time I agree with Stain, we won't do that. Ronin, I'm not asking you to work with them, I'm just asking for information. The green-haired man knew there wouldn't be many opportunities to get his help, so he had to take a risk. Ronin Kaizome. Stain, what did you call me? Ronin, by your real name, Kaizome. I know you lost faith and I understand. I would be the same as you, but tell me, when you had that girl, you said that she motivated you to be better. She didn't abandon you despite what happened. Stain, yeah, I said that and he snatched it from me. The assassin looked at Aizawa, who felt guilty again. He knew the word came from a murderer, but the action was caused by him. Izuku just looked back with an annoyed face. Ronin, yes, it's her fault, but nothing will bring her back, and you know it. You became a preacher and it didn't work out. How about we do it my way now? Try to redeem yourself one last time. Stain, you're an idiot if you think that. Ronin, as she said? Oh right. No matter what others say, you'll always be a hero to me, Kaizome. You'll always be my hero. Stain's eyes widened as Garou watched him with some mockery. Garou, I must admit he's a very clever son of a hitch. The green-haired boy smiled and looked at his teacher. Ronin, you know, Garou, just as I was able to describe your quirk, I was also able to investigate a little more, and obviously much better than what they teach you in school. Garou, you don't scare me, dwarf. There's no way you can convince me to. Ronin, did you know that Terio is the new leader of the Hero Association? The white-haired man looked up in confusion. Had he heard his disciple correctly? Garou, you lie. Ronin, I can be many things and you know it, but a liar, I don't think so. Garou, also, how do you know his name? I've never. Ronin, you never mentioned it, right? But it happens that I am a little curious, and I found the report of a hero who was assigned to a group to hunt you down, and guess what? Garou, little son of a. The green-haired man took a sheet of paper out of his suit, began to unfold it, and cleared his throat. Ronin, reading, I also have to report that during the mission to capture the hero hunter, Garou, a child between the ages of and who answers to the name of Terio, got in the way of the crossfire, thus preventing us from finishing off the dangerous subject. Garou, Izuku, little bastard. Ronin Saitama, on the other hand. Garou, you also investigated it. Ronin, exactly. At first I hadn't found anything relevant. I was even meditating, and I came to the hasty and obviously foolish conclusion that maybe he could have already died, or that what you said about someone like that was a lie. But finally I realized, and I started to think more, and it is that maybe he wasn't the right person. Garou, you gave up? Ronin, you wish. Investigate even more, and I found photos and videos. I was surprised by the videos, I have to admit. That Saitama guy is really strong, destroying a meteor in one hit, killing a monster in the same way. Wow, it really is incredible. Garou, how is that idiot? Ronin, he got married. Garou, you're bucking with me, right? Ronin, of course not. Garou, I've never met anyone as strong as him, and you're telling me he got married? Ronin, and me? Garou, apart from you, kid, but did he really get married? Wow. Ronin, yeah, with the Blizzard of Hell or something like that. Her name was Fubuki if I remember correctly. Garou, so with her, wow, who would have thought it? Ronin, both are still heroes along with a certain Genos. Garou, curse. Ronin, Sensei, I know you're not bad, or at least not completely. None of them are, in fact, they just had bad luck. Help me this time, please. Garou, boy, even if we know something, you know it better than anyone. Not everyone here is honest. Who would we tell? At that moment the green-haired man pointed at Detective Naomasa, who just narrowed his eyes. Ronin, meet Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. I trust him, and you do too. If you can find any information, you can give it to him. He'll know what to do, I'm sure. Garou, remember what happened the last time you trusted people, kid? Ronin, this time I don't have many options, besides he's a good man, he'll do it well. The green-haired boy turned around, giving his back to his senseis, but before going back to his group, the boy turned his head slightly. Ronin, who knows, maybe if everything turns out the way I think it will. Garou, what? Ronin, if everything goes as it seems, it will go the same. And Stain, so what about Izuku? Ronin, maybe I have to free them both. The green-haired man said this and turned his head, looking at his teachers and classmates, who were incredulous. Aizawa, you can't do that. Almight, young Midoriya, you don't know what you're saying or doing. Ronin, yes, I know, that's why I said it. The green-haired man advanced towards his group when he heard Stain's voice. Stain, you know, kid, I did hear something. The green-haired man and everyone stopped walking when they heard the adult. Stain, they were talking about the big hour, how they couldn't wait for the master to free them. I thought it was just nonsense, so I ignored it, but now that you mention it. Garou, so that was it. I thought it was just meaningless babble. Ronin, if you could hear more, I'd really appreciate it. Garou, hey Izuku. Ronin, what's going on? Garou, you know we'll fight again, right? Ronin, I wouldn't offer you freedom if I didn't know. Garou, and by the way, don't think I didn't notice, boy, you better not make a mistake and take care of her, understood? Ronin, understood. You should be more concerned about not getting your cat food stolen, sensei. Garou, that's true, now that I remember. Here. The white-haired boy took something out of his pants pocket and threw it to Izuku, who caught it with his whip. It was a can. The boy quickly cleaned it and smiled. Ronin, what is this? Garou, a very kind prisoner gave it to me for you. Ronin, there are no kind people here and you know it. Who did you steal it from? Garou, don't ask questions if you don't want to know the answers, boy. Now go, the world needs the hero Ronin. Ronin, surprised, wait, how do you know? Garou, you're not the only one curious. We've heard news around here too. Congratulations on winning. Ronin, thank you. The green-haired man was about to leave the room when he quickly heard. Garou, I'm proud of you, Izuku. Stain, we both are. Ronin, thank you, sensei. The green-haired boy went out meeting his girlfriend. Both advanced towards Endeavor, who did not make any complaints, so Izuku would avoid nonsense from his superiors and his companions. Endeavor, I don't believe you said they trained you. Ronin, I had to do it sometime. If I kept it to myself, it would be stupid. Endeavor, I saw the expressions on your teammates' faces, they already. Ronin, yes, today, well, technically yesterday, looking at his watch. Endeavor, you surprised me. Ronin, it's no big deal. Endeavor, I was talking to Momo. I'm surprised at how much she endured this. Yaoyorozu, it was difficult. Endeavor, I believe you, but now everyone knows about you two as a couple. Ronin, yes. Endeavor, well, the world just needs to realize it and make a mess of it. Ronin, that doesn't really matter much. Endeavor, I'm still thinking about what you just did. Ronin, what? Endeavor, son, you said they were your teachers and you also offered freedom to two of the most dangerous prisoners in Tartaros. Ronin, yes, I did. Endeavor, don't you think this will have consequences? You know, at the UA. Ronin, few people knew the truth about the teachers. One of them was Director Nizu. I know what I did, but I don't regret it. All for one started a war. Shigaraki made it bigger, and I will be the one to end it once and for all. Endeavor, but asking them for help. Ronin, I know the risks involved, but I also know that hand fetish bastard is moving his contacts and spreading the word. They're ready for a more advanced war. They have an army and not just a liberation army. Who knows how many more bastards they're gathering, as well as multiple nomas. Twice as a one-man army. Call me paranoid, father, but if there's even 8% chance of winning, then I'm going to take it. I want to end this war for a better world. A world where my little Eri can live. I will fight for a future where I can smile. The green-haired boy saw the elevator doors and gave a serious face. Ronin, I know there's a big risk, but it's something I'm willing to pay. Endeavor, yes, I think you're right. The redhead mentally debated whether he should tell his son about Hawks. Ronin, they're putting together a team, we'll do the same, we'll end this war once and for all. The man looked at the green-haired boy. Without a doubt he should tell him. If the boy was willing to win, then he would have to have all the cards on the table. Endeavor, son, do you remember Hawks? Ronin, why? Endeavor, thinking, there are a lot of ears here. I'll tell him at school, he's good at flying, he helps people, and he's a good hero if you need help. Ronin, actually I need a favor. Endeavor, tell me what it's about. Ronin, tell him to find someone. I need him to find Rappa. The green-haired boy advanced a little further along with his girlfriend who, despite sharing the opinion with Izuku, also felt that there were quite a few risks. Finally, after a few moments, they were at the UA, and although everyone went to their dorms, the teachers called Izuku, who put on a serious face. The boy only put on an annoyed face and then smiled maliciously. Aizawa, do you realize what you did? We tried to avoid mass hysteria, and yet you not only lied to us, you mocked us and divulged classified information. Ronin, I'm sorry, but you saw that was the only way they would talk. You didn't want it that way? Then you shouldn't have taken me. If you knew what Tartaros means to me, then you made a huge mistake. Who would really think so? Even if I really had amnesia, don't you think being locked up in there with them would have made any difference? Almight, boy, you don't understand. You deceived us, your companions. You deceived young Uraraka. Ronin, ha 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 ha, are you really hearing yourself? Me cheating? I'm a bastard, but they started it, comrades? You're talking about the same ones who turned their backs on me and hit me when they had the chance? You're talking about the same Uraraka who cheated on me with Ida? I cheated on them, yes. But it was so they could see how it feels. You better than anyone should have supported me, because since you gave me one for all, it meant that you trusted me. For God's sake, you promised my mother, remember? Almight, that was different. Ronin, no, it wasn't, and you know it. You promised him yourself. I swear I will give my life so young Midoriya is safe. You broke your promise, and thanks to that I got this. The boy then took off his uniform jacket and shirt, revealing his robotic arm. Aizawa was surprised, as was All Might. Midnight, on the other hand, covered her mouth with her hands while looking at the boy with fear and guilt. Izuku, on the other hand, was upset, but above all sad, because remembering how the symbol of peace, his favorite hero, broke his word to his mother, was devastating. Aizawa, coming out of shock, you can't make excuses and blame us for what you are. Have you forgotten who trained you during your Deku days? Ronin, I trained with Gran Torino, the Hussycats, Endeavor, and Alone. You guys didn't support me much, and then when I was in prison I got the best training. All Might by assassins. Aizawa, the worst of society. Endeavor couldn't stand it anymore and pushed his way between Izuku and his teammates. Endeavor, oh yeah? Well, what do you think? Not only did they train him, I also participated in the boys' combat training. Edge shot, just like me. Snipe, and me too. Ronin, father watching Endeavor. Endeavor, whoever trains you does not define you. We do not make anyone like us, and we cannot expect them to be the same. Aizawa, say it when you believe it, especially you. Endeavor, I say this because I learned it myself with Shoto. You want to blame Izuku for something? Start by asking yourselves what you did. You left him to his fate. You never thought about whether it was true or not, and when it came out, you didn't support him. At that moment, Midnight also advanced, standing in front of Izuku, surprising both the green-haired boy and the blonde. Midnight, this time I support Izuku Toshi. I'm stupid for not realizing the damage we're doing, and I certainly feel bad, but if there's something I learned is to leave him alone, give him his time, and yes. When I thought he had lost his memory, I was happy because I thought there was a possibility that he would give me the opportunity to be better, but now I see that it's not like that, but I don't care. Whether he wants to trust me or not is his problem, but I will support him because it's the right thing to do. Because I am a heroine and because that's my job. All Might, Namiri. Midnight, I love you so much, Toshi, but if you're not going to support the boy you trusted enough to give your power to, then I'll have to be on this side of the scale. Ronin, thank you. Endeavor, you know what? Yes, maybe you're right. Izuku was trained by villains. They gave him their knowledge, techniques, and weapons, but he used them for good. He didn't become a villain, and that's because you know it. There is no one in the world with the desire to become a hero as powerful as him. At that moment, the adults stared at each other. They did not want to fight, but they did not know if the other side shared the same feeling. Finally, after a while, Aizawa sighed, tired and defeated. Aizawa, damn, what's done is done, I guess. Go to your dorm, Midoriya. Tomorrow I'll talk to your classmates, and Vlad King, so he can talk to his class and clarify this situation. We must take all necessary measures. Endeavor, go son, we'll talk tomorrow, rest. Ronin, thanks Dad. The green-haired boy bowed to his teachers and left the place to then arrive at his room, where he found his girlfriend asleep. The girl had a note stuck on her shoulder. Izuku just took it and unfolded it. Forgive me if you find me asleep, Izuku. Today was a day of many emotions and I'm tired. With love, Momo. The green-haired boy just smiled and slowly uncovered his girlfriend. The girl was wearing somewhat short green shorts, a light white blouse where it was clearly noticeable that she was not wearing a bra. Feeling the lack of blanket, Yaoyorozu moved a little uncomfortably. The green-haired boy sat on the bed while taking off his boots, but then his cell phone vibrated. The freckled boy took it, seeing that it was a message from an unknown number. See you on the roof of the academy and don't be late, Eagle. The green-haired man didn't know who had written that strange message, but when he saw the image of the eagle he got an idea, so he quickly put his boots back on and took his sword. The green-haired man kissed his girlfriend on the forehead and covered her again. Ronin, I'll be back soon, my love. The boy went out to the balcony and quickly disappeared again. With his ninja skills, the green-haired boy managed to get to where the academy was without being seen. Izuku had used the shortcuts that Edge Shot had taught him and easily got to the roof where there was no one. Izuku took out his phone, seeing that the time was up. The freckled boy was about to dial this strange number when his predatory sense made him become alert. Quickly, the green-haired boy took out his sword and turned around, seeing a certain flying blonde. Hawks, I see you got my message, but how aggressive, and what a good reaction. You're faster than I thought. Ronin, I won't take things lightly when I'm going to meet a lying traitor. Hawks, I see you've heard good things about me. Ronin, my father told me about you, Hawks. Hawks, I hope for good things, but tell me, boy, why did you want to see me? Ronin, didn't my father tell you? I need a favor. Chapter 45. A calm day, a family day. The green-haired man stared at Hawks, who smiled calmly as he also took out a pen. Ronin, and you complain that I have my sword? Hawks, what can I say, kid? I've heard stories. Ronin, me too, and yet you're not dead yet. Hawks, is it a threat? Ronin, a warning. Hawks, you know I think you and I are somewhat similar. Ronin, have you been told that your sense of humor is terrible? Hawks, on several occasions, but I'm honest, kid, we're pretty similar, we're both heroes, but... Ronin, you are a double agent for the government. I am a hero who doesn't care about killing, doesn't care about being recognized or famous. Hawks, looking at it from that point of view, you're right, but what we're similar in is precisely what you don't want to be similar to or you don't see, and that's that, boy, please. We both share that feeling of justice. We are heroes, but we don't adhere to morality as such. We are willing to do whatever it takes as long as that's what he believed. Izuku, during these last years I can afford to say that few things can surprise me. I have traveled the multiverse. I have seen worlds so incredible that they would be the stuff of stories. Even for this I can say that there is no destiny, and it is that in many of these worlds I saw that I would stay with Uraraka. I could say that she is my path, but I would be lying, because just as I am with Momo, I saw other versions of myself with other girls. Some I knew and others I didn't, many heroines, and even in a bizarre way with Toga. I don't blame all those versions of me, at least they look happy. The poor green-haired boy had a nightmare, his family massacred before his eyes by All for One and the League. No one was saved. The boy exploded in fury when he saw the corpses of Eri and Momo, but then the green-haired boy opened his eyes and looked at the master of evil. Ronin, come on, you son of a hitch. I'm ready, but if you touch a hair of Momo or my little Eri, I'll kill you. The villain just opened his arms eloquently, and then disappeared, along with Izuku, but this time the boy returned to his mental space where he saw the other carriers. Ronin, thanks for the help, assuming it was you. Nana, be thankful you were so cautious as to guess that you were trapped in a nightmare. Ronin, what can I say? I knew my predatory sense wasn't alerting me just because of that league of phenomena. Nana, what do you think that was, Izuku? Ronin, problems Nana, too many, he knows what's going on, all for one is preparing. Funky, that's right, but she's referring to what you said before your nightmare, we saw it, too Izuku, a glimpse of many, you fought a dark version of yourself, it's something new. Ronin, not so much to be honest, it was a big problem but I was able to solve it in time. Nana, I assume it's something we don't know. Ronin, that's a story for later, one for all didn't want to answer. Nana, yeah, it sounds like a pretty long story, but oh well, either way we'll be on the alert. Izuku, you won that battle and now comes the truly dangerous part. If that idiot really knows about this then. Ronin, calm down, we'll find a way to fight, after all you said it, I'm not alone. The woman just smiled and nodded, but then the first bearer spoke. First bearer, anyway, boy, never let your guard down. He and his league are a threat. You have to treat them as such. My brother is a bastard, so always be alert, understood? Ronin understood. Nana, but well, that's been too much talk, it's time for you to go. Izuku. Ronin understood. At that moment the woman went to the green-haired man and hugged him maternally. Nana, calm down. Izuku, now go home, okay? Ronin understood. The green-haired man slowly disappeared along with his predecessors. And so finally the green-haired boy managed to wake up. The boy opened his eyes slowly, glad to be in his room. The boy was a little alarmed when he felt a movement in his bed, but soon he would realize how stupid this was because the brunette managed to see herself outside the blanket that covered her. Izuku just smiled at how cute his girlfriend looked. Yaoyorozu, yawning, good morning, handsome, how did you wake up? Ronin, good morning, beautiful, kissing his girlfriend's forehead, very good, too good I would say, hee hee. Both boys gave each other a short kiss and got up to start getting dressed. Without a doubt, after more than a year that they were together, they were no longer ashamed of getting dressed in front of each other. Izuku took the opportunity to make comments about his girlfriend's body that made her blush. After those few minutes, the boys left in the direction of the recreation room, meeting up with their friends who were already having breakfast. Jiro, wow, they take a while. Do they really have that much energy from early on? Yaoyorozu, blushing, shut up. Ronin, the tablet is taking a lot of liberties with you, don't you think, Momo? Yaoyorozu, a few, my love. Ronin, tch, I'm not in the mood, I'm hungry. Tsuyu, I made some hotcakes, guys, sit down, I'm sure you still have enough. Yaoyorozu, thank you, Tsu. Jiro, now Midoriya is really scary when he gets angry. Todoroki, and do you have anything planned for today? Ronin, no, and what about? Yaoyorozu, I wanted to hang out with Izuku for a while. The green-haired man only turned to look at his girlfriend, who was eating quietly. The girl didn't seem bothered in the least. Ronin, good thing you let me know. Yaoyorozu, it's been a while since we two went out. Izuku. Ronin, well, that's true. Yaoyorozu, I was going to tell you last night but I fell asleep. Ronin, right, but hey, can you think of any place? The girl thought about it, but there weren't many places to go. She certainly didn't feel like going to the movies, but she also didn't want to waste the day being locked up in the academy. Yaoyorozu, certainly not. Do you have something in mind? Ronin, you're making it difficult for me. The boy at that moment remembered his damn nightmare. The way he saw the corpses of his family made him angry. The boy put that out of his mind, but quickly a new image came to his head, and it was that of his daughter. The green-haired boy decided it was time to take a family trip. Ronin, smiling, certainly yes, in fact something good just occurred to me. Yaoyorozu, hee, I saw your face, you came up with something big. Ronin, hey bro. Todoroki, what's wrong? Ronin, is your family home? Todoroki, I think it's just my mom, Eri and Fuyumi. Ronin, perfect, thanks brother. Todoroki, I don't know if I did something good or bad. Ronin, Momo go change. Yayorozu, stop it. Ronin, we'll go to the fair. Yayorozu, what? Stopping eating. Ronin, you heard me. The green-haired boy grabbed the remaining hot cake and ate it without problems. The boy took the glass of coffee with milk and drank it in one gulp and then went into the rooms, leaving everyone surprised. Yui, that's what I call speed. Tokage, and I thought it would be a quiet breakfast. Kinoko, it was for at least 5 seconds. Tsuyu, why would Izuku want to know that? Todoroki, I repeat, I don't know if it was a good or bad idea. On the other hand, a certain violet-haired girl saw the green-haired boy walking away, and with that she made a decision. The girl got up and went to the exit. Yayorozu, where are you going? Jiro, I'll do the right thing. Tsuyu, hey Momo, is everyone acting weird or is it just me? Yayorozu, I don't know Tsu, but well, I already heard Izuku and I want him to remind me. I'll go get ready. Excuse me friends, thanks for breakfast, it was delicious, enjoy. The girl gave a slight bow and everyone did the same. The girl went to her room where she quickly got ready. Finally Izuku was in the arcade playing video games against Todoroki, Kirishima and Tokage. The others were waiting for their turn although they were nowhere near. The green-haired boy was wearing a black leather jacket with a camouflage print. He had his Superman t-shirt, black jeans and his military boots. The boy had tied his hair, realizing that now it reached his shoulders. It hadn't been long since he had lowered it, and now it was the same. Ronin, at least he grows fast. Todoroki, you have an accelerated healing factor and are you surprised that your hair grows quickly? Ronin, well, it's been a while since I cut my hair, I didn't know it would grow so fast. Tsuyu and Momo? Ronin, he's still fixing it, it'll take years to come back lol. While the boys were playing, the rest of the students from Class A entered slowly, still not digesting what they saw the day before. Kaminari looked for Jiro because he felt he had to talk to her, but no matter how much he sharpened his vision he couldn't see his girlfriend. Finally Uraraka and Ida entered. The boys seemed absent, as if they weren't completely connected to reality. The brunette looked for Izuku because she felt it was her obligation to apologize, to do anything to regain his trust and his friendship, but then the doors opened again one last time, revealing Yayorozu and Jiro. The brunette's clothing had changed compared to the morning. The girl had a red ribbon that made her look quite tender. She wore denim shorts and red and white tennis shoes. The difference is that her blouse was red with black. On the red side it read Ronin and on the black Kriati. Although it might seem like a cheesy thing on the brunette's part, the truth is that Izuku didn't mind at all. As soon as he saw her he stood up and went to his girlfriend, giving her a tender kiss on the lips. Ronin, you look beautiful, you know that? Yayorozu, I'm cheesy, hee, I hope it doesn't bother you. Ronin, you're my cheesy one, besides why would it bother me? It's very well done. Yayorozu, well, you look very handsome and attractive. The girl took the freckled man by the jacket and brought him closer to her. Izuku just smiled and kissed the girl on the nose. Ronin, well, time to go, you know. Yayorozu, I'm ready. The couple was about to leave when they were stopped by Jiro, who stood in their way. Ronin, now what? Jiro, I wanted. Yayorozu, what's going on? The violet-haired girl was thinking a lot about things. Shyly she brought the tips of her jacks together. Yayorozu noticed how her friend was strange and attributing this to some illness. She caught her boyfriend's attention. Yayorozu, Izuku, it's not okay, we have to. Ronin, done. Hey Jiro, what do you think if we calm down a bit, and you tell me calmly what it is? The green-haired man approached the girl slowly, but before he could reach her, the rocker handed him a wad of bills, abruptly stopping the green-haired man. Ronin, what are you doing? Jiro, I'm doing the right thing. Yayorozu, Jiro. Ronin, what is this? Jiro, that's what I owe you, what I stole from you and the compensation for your door. It wasn't right and… Ronin, where did you get it? The green-haired boy asked this without any intention of offending. The boy knew that the rocker had concerts, but he also knew that lately, since people found out what they did to her, all the offers she had were cancelled. Izuku didn't know where she had gotten the money and he didn't want to think how she had done it, although the fact that the girl was trembling gave him a bad feeling, as well as Yayorozu. Jiro, There was a bass, and it was incredible. It really was, and in fact, well, I know you don't know much about instruments, but it was a Fender Esquire Vintage Jazz S bass. I saw it on sale and thought that if I could save up enough then I could buy it. I know it's something stupid, but oh well. In fact, after a long time they gave me the opportunity to play in public. That's what I wanted the bass for, but that doesn't matter. Ronin, Jiro, calm down and listen to me very carefully, understand? Relax, you don't have to. Jiro, yes, I have. Izuku, I ruined your life and I was an idiot to my best friend. Please let me fix my mistake. My concert doesn't matter anyway. No one will come to see me. I'm just a stupid little girl who. At that moment the green-haired man choked her with his black whip. The attack was not to hurt but to silence the girl. If there was something that bothered the green-haired man, it was when people discredited themselves in that way. Ronin, listen to me carefully, Kyukujiro, because I won't repeat it again. Yes, maybe you acted wrong, but so what? You had the courage to admit it, and that shows more bravery than you think. It takes courage to do the wrong thing, but it takes even more to admit our mistake. Jiro, just take it, damn it. The girl shouted this out of fury. She knew it was the right thing to do and that it was worth it for her friends. Izuku and Momo knew she wasn't lying. The night before, without saying it, they both considered the possibility that she was lying just to infiltrate their team, but seeing that she was sacrificing something that she had been saving for so long, neither of them had words. The green-haired boy just lowered his head affirmatively and took the money. Ronin, thanks. I think with this I can take Momo out to eat like times. Yayorozu, hey. Jiro, that's good, have fun. The girl turned her back on him to go play with the others. Kaminari watched his girlfriend closely. The boy knew how stubborn she was and that she had voluntarily given the money told him a lot. The boy felt terrible because he remembered how he refused to lend the girl money because, according to him, it was nonsense. Izuku, on the other hand, counted the money and without anyone except Momo noticing, he put in a few bills and caught the attention of the violet-haired girl. Ronin, hey Jiro. Jiro, if you make fun of my lack of breasts I'll hit you, you hear? Ronin, like I care. No, that's not you silly, it's just that I heard somewhere that there was a Fender bass, a Squire Vintage Jazz S if I remember correctly, on sale. Jiro, what are you? Ronin, and I thought that no one else but you could have it. I mean, I know you're going to have a concert, and what better than to break in that powerful bass, right? The brunette looked at her boyfriend. He might seem carefree and an idiot, but that's how he was, and in those moments he was worried about the rocker. Jiro, you're joking. Ronin, take it or leave it, my arm is getting tired, dwarf. Jiro, there has to be a trick. Ronin, no, obviously it's not free money, I'm just lending it to you, you can pay me back later. Jiro, sure. Ronin, seriously, Plank? Jiro, first of all, you're an idiot. Second, where would I pay you? I don't have any money. Ronin, like from where? Of what you earned from that genius concert. Part is yours and what you owe me, Jiro, people won't come to see me, I get paid by number of clients, so. Ronin, so nothing, I'll go, also Momo, my parents and brothers, also Shoto and Tsuyu, right? Yayorozu, I can take my parents. Tsuyu, yes, Karo, I want to hear you sing. Todoroki, now I'm involved, so yes. Jiro, you are not enough, sorry, but I would have to bring more people. Ronin, do you want more people? Ojiro, Hagakure, Yui, Shoji, Tokoemi, Kinoko, Tokage, Kirishima, Shinso and Mei will also go. Jiro, what you want is your money back. Ronin, partly. But I also want you to have more confidence in yourself, although I warn you that I will be taking my little Aries, so I want something clean, understood? Jiro, he who pays calls the tune, I guess. Ronin, do we have a deal? Jiro, smiling deal. They both shook hands, sealing the deal. The violet-haired girl was happy as well as excited, so she quickly went to the television watching how Todoroki lost against Kirishima and Tokage. Todoroki, that's not fair. It's 2 against 1. Tokage, don't be a crybaby and pay. Jiro, right, you have to pay, and now get out of the way. It's my turn. I have energy, and these two won't beat me that easily. Tokage, do you want to bet board? Kirishima, slightly intimidated by both. I think I'd better go get a glass of water. Don't worry, keep playing. Hagakure, taking command from Kirishima. I was wondering when he would leave. Well, ladies, how much do you want to lose? Yaoyorozu, I think he got a little excited. Ronin, I think so. Yaoyorozu, but well, are we going Izuku? Ronin, sure, see you later, guys. So the green-haired boy said goodbye to his friends while curses could be heard coming from the players. Finally, after going down and standing in front of the entrance door, the boys left the academy holding hands without trying to hide their relationship. Yaoyorozu, so? Where are we going, darling? Ronin, let's go for Eri first. Yaoyorozu, for Eri? Ronin, yes, today will be a day for a family outing. Chapter 46, A Day to Remember. The green-haired boy walked calmly with his girlfriend who, upon hearing that it would be a family trip, did not refuse the idea. In fact, it would be the first time that the three of them went out together, and that made her very excited. The boys walked calmly knowing that it wouldn't take long for them to arrive for the girl. Yaoyorozu, you know it was a nice gesture, right? Ronin, what? Yaoyorozu, don't play dumb with me, Izuku. Ronin, I really don't know what you're talking about. Yaoyorozu, what you did with Jiro. Ronin, oh, you mean that. Yaoyorozu, well, what else would I be referring to, Izuku? Ronin, it wasn't a big deal and you know it. Yaoyorozu, for me it was. Ronin, look, don't let that money go. I just lent it to you, so you better pay me back. It was partly a clever plan. Yaoyorozu, aha, of course, my love, I believe you. The brunette knew that even though her boyfriend did expect to get his money back, he did it because he didn't like to see his nobody suffer. The boy still cared about his friends. The girl just hugged her boyfriend's arm, smiling with a face of love. Ronin, come on, Momo, it's hard to walk like this. Yaoyorozu, I know, Ronin, you are an evil kitten. The green-haired boy wrapped his whip around the girl's waist, lifting her up a little, allowing her to walk better. People couldn't see Izuku's arm because of his jacket, but the green-haired boy didn't care much. The boys continued moving forward a little until Yaoyorozu got thirsty. Ronin, what's wrong? Yaoyorozu, it's so hot, Ronin, do you want something to drink? Yaoyorozu, sure? Ronin, yeah, it's a bit warm and I was craving something cold before I got home. Yaoyorozu, it's okay. The boys went off their path a bit, passing by a place that sold bubble tea and bought two, so they could endure the heat a little longer and finally arrived home. The green-haired boy greeted the guard who let them into the grounds of the enormous mansion. Finally, the green-haired boy knocked on the door, and the one who opened it was his mother, who looked slightly surprised to see them both. Ray, hello son. Ronin, good morning, Mom. Yaoyorozu, good morning, Miss Ray. Ray, hi Momo, hey, not to be rude, but what do I owe this visit to? You didn't tell us this morning. Ronin, I know, it's just that Momo came up with the great idea of going out. Yaoyorozu, and Izuku wants to take Eri to the fair. Ray, I see, well go ahead, they're at home. Ronin, thanks Mom. Ray, by the way, Izuku, I already talked to your father, and he told me what happened at the academy and in Tartaros. The green-haired boy already knew his adoptive mother, so he expected a blow but only received a hug that confused him. Ray, it was crazy but I'm glad everything turned out well, son. Ronin, well it turned out as expected. Ray, but stop doing so many crazy things, son, I think you've already surpassed your own record. Ronin, sorry. Yaoyorozu, that's what I told him but he never listens. Ronin, little traitor. Ray, but hey, do you want to eat something? Ronin, yes, I would gladly accept that. Yaoyorozu, me too if it's not too much trouble. Ray, okay, just wait a moment, Eri is studying with Ryumi so you can eat in peace. Ronin, thank you very much, do you want me to help you? Ray, don't worry son, I can serve you both, after all, it's been a long time since you last visited me. Yaoyorozu, let us help. Ray, really, calm down, daughter. The eldest left with a smile, and after a while she took their food to the boys, who appreciated the gesture and began to eat. After a while the family was talking quietly. The green-haired boy told his mother some anecdotes of what happened at school. The eldest just smiled, paying attention to what her son was saying. Finally, after a while, little Eri appeared, surprised to see her father and mother eating. The green-haired boy noticed the presence of the girl and stood up, as did Yaoyorozu, but both were quickly knocked down by her daughter, who threw herself at her parents with a huge smile. Eri, I miss you. Ronin, and we, daughter, how have you been? Eri, very good. Yaoyorozu, your grandmother was telling us that you are the best in your class, daughter. Is that true? Ronin, and you still doubt it? She has your intelligence. It's not for nothing that she was named an honor student, right, Eri? Eri then blushed in embarrassment and turned her gaze to her grandmother, who was just smiling. Eri, Grandma. Ray, I had to tell you, daughter, look how proud they are. Ronin, you have both your mother's beauty and intelligence and my strength. That's a good combo. Ray, by the way, son, now that I remember, one of the hussy cats came to the house. I think it was Mandalay. Without their hero costumes it is difficult to recognize them. Ronin, the hussy cats? What did they need? Ray, they wanted to talk to you. They asked your father if he knew where you lived now, and he told them. Ronin, okay, I understand, but what's going on? Why did you need me? Ray, they invite you to a party. They say that Kota's grandson's birthday is coming up soon, and since you saved him and you're the boy's hero, well. Eri, can we go, Dad? Please say yes. Ronin, I don't know, we have to see if we have free time. I don't want to get into trouble. And at that moment the little white-haired girl made such a cute face that it was impossible for Izuku to resist. Yaoyorozu, hee, I think we can't resist. Ronin, speak for yourself. I am firm in my decisions, and also. At that moment the girl intelligently turned to her mother and made the same face, achieving the desired effect on the brunette. Yaoyorozu, come on Izuku, you can't refuse that little face. Ronin, seeing Eri, you're as smart as your mother and as evil as me. Okay, I guess we can go, but do you promise to behave? Eri, yes. Yaoyorozu, hey. Ronin, well then I guess we will go. Ray, hee, I knew you wouldn't refuse. Ronin, but anyway, enough cheesy talk for today, we have to go now. Yaoyorozu, that's right, Eri, go get a backpack and a sweater. Eri, understood, but why? Yaoyorozu, it's a surprise your father and I prepared, so. Eri, it's okay, it didn't take long, don't leave without me. Ronin, flee, run. Ray, by the way, son, don't you want to leave your jacket? It's too warm to wear something like that. Ronin, sounds good, but I don't know if there's more air. Ray, well that's true, you don't want a backpack to store it then. Ronin, I gladly accept that. The woman quickly gave him a backpack with a crossbody strap. The green-haired boy took off his jacket and put it in the backpack. Ray gave them a bottle of water, which the boy also put in his backpack. Finally his daughter made an appearance. The girl undoubtedly looked quite cute. Eri, I'm ready. Yaoyorozu, well then it's time to go. Ronin, yes, you're right, let's go, we'll see you later, Mom. Ray, are you coming for dinner? Ronin, yes, we will come, not so late. Ray, I assume you're not staying overnight, right? Ronin, that's what we would like, but there's no time. Will it be next time? Okay. Ray, okay, I trust you, take care of yourselves, children. Yaoyorozu, see you later, Miss Ray. Ray, take good care of my son Momo. Ronin, yes, I can hear you, Mom. Yaoyorozu, hee, of course I will. Eri, see you later, Grandma. So the family managed to leave the house, and after a few minutes on the grounds, Todoroki, the green-haired boy, walked holding Eri's hand, who was also holding her mother's hand. Although after a while the green-haired boy felt someone's gaze, when he turned around he could see his daughter, who was looking at his prosthesis with attention. Ronin, what's up, Eri? Eri, Grandpa Enji told me that you had a metal arm like the one in the movies, but imagining it is different from seeing it. Ronin, yeah, it's even something new for me to show it in public. Eri, doesn't it hurt, Dad? Ronin, No, it stopped hurting a long time ago. When you accept it and see it as an advantage, it stops being an impediment, it stops hurting. At that moment, the green-haired man noticed that his daughter was looking at his scars with some fear and sadness. The green-haired man only smiled a little. Ronin, just like your scars, daughter. Eri, but they are traces of my past. Ronin, past that you overcame, past that your uncle Mirio and I rescued you from, remember? For us there was nothing that mattered more than your safety, and look, you've been with us for a while now. You became my daughter, you gave me a family, the family I never thought I'd have again. Yaoyorozu, also remember, the past cannot be erased, but we learn from it. Scars are signs that we survived. I have several daughters, some are visible and others are not. Ronin, and all of that helped her become a better person, a better human being and a great future heroine. Yaoyorozu, your father had several, don't forget, they showed his inexperience in the use of his quirk, but slowly they became less because he learned from all his mistakes, and look at him now. Eri, it's not fair, he can regenerate, pouting. Ronin, ha ha ha, is it cheating? Well, I think so, but like your mother said, some are visible and others are not, and I can't regenerate this. The green-haired man raised his metal arm and flexed it. Ronin, looks cool though, right? Eri, yes. Yaoyorozu, so you're not ashamed to show your scars after all? Eri, they make me stronger. Smiling. Ronin, that's my girl. The green-haired man smiled and looked up to see his girlfriend, who was also smiling. Yaoyorozu, well daughter, as we told you, this outing was a surprise for you. We hadn't been able to go out together before, but now, thanks to your father, guess where we brought you? The white-haired girl moved her gaze a little, finding herself with a Ferris wheel. The girl opened her eyes and slit them, seeing how in front of her there were many games. Eri, what is it? Ronin, well, I thought that since we hadn't gone out as a family before, this was a good opportunity, and since even though she's not little she's the smartest girl in school, I thought a break wouldn't hurt her, and so between your mother and I we decided to bring you to the fair, hee. The girl was so excited she hugged her parents tightly, surprising them both. Eri, before they had nothing, but now I have you. I have a great father, an excellent mother, I couldn't be happier. The girl shed a tear as she said this. Izuku just smiled and ruffled his daughter's hair a little. Ronin, it's time to go, daughter, there will be enough time for everything. The green-haired man took Yaoyorozu and both of them pushed the girl to enter. Now the green-haired man was in the middle of the women, although soon his presence did not go unnoticed. First the people identified Yaoyorozu because being a member of their family it was impossible not to notice her. People wondered what someone like her was doing in that place, although that question was answered when they saw the little girl who accompanied her. But the biggest surprise was seeing a certain green-haired man who was already quite well known. At first people did not know how to distinguish him by the metallic arm, but when they saw his face and his hair they removed their doubts. The subject in front of everyone was Izuku Midoriya. Ronin, well, I think everyone has already realized. Yaoyorozu, how are you so sure? Ronin, maybe because I feel their inquisitive and nervous glances on me? Eri, hadn't they already gone out before? Ronin, yes, on several occasions in fact. But I think only your maternal grandmother is so fixated on those small details. Eri, do I have a maternal grandmother? Ronin, ha ha ha, but of course, daughter, Momo's mother is a very good and kind person. Eri, I want to meet her. Please. Ronin, well, yes, but for that we are going to. Yaoyorozu, of course, daughter, in fact, my friend Jiro is going to have a small concert in a few days, and since your father is very good we are guests of honor, and guess who is going to come? Eri, yes. Ronin, of course, but who is conscious of it? Am I right? Yaoyorozu, she doesn't know my parents. Izuku is fair. Ronin, HMPF, okay, this time I admit you're right. Eri, Mom, we're going to the games now. The little girl pulled the brunette's clothes, making her go to all the games while Izuku just smiled. People kept looking at them strangely, but the boy didn't care. In the end it was his life and not theirs, although on the other hand the ones who started to get annoyed by this were Momo and Eri, who looked a little annoyed. Eri, don't you have something better to do, Mom? Yaoyorozu, most likely not, daughter. Ronin, calm down both of you, it's not that serious. Well, at least you're just watching. It would be bad if they took out torches and stuff like if I were some kind of werewolf or Frankenstein. Eri, if they did that they would know me angry. Yaoyorozu, your father is right Eri, calm down. Ronin, look, we have several types of games and a beautiful whole day to enjoy. We have to take advantage of it, don't you think? Yaoyorozu, right, better if we go. Ronin, that's my girl, let's go then. Eri, good. Yaoyorozu, but just to make sure. The brunette attracted her boyfriend by the shirt and gave him a kiss that shocked everyone and cleared all their doubts. Ronin, wow, was that out of love or because I was boastful? Yaoyorozu, you'll know. Ronin, I guess. Hey Eri, what game do you want to start? The green-haired boy waited for his leave to decide, and once this was done they headed there at full speed. Thus began the family day of the Midoriya family. Insert data Shino Hero and Claudia Bramsved's cover for your enjoyment of the scene. The green-haired boy was dragged by his daughter and his girlfriend towards the bumper cars. The girl didn't really know how it worked, but it certainly caught her attention, so they finally managed to get a vehicle for each of them. Eri was traveling with Yaoyorozu while Izuku was alone. At first the blows were normal following the rules of the game, but it was only enough for the green-haired boy to hit the girl harder by accident for the brunette's competitive spirit to ignite. Yaoyorozu, so that's what you want? Ronin, oh excuse me. Thus began a competition where Eri supported her mother while Izuku tried to defend himself. Ronin, I already told you I'm sorry. Yaoyorozu, come here, you asked for it. The green-haired man tried to dodge for a while, but finally he too was infected by his partner's competitive spirit and began to attack, making it so that now it was the brunette who had to retreat. Finally, their time ran out and both of them got out, visibly excited but at the same time nervous because their cars did have visible damage. Yaoyorozu, we got carried away. Ronin, just a little. Eri, but it was fun. At that moment they saw the game manager approaching one of the cars. Ronin, we have to go to another game. Yaoyorozu, yes, let's go Eri. The brunette quickly took her daughter by the hand and they headed off. Izuku managed to hear the owner wondering about the blows. The green-haired man smiled guiltily and quickly led his family to the haunted house where fortunately there wasn't a long line. Ronin, hee, I don't think they'll notice. Yaoyorozu, at least we didn't run, that would have looked more obvious. Eri, Dad, do you think they'll scare us that much? Ronin, ha, trust me dwarf, my predatory sense will alert me of everything, believe me, there is nothing to fear. And so it was for a few minutes until the sound of thunder plus a scare caused by an illusion in the form of a vampire made poor Momo create a light engraving so powerful that it illuminated the entire place. The people were quickly evaluated without exception. Not even the false monsters were saved. Outside, Izuku took his hands off his daughter's eyes and took the whip from his girlfriend's face, letting them see, because inside the game, as soon as Izuku saw the matryoshka, he put his hands on his daughter, preventing her from going blind, and tangled his whip in Momo's face. He did not worry much because his healing factor healed him almost immediately. Ronin, of course, my predatory sense alerts me to everything except that. How could I not have seen it coming? Are you okay, Eri? Eri, yes, Dad, thanks. Ronin, Momo? Yaoyorozu, that was an amazing reflection. Ronin, there's a reason I'm your boyfriend. Yaoyorozu, forgive me Izuku, it was a reflex action. Ronin, I already told you it's okay. Momo, calm down. The brunette still felt a little bad, but Izuku quickly bought her a mochi which calmed her down a lot. The boy was happy to have the most important women in his life happy. Suddenly the brunette got excited and shook Izuku, who saw the object that caught his girlfriend's attention, which was none other than a stuffed animal of a small wolf cub. The boy saw that it was a prize in a game where you had to hit an object with a hammer, making it go up until it rang a bell. Ronin, piece of cake. The green-haired man approached the place. The man was surprised to recognize the freckled man, but he got over his shock and gave him the hammer. Izuku quickly realized that it was heavier than it looked, but still he was not intimidated. Yaoyorozu, let's be fair Izuku. Ronin, I won't use my quirk. Yaoyorozu, not even Mikiri. Eri, not even your metal arm, Dad. Ronin, you're a flea too? You little traitor, okay, then let's do this properly. The green-haired man took the hammer with his natural hand, and quickly found the balance point and smiled. Ronin, well then, if that's what you want, so be it. The green-haired man raised the hammer, held it tightly and lowered it quickly, causing the object to rise quickly with the blow and managed to hit the bell. No one believed it because he had done it with only one arm. Manager, see as it. Ronin, if you could give me the wolf cub stuffed animal, that would be great. Manager, CLA, of course, sir. The subject quickly gave the stuffed animal to Izuku, who in turn gave it to Yaoyorozu, but the girl seemed somewhat annoyed. Yaoyorozu, we told you that without using your quirk or your Mikiri. Ronin, and don't use them. Eri, Dad, we know you're pretty strong, but… Ronin, I found the balance point. If something weighs too much, it takes away power from the blow, so… Yaoyorozu, you found the balance point and hit it hard. Ronin, exactly, if I had reached him with my Mikiri, I would have broken the bell. Yaoyorozu, that's quite true. Eri, you're pretty smart. Ronin, it's also about skill, daughter. These kinds of games have their trick, you just have to know how to decipher it. At that moment, the brunette saw a game where she had to throw rings at some bottles and saw that the prize was a kitten, so she went to that game. Her family just followed her with curiosity. Ronin, where are you going, Momo? Yaoyorozu, just to show you that you are not the only skilled one, darling. The man in charge was surprised to see the youngest of the Yaoyorozu family, so when the girl asked for a turn to play, the man did not refuse and even gave her another one as a courtesy. The brunette thanked him and posed. Ronin, Momo. Eri, you can do it, Mom. The girl's first turn passed and the brunette threw each ring separately, making them all hit their target without any problems. The second turn was better because the girl opened the rings in her hand in a fan, and with a single throw she managed to make them all hit their target. Ronin, wow. Eri, ha ha ha, I knew you could. The brunette smiled happily to surprise her boyfriend and see her daughter happy. The girl was given a stuffed kitten which she gave to her boyfriend. Ronin, hee hee, I'm not into stuffed animals. Yaoyorozu, I know, but you won me a wolf cub and well, here's your kitten, hee hee. The green-haired boy just smiled and took the stuffed animal. Eri was very happy. With Uraraka she had never had so much fun. Now she could see how her father had a glow when he was with Momo like the brunette. The girl felt so close to her family that she did not care what people thought. Suddenly the little girl saw a shooting game and ran towards it, pulling her parents. Izuku quickly understood and paid the price. The girl was given a rifle bigger than her. It had 5 shots, and if she hit all 5 on target and knocked down her target, the prize could be chosen by her. The girl paid close attention and began to shoot, but it seemed as if the targets were moving. It was a slow movement, almost imperceptible to the human eye, but fortunately for Eri, her father was not just any human. The green-haired boy noticed that the targets moved separately. Apparently there was a mechanism for them to move manually one by one. The boy knew that by instinct everyone shot in a sequential order. This it made the job easy for the manager because he wouldn't have to guess. Eri lost because the mean guy didn't even let her knock down a single target. The little white-haired girl was sad and went with her mother, who hugged her maternally. The green-haired boy saw how the guy just smiled mockingly while chewing gum loudly and disgustingly. Izuku got upset. The guy made the worst mistake of his life, messing with his daughter, his family. Ronin, Momo, Eri, if I were you, I'd turn around. You don't want to miss this. The green-haired man approached and paid for 2 rounds. The guy had no problem and collected the money, but then Izuku took 2 rifles and loaded them with a single movement of his hands. The guy looked surprised at first, but then he smiled again. He thought he had it easier. Big mistake. Yaoyorozu, Izuku. Ronin, nobody makes fun of my family. The employee gave the green light and Izuku started shooting, but to the man's surprise the green-haired man didn't follow an order. It was random, and having 2 weapons made it more complicated. Izuku reloaded easily and shot again. Finally the targets were knocked down. Izuku had won. Ronin, it was easier than I thought. Yaoyorozu, show off. The green-haired man approached the guy and left the rifles in their place. The guy had his mouth open. He couldn't say a word. The green-haired man went for his daughter. The family approached the prize counter. Ronin, which one are you going to want, Flea? Eri, but your dad won. Ronin, but the prize is yours. Yayorozu, you choose or I'll do it. There's a stuffed tiger that I'm excited about. At that moment the girl smiled and chose a necklace that had a small medallion. The three left, although Eri looked happy. Ronin, there wasn't a stuffed tiger, was there? Yayorozu, hee no. Ronin, hee I knew it, and well, what did you choose, daughter? Yayorozu, didn't you see? He grabbed a medallion. Ronin, a medallion? Why? Eri, well, I did it because I know what it is, and if I do this. The girl pressed a button and immediately the locket opened, revealing 3 small frames. Eri, you guys aren't with me all day. I understand and I know that's how it will be sometimes, but I found a way to keep you close to me. Ronin, I say to that an excellent idea. Yayorozu, my daughter. Ronin, well ladies, we still have one more day, shall we? Yayorozu/Eri, yes. The green-haired boy advanced with his family, who continued with their walk. People kept looking at them, and because of this Yayorozu, quite annoyed but at the same time intelligent, took Izuku by the shirt and gave him a big kiss. After that the boy was a little hungry. Now Izuku could be seen with an order of takoyakis. Yayorozu had an okonomiyaki and Eri had her caramel apple. So the family ate, and when they finished they let themselves rest for a while to continue enjoying the rest of the day until finally the night came. The boys were on the Ferris wheel, but they saw how their daughter fell slightly more asleep. Poor Eri's eyes were already heavy. Her yawns were more common, and without realizing it the girl was already lying on Izuku's legs. The couple saw her, and just sighed. Ronin, well, she is a girl after all, no. Let's hope she has our stamina. Yayorozu, yes, although I would have liked him to see this landscape. Finally the mountain took the lovers to its highest point. The boys saw the city illuminated by its lights with amazement. Ronin, well, it was worth it. Yayorozu, you can climb higher than this. Ronin, I know, but enjoy the moment. Yayorozu, that's what I do, darling, that's what I do. The boys looked at the landscape and after a while they gave each other a kiss full of love. The mountain lowered, and when they finally could, the boys also set feet on the ground. Izuku carried Eri and put her on his back, but before wrapping her with his whips Yayorozu created a blanket and put it on her so she wouldn't get cold. The green-haired boy, seeing that his daughter was well covered, wrapped her well and used his pyrokinesis, making the whips warm up a little. Yayorozu, I knew you would do something like that. Ronin, how about this? The green-haired man put his jacket on his girlfriend's shoulders, who was surprised and then smiled. Yayorozu, I could create one. Ronin, I won't let you get cold, darling. The brunette just smiled and took her boyfriend's hand. Yayorozu, let's go home. Ronin, okay, express service? Yayorozu, yes, express service. Izuku just smiled and then took his girlfriend in his arms and carried her, and then got into an alley where he began to run, taking flight. Finally the boy with a single jump propelled himself upwards and took flight. The boy covered Eri's head so that the air would not hit her, although he left a space so she could breathe. Yayorozu, on the other hand, enjoyed the view. Izuku flew a little higher so that no one would see them and bother them. The boy knew where his house was and mentally calculated the time, so he decided not to go so fast and let his girlfriend enjoy the walk. Yayorozu just smiled because the view was spectacular. Yayorozu, thank you, Izuku. Ronin, why? Yayorozu, for being by my side. Ronin, I thought you would thank me for this day. Yayorozu, also, but we've been together for a while now and believe me, I've never felt so good. Ronin, even though I'm an insufferable idiot? Yayorozu, let it be known that you said it. Ronin, but then? Yayorozu, Izuku, you are someone kind. It may not seem like it, but you are, my love. Thank you for this, really. Ronin, don't thank me. I think the one who really needs to say thank you is me. You gave me a new meaning, a new direction to my blows. Thank you for giving me a family again, Momo. Yayorozu, and you say I'm the cheesy one? Ronin, shut up or you'll wake Eri. Yayorozu, keep flying. Ronin understood. The green-haired boy continued his course without any problem until he managed to reach his house, where he landed and crossed the property with the help of the guard who already knew the green-haired boy. The boys walked a little more until they reached the door where they knocked, and seconds later Fuyumi allowed them entry. Ronin, we're home. Ray, come in, guys, welcome. Endeavor, how did it go? Ronin, pretty good to be honest, hee. Ray, hey, and Eri? The green-haired man turned around, showing the girl completely asleep. Ray, oh, my girl is exhausted. Ronin, hee, yeah, at least he had fun. Endeavor, go drop her off in her room and come back for dinner. Ronin understood. The couple left their daughter in her bedroom. Yaoyorozu covered the little girl and both gave her a kiss on the forehead. Ronin/Yaoyorozu, rest princess. The boys left their daughter's room to have dinner with the Todorokis. Ronin, and how are the streets, Dad? Endeavor, pretty quiet, too quiet I might even say. Ronin, it's not something you know suspicious? Endeavor, I try to think no, but the truth is you're right. Ray, I know I usually say not to talk about work at the table, but I'm certainly worried about my family these days, so I guess I can ask, what's going on the streets, Genji? Endeavor, things are quiet, more than they normally would be. The rumors are now lesser according to some sources, but they have not made any suspicious moves. Ronin, what about the League? Endeavor, there is no information about her either. We destroyed her laboratory in the mountains, but that's all there is. Yaoyorozu, could it be that they're retreating? You know, waiting for you to pass the trigger? Endeavor, it's a good idea, but I don't know, or well, I can't say exactly. The brunette began to think, trying to find a solution to her father-in-law's problem until she saw her boyfriend and remembered what had happened to him, and then a light illuminated her. Yaoyorozu, wait a moment. Ray, what's up, Momo? Yaoyorozu, prison security is very good, right? Endeavor, yes, people come in, but if they lock you in, it's very difficult for you to get out by force. Yaoyorozu, Garou could do it, but he is an extraordinary case. But what if they are letting themselves be arrested to have an army inside? Endeavor, what do you mean? Yaoyorozu, 1 or 2 villains are easy, but Ronin, an army is more complicated. Army, where have I? Endeavor, the Liberation Army. Damn, some of their followers have been arrested and taken to various prisons. Ronin, that's bad news. Endeavor, for them, we are now one step ahead. I still don't know how to fix this, but son, daughter, I owe them one. Yaoyorozu, no, it's nothing, sir. I should thank you for accepting me into your family and Ronin, then he got even with me. The brunette looked at her boyfriend reproachfully, but the livid continued eating. Yaoyorozu just sighed and continued eating. And the dinner continued like this until finally the boys decided it was time to leave, but at the same time they also decided to talk to the adults. Ronin, hey Dad. Endeavor, what's going on? Ronin, can you go to a concert? The redhead stopped eating as he looked up at his adopted son. Endeavor, you can go, you're too old to ask permission. Ronin, I know that, I'm asking for you. Ray, but why the question, son? The green-haired man was about to speak when his girlfriend came forward. Yaoyorozu, Kyukujiro is a friend from the academy. She's having a concert, and she invited us all, not just us, but you all too, and if you'd like to go. Endeavor, there's a lot of work we're doing to stop the League. Ronin, don't be bitter, father. It's just this once. Ray, that's a good idea, Genji. We haven't gone out since New Year's. Endeavor, I don't know, Ray. Ray, come on, look, it's good so you can rest, plus there are more heroes. Remember that both Empty Lady and Kamui Woods are great heroes. Yaoyorozu, well, don't worry, it was just an invitation. They also invited my parents, but Ray, are your parents going? Yaoyorozu, but well, I don't know, I haven't told them yet, so it's hard to know. Ray, you know, we never talk to your parents. Endeavor, but if you know them. Ray, yes, but we never interacted. This would be a good opportunity, don't you think? Endeavor, well, yeah. At that moment the brunette smiled, mentally congratulating herself for the brilliant idea. Izuku, realizing that, just smiled in complicity. Ronin, so they will go? Endeavor, maybe I'll have a drink. All this villain stuff has me pretty tired. Yaoyorozu, perfect, then in a few days I will send you the address of the place, Miss Ray. Ray, Thank you very much, Momo. Ronin, then we're leaving now, father. Thanks for dinner, mom. Ray, whenever you like. Endeavor, see you later, guys. By the way, we're even Izuku. Ronin, I knew it wouldn't be free. Ray, true, I almost forgot. Ronin, what's up? The older Todoroki took out his tablet and passed it to Izuku. Apparently it was a newspaper note. Yaoyorozu approached her boyfriend to see it too. Breaking news. Fairy tales are real. This same day it was possible to confirm an unexpected romance between two students of the well-known Yue Academy, and although some couples from the famous academy have already been seen, the one that could be seen for much of the morning and the rest of the afternoon surprised everyone because it was the youngest daughter of the powerful Yaoyorozu family. Momo and the former school trader, to whom we again apologize for the notes made against him, Izuku Midoriya. Both young people enjoyed a tender family moment at the fair, and accompanying them was a little girl about whom there is no information, but she seemed to enjoy the moment with the heroes. On the part of the Yaoyorozu family, it is known that no comment has been made on the matter, but in the meantime in this newspaper we wish happiness to the great couple of heroes, and as we said before, fairy tales are real because it seems that beauty tamed the beast. Izuku gripped the tablet tightly while forcing a smile. The pressure was so great that his hands were shaking and his fingerprints were perfectly marked on the screen. The green-haired boy's adoptive mother slowly removed the object from Izuku, preventing it from getting damaged further or, in extreme cases, the boy from breaking it. Ray, I think I'll stay with this and you guys have to go to the academy. Go easy, guys, rest. We'll see you at the concert. Yaoyorozu, pulling Izuku. Why yes, Miss Ray, I'll send you the address in a while. We'll see each other later. The green-haired boy left his family's house, and after leaving the property he took Yaoyorozu in his arms and lifted her up to fly away. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, calm down. Ronin, I'm calm. Yaoyorozu, I don't think so. Izuku, we're flying faster than usual. Ronin, it's true, I'm sorry. Slowing down. Sorry, beautiful, it's just that since the news is so fast, it bothers me a little. Yaoyorozu, well, I'll admit that I'm also a little surprised and upset, but this was something I knew would happen. Ronin, me too, but I just didn't think it would be that fast. I wanted to be able to enjoy a day with my family. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, look, I enjoyed it, and you can be sure that Eri did too, and that's what matters, right? Also, let everyone know, let them know that I have the best boyfriend on earth, and the most beautiful daughter in the universe. Izuku began to land on the balcony of his girlfriend's room while thinking calmly, and she was right. No matter what people said, he didn't owe them anything. The green-haired boy released his girlfriend while opening the sliding window and both entered the room. Ronin, that's right, sorry Momo. Yaoyorozu, it's okay, honey, rumpling her boyfriend's hair. What do you think if tonight we just sleep and stop thinking about it? Tomorrow I'll call my parents and tell them about the concert. Is that okay? Ronin, okay. The couple quickly changed and both went to bed hugging each other lovingly. The next day the boys had classes. Ectoplasm, Snipe and Edge Shot looked much better, and finally their wounds caused by the battle were completely healed. None of the other boys tried to talk to Izuku, and he didn't care much. His friends approached the couple to ask them about the news in the digital newspapers. Izuku and Yaoyorozu had no shame in saying everything that happened. Even Izuku took the opportunity to tell Jiro that his parents would go. Ronin, by the way, Tabla, my parents have already confirmed that they will be going to your concert, so it better be worth it. Jiro, ha! You'll see, broccoli. I bought my base yesterday. The price went up a bit, but I was able to pay it without any problem. I think I saved up too much. Hee hee. Ronin, remembering that he put in a little more money. Hee hee, of course, I'm sure he will. Yaoyorozu, today I will tell my parents to go too. Jiro, thanks guys. Ronin, I already told you, Eri will go so. Jiro, I understand, dressed as a nun while singing Dorime. Ronin, not what I meant, but it works for me. Jiro, silly. The green-haired boy just smiled. During recess, Yaoyorozu called her parents, notifying them of the event. At first Raichi was a little reluctant to go, but just like it happened with Izuku's parents, it only took Izuku and Momo saying that the Todoroki family was going for his parents to accept as well. At the end of the day the boys went to the dorms where they saw the news. Apparently the note from Isizuku and Momo couple had caused such a big media chaos that the girl's parents were giving an interview. The couple was attentive waiting for the question that finally came. Interviewer: We know that years ago the student Isizuku Midoriya was accused of kidnapping his daughter. With that information in mind, can you tell us what actions will be taken regarding the already known relationship between the two? Ryuichi: First of all, I have to say that this information is false. The boy was unjustly accused because he was not the one who tried to kidnap my daughter. On the contrary, the boy defended her, for which I am infinitely grateful. At that time we got carried away by the notes against him and unfortunately we thought things wrong. My wife and I have already had the opportunity to meet the boy, and we must say that despite the changes shown, the boy has a desire to become a hero that no one would take away from him. Mari: Momo's happiness is what matters most to us. We really like Isizuku, and if she is happy with him, then we will accept him. Ronin: Sure, just don't say we tried to get our daughter out. Yaoyorozu: I'd keep quiet if I were you because they didn't say that you hanged my father. Ronin: Unimportant details. And after this everything was handled much more calmly, although that didn't mean that the first and second year boys still saw them strangely. With time the couple and their friends got used to it, even showing their displays of affection without problem, so the days passed peacefully. The rest of Class A left Isizuku alone, who felt calm. Finally Jiro's concert had its event date and everyone was there as promised. Jiro arrived much earlier along with Kaminari. Isizuku went with his parents and siblings. Yaoyorozu had told him that she would arrive with her parents. Tsuyu told Shoto the same. The three families were the first to arrive. As soon as Isizuku and Yaoyorozu met their parents too, Rei was the first to approach. Isizuku just gulped because he knew that although the white-haired girl looked happy, he knew that she was analytical, intelligent and observant. While Yaoyorozu's mother had that serious look, Rei hid it with her smile. The tension between Ryuichi and Endeavor were present, both men with serious characters, but everything relaxed when Eri happily threw herself towards her mother and Isizuku kissed his girlfriend. Ronin: You look beautiful, princess. Yaoyorozu: And you are very handsome. Eri: I miss you, mom. Yaoyorozu: Me too, little one, but I have a surprise for you. Did you bring your medallion? Eri: Yes. I even added a photo of myself. The girl showed and opened the object, showing a picture of her smiling. Isizuku and Momo smiled tenderly at this. Yaoyorozu: Good, because I brought this. The girl took out her photo, which was the perfect size for the small frame. Isizuku just smiled and reached into his jacket. Ronin: How curious, I brought mine too. The green-haired boy took out his photo, and so they both carefully placed it before the eyes of a smiling Eri. After this the presenter announced the second call, so everyone went to their seats, which they did immediately. After a few minutes the other friends of Isizuku also arrived, apologizing for the delay. Although the surprise was when they saw Edge Shot, Snipe, Cementos, Present Mike and Midnight enter, who sat down quietly, making a gesture of greeting quickly. Finally, and as a maximum surprise before the doors closed, it was possible to see how the entire Hussycats team entered, who sat down just as quickly. Eri's eyes lit up when she saw her friend, as well as Kota's when he saw his friend. The white-haired girl signaled for him to come closer, and the boy didn't take long to sit next to her. Eri showed off her necklace as well as the photos inside it, making Isizuku and Momo smile proudly. Mandalay: You're someone quite difficult to find, Isizuku. Ronin: Sorry. Mandalay: Your mother gave you the message, right? Ronin: Yes. Mandalay: Well? Ronin: It will be an honor, thanks for the invitation. Mandalay: You are the hero of Kota boy, I could not ignore you, besides your daughter is his friend, it would be good if both of you could go. Yaoyorozu: Thank you very much for the invitation, Miss Mandalay, we will be there. The cat heroine just smiled and left with her companions. On the other side of the stage, Jiro looked at the people with excitement and a touch of fear. She knew she couldn't fail. The girl saw that besides her friends, her guests, her own parents and the pro-heroes, there were also more people. The place was full and that made her feel good. Ronin: I didn't think it would be this crowded. Yaoyorozu: She's just talented. I'm glad none of the others in the class are here to bother her. Ronin: I could see and hear Kaminari. If only he's here, then he's the only one who knows where the place was. Yaoyorozu: It's good that he was able to keep quiet. Ronin: Yes, look, it's about to start. Finally the concert began. The presenter announced Jiro and everyone asked for attention, although what was most surprising was seeing how the girl rocker wore a nun costume. Izuku had a prominent vein on his forehead. Jiro, if you're wondering why the outfit, it's because I promised someone that this would be suitable for children. Ronin, this is not what I meant, little bored. Yaoyorozu, you have to admit he has a good sense of humor. Ronin, you'll owe me. The small enclosure had some things which helped with the girl's nerves, who took courage. Jiro, unfortunately for that person I am not one to pay attention, so. In one go the girl took off her suit, showing a set of clothes that matched her personality. The girl looked happy. Izuku just smiled. Ronin, alright Plank, let's see what you're made of. The violet-haired girl had one of her jacks connected to the ground so she could hear the green-haired boy perfectly. Jiro, now you'll see. The girl started by taking out an electroacoustic guitar which intrigued the boy, but he let Jiro continue with a great version of Boulevard of Broken Dreams by Green Day. The girl's voice sounded harmonious, perfectly following the rhythm of the song. Izuku could only watch her with intrigue. Without a doubt the girl was trying hard. Finishing this song, the people started to applaud. Jiro, thank you. I must say that in this little time that you gave me I will try to alternate between my guitar and a bass, which was courtesy of a great friend. I swear that I will pay you unless I never see you again, or I forget. The girl smiled at the joke and took her bass to start playing Touch Me by the band The Doors. The lack of other instruments was clear, but the violet-haired girl's voice made them not miss much. Somehow the girl played in such an incredible way that little Eri and Koda's eyes shone with surprise. After this she took her guitar again to continue with her show. The people were already applauding with more confidence and ease. No doubt the girl had been practicing for this moment. So song after song went by. The rocker's time was running out, but she still had a surprise for her friends. Finally time was about to run out. People were still eating or drinking what they had on their table. The place that had hired Jiro could not regret hiring the girl because they could see that the earnings went beyond what they had budgeted. This meant that the girl was going to do better in terms of her pay. Ronin, it's almost over. Yaoyorozu, yes, I'll calculate one more song. Ronin, who do you think it is? Yaoyorozu, we've already heard her covers and original songs. I want to see what she surprises us with. Jiro, and finally to close, this is something that I want to dedicate. A song that talks about that no matter what people say, we will break the chains, and in the company of the right person we can bring out the best in us. I want to dedicate this song to my best friend Momo Yaoyorozu and her boyfriend the UA monster Izuku Midoriya. Thank you both for this, guys. I couldn't repay you. The girl took her guitar as she started with a familiar chord progression. Soon everyone had an idea of what song it was. Yaoyorozu let out a tear as she squeezed her boyfriend's hand. Izuku also smiled happily. Jiro, seeing this, felt very happy. Now he saw it. Without a doubt, Best of You by Foo Fighters had been the right choice. But while the song echoed around the place, the green-haired boy's phone began to vibrate, alerting a message that due to the euphoria was ignored by its owner. The message came from Hawks and only one sentence could be read. I found it. Chapter 47, An Agreement and a Threat. The concert came to an end and people began to leave. The Hussycats were the first since they were going further. Likewise some heroes also left. Present Mike only said goodbye and flattered Jiro a little. Midnight left just saying goodbye with a simple gesture. Some of Izuku's friends also left because their houses were far away. In the end only Izuku's family, Momo and Jiro, stayed. It seemed that both the brunette's mother and the green-haired man's adoptive mother ended up getting along, even talking with Mika, Jiro's mother. Endeavor on the other hand looked as serious as ever, as did Raichi. Both men exchanged a few words throughout the concert, and it was because of this air of fear that Kyotoku the rocker's father preferred to walk away. On the other hand, Izuku, Yaoyorozu and Jiro talked while they waited for the payment from the violet-haired girl. Ronin, well, I must admit that seeing you dressed as a nun paid the price of the ticket. Jiro, that was the part that made me the saddest. Yaoyorozu, but look on the bright side, you already have money. Jiro, that's true. Ronin, and if what you said is true that they pay you depending on the people, then I think they could even hire you. Yaoyorozu, that's true, it wouldn't be such a bad idea or crazy to think about it. Jiro, hee, you are very kind, but just letting me touch you is enough for me. Ronin, you have to aim higher, persevere, and you will succeed. At that moment, the manager of the place called the girl, who was accompanied by her friends. Once in the office, they congratulated her, paid her, and offered her a permanent job. No more pay per person, but fixed pay as well as a schedule. The offer was so tempting and good that the girl accepted. Finally, everyone left quite satisfied with what happened that day. The green-haired boy remembered that his phone had rang, so he quickly took it out of his pants. The boy saw the message and went to his father, to whom he showed it. The fire hero became even more serious, and his flames rose a little. Endeavor, you have to go, right? Ronin, I entrusted him with that mission. It is my duty to go, father. Endeavor, messing up Izuku's hair. Take care of yourself, Izuku. Todoroki, are you going on another suicide mission? Ronin, shut up, sucker face, we have to get back to the academy. Todoroki, it's true, but many went home, or well, almost everyone. What do you think if we go home tonight and tomorrow we take care of going to the academy? Ronin, sounds good to me. What do you think, Momo? Yaoyorozu, I say the same. How bad that Tsuyu already left. Jiro, I'm still here, you know. Ronin, so you're going with your parents? Yaoyorozu, hee this time yes, Izuku. Ronin, then I'll see you tomorrow, darling. The green-haired man gave a kiss to his girlfriend, who took it firmly. Yaoyorozu, whispering to her boyfriend, and we'll talk about that mission, Izuku. Yes, I heard you. The green-haired boy just smiled and nodded. He couldn't lie to his girlfriend. The boy said goodbye to the brunette's family and the violet-haired rocker girl, and then went with his family to his house. The boy put Eri to bed and he went to his own, where he could sleep peacefully. The next morning everything was in perfect order. Bakugo didn't try to fight. Uraraka and Ida were in their own little world. On the other hand, Izuku's friends were praising Kyuka, who felt like she wouldn't be able to breathe if her friends continued like that. Ronin, that's what you get for being famous, you know? Jiro, is that what's wrong with you? Ronin, you even think people don't approach me. It's very calm, to be honest. Yaoyorozu, you get used to it over time. Kirishima, although it was also surprising to see how Izuku seemed like a family man. Todoroki, he doesn't even graduate, and he already has a family and a daughter. Ronin, shut up, teapot boy. Tsuyu, Kero, at least little Eri looks happy. Jiro, that's true, I think you two are excellent parents. Ronin, I know, you don't have to repeat it. Tokoemi, the heart of a child can soften the toughest of warriors. Shinso, you pulled her out of hell and showed her what a family is. I think you deserve all the happiness, Izuku. Shoji, a great father and an excellent hero. Yaoyorozu is definitely lucky. Hagakure, also, we shouldn't take away Yamamo's merits, guys. Ojiro, that's true, Toru. Both of you are an excellent couple and complement each other quite well. Yaoyorozu, we can shut up now, we have school in case they forget. Ronin, she's right, better make fun of it during recess. Kirishima, let it be known that you said it. Ronin, mock only if you are willing to endure the same. Shinso, I knew it wouldn't be cheap. The green-haired boy only gave a half smile. Hawk's message was still on his mind. The boy had replied that he would contact him on Saturday, to which the blonde only responded with a simple okay, but Izuku was nervous. He didn't know if it was because of talking to the fighter or because of the future fight, but something wasn't letting him sleep very well. A few more days passed, and finally on Friday, one day before the match, it was then that his girlfriend, worried about him without warning, began to give him a massage. Ronin, what's wrong with you now? You don't do this. Yaoyorozu, it's Friday, Izuku, and I'm not stupid. Ronin, I know that. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong with you? You've been like this since Jiro's concert. Ronin, I have nothing, honey, it's just nonsense. The green-haired boy tried to smile but failed amazingly. Yaoyorozu, knowing her boyfriend's personality, took him by the hand. Yaoyorozu, you must begin to understand that after the year and months that we have been together, it is very difficult for you to deceive me, fool. The green-haired man just sighed tiredly. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, I don't know if you'll tell me the truth, but I'm your girlfriend and I'm worried about you. Ronin, I'll be. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, I know you, I see your eyes, you don't feel fear, but there is an emotion that is rare in you, and that is what scares me. The green-haired man stood up and then Yayarozu, seeing that it didn't help much, let out her true doubt. Yayarozu, why do you have to be the one to fight all for one? The freckled man stopped in surprise. Yayarozu, when we were in Tartarus, you said you had to be the one to defeat him, that it was your responsibility. At first I thought you were lying, that you were just saying that to convince him, but when I saw your face, I knew it wasn't a lie. But then I thought, why would that be your obligation? Why did it have to be you, and not some other pro-hero? The green-haired boy lowered his head while thinking. Inside the core, Nana Shimura only saw the freckled boy with attention. She wanted to help him, but she knew that in the end it was his decision. Izuku finally raised his face with confidence. He would not lie to his girlfriend. Ronin, what happened to me was because of a lie. I won't make the same mistake. The boy turned around as he looked at Yayarozu, who looked sad. Yayarozu, maybe you don't want to tell me and I understand. It's none of my business, but… Ronin, Momo, would you still love me even if I'm not what you think I am? The brunette looked up, looking at her boyfriend carefully. Yayarozu, Izuku, what are you doing? Ronin, if I were Quirkless, would you still be by my side? Yayarozu, Izuku, what do you mean? Ronin, if all my strength activating his one for all and his black whips, and well, these whips were not mine, you. Yayarozu, are you stupid? The green-haired man thought for a second that she would say no, that the brunette would reject him like she had many times before. Ronin, that's what I meant by you deserve someone better. I don't even have one. Yayarozu, you're the biggest fool I know. Are you seriously asking me that? I love you so much, Izuku. I love you, not your quirks. I love what a magnificent person you are. A quirk will never change that. Ronin, Momo. Yayarozu, although what surprises me is that you asked me that. Our quirks are something we are born with. Ronin, not all. Yayarozu, well, yes, but it's a small segment of the population and… Ronin, I thought I was part of that small percentage of the population. The brunette opened her eyes in surprise. She couldn't believe what her boyfriend was saying, much less everything she had seen him do. Yayarozu, Izuku, this is a joke, right? I've seen you do amazing things with your quirk. I can't believe you're telling me that. Ronin, no joke, Momo. I'll tell you a little story. When I was little, I tried to always use my quirk. I already had 3 and it didn't manifest. Bakugo was a prodigy. Because not only had he been the first to manifest his quirk in school, but it was also something extremely powerful. The fact is that when I turned 4, my mother took me to the doctor, who said that I belonged to that sector of the population that would never develop a quirk. Obviously, I was disappointed, but the worst was when they found out at school, when Bakugo found out. The brunette could already imagine what was happening. Ronin, the thing is that I tried to keep going. I didn't give up. I took notes of all the quirks that seemed incredible to me, and with that I would become stronger. My principles were perfectly embedded in me. Momo listened perfectly to her boyfriend without being able to believe what he was saying. Ronin, when I was about to finish high school, Bakugo and everyone found out that I had submitted my registration for UA through a teacher who almost made me give up. Bakugo exploded my notebook and everyone made fun of me even more. I almost gave up. I was pretty close, in fact. But that same day I ran into Almight. Yayarozu, really? Ronin, yeah, now that I think back on that, it seems like too many years have passed. Back then he was my favorite hero. There was no one better than him. You don't know the emotion I felt at that moment. In fact, he had saved me from a villain, But the fact is that there was hope in me, the hope that I had lost before he had restored it. I asked him what at that time for me was an existential doubt, and it was. Yayarozu, could you be a hero? Even without a quirk, can you be a hero? Ronin, exactly. Yayarozu, I imagine the answer was yes, knowing Almight Ronin, he actually told me no. The brunette didn't believe it. Had the peace symbol really broken the ground of her boyfriend's life? Ronin, you know, now that I see it, it was a good decision, or well, maybe debatable, I was a kid, and if I started hitting like that, I would die. I know there are vigilantes who fight without the need for one, but All Might is someone who respects the law and all that. He wasn't going to risk a kid saying yes to him, and then killing himself fighting. Maybe he didn't want that on his conscience. Yaoyorozu, and then? Ronin, that day they attacked Bakugo, the same villain who attacked me and from whom All Might saved me was released because of Bakugo and largely because of me and Yaoyorozu. High school student is attacked by a villain. Now I remember, it was Bakugo who was in the diary. Ronin, All Might saved him, but before that, a few seconds before I got into the attack and tried to save Bakugo. Yaoyorozu, you were a double suicide. Ronin, the press and the heroes scolded me, they were really upset with me, they said I was irresponsible for doing that. Yaoyorozu, and you were, but you felt it was your fault, right? Besides, it was Bakugo, your friend was in trouble, and you're so altruistic that you couldn't leave him there. It was your responsibility to save him. Ronin, you know me so well. When I realized my legs had moved and I was running towards him trying to save him. Yaoyorozu Izuku. Ronin, but that's why All Might saw something in me. I still don't know exactly what, but the fact is that that same day he found me, he gave me a little sermon and told me that he wanted to rectify himself, that he had made a mistake, I could be a hero. The green-haired boy looked at the window remembering those moments. A tear tried to escape, but the boy was able to suppress it in time. Yaoyorozu, what else happened? Ronin, it was there that he made me the strangest proposal of my life. He offered me to be his successor, but not only in word and honor, he gave me his quirk. Yaoyorozu, quite impressed, but something like that. Ronin, I will remember that afternoon as the day he entrusted me with One for All. Yaoyorozu, One for All. Ronin, a legendary quirk, one that concentrates the hopes and dreams of the people as well as the strength of people, a power that has been passed down from generation to generation for a better world. Yaoyorozu, wait, you said people, that means before All Might. Ronin, this is an ancient power Momo, with each wielder it becomes stronger. I, Izuku Midoriya, am the strongest wielder. Yaoyorozu, that's why you were able to defeat All Might, you're stronger than him. Ronin, that's why I could do so many things and why I got all my scars. I trained to be able to master this power, but Yaoyorozu, being something so powerful it was very difficult. Ronin, exactly. Yaoyorozu, but I still don't understand. One for All is something very strong, but why is it your responsibility to fight against it? Ronin, all for one and one for all for one and one for all. The origin of this power is linked to that cursed. Yaoyorozu, why? Ronin, because he was the one who created this power. The brunette opened her eyes, even more surprised than before. Now there was no way she could believe what her boyfriend was saying. Ronin, I know, even I doubted it when he told me, but it's true. The green-haired man told her the story just as the bearers had told it to him. In the end, Yaoyorozu was convinced that her boyfriend was telling the truth. Yaoyorozu, all this you tell me. Ronin, what I said in Tartarus is true. I have the duty, the obligation and the responsibility to fight him and kill him. Yaoyorozu Izuku. Ronin, sorry Momo, I know this is very difficult to understand. I'm not asking you to believe me, but Yaoyorozu, yes, I believe you Izuku, it's just that it's hard to take everything in at once. Ronin, sorry honey. Yaoyorozu, just tell me one thing Izuku. Ronin, what's up? Yaoyorozu, what was that message about? Ronin, you didn't forget. Yaoyorozu, no Izuku, and if you want me to help you I'll need to know the truth. Ronin, okay, Momo knows what's going on and I decided to move. The trip to Tartaros was something I took advantage of and you saw it. But besides that I made Hawks look for someone. Yaoyorozu, are you working with him now too? Ronin, it's hard to say, my father is helping me. Yaoyorozu, okay, but then who did you send for? Ronin, to Rappa and Chisaki. Izuku didn't know when the brunette slapped him, but he definitely felt it. It was something beyond physical pain. It was a blow of disappointment. Yaoyorozu, are you stupid? Izuku, do you know who that guy is? Ronin, yes, former member of Kai Chisaki's 8 Precepts of Death, or better known as Yaoyorozu, Overhaul, the same bastard who tortured, had our daughter locked up and almost killed you, you huge idiot. Ronin, I know Momo, but Yaoyorozu, but nothing Izuku, you're crazy, seriously, will you go after the bastard who almost killed Kirishima to risk your skin? Ronin, I wouldn't want to, Momo, but I have no other choice. Yaoyorozu, if you have it, there always is it. Ronin, you don't see, understand, I know he almost killed Kirishima, but that's why I want to have him on our side, because I prefer him to kill them than us, than you, than our friends, than my family. Yaoyorozu, it's the 8 precepts, it's Chisaki, you can't. Ronin, they are Momo weapons, living weapons, and unfortunately for us, thinking ones, they are strong, not for nothing were they precepts of death, but yes, I can use them for this if I can guide them. Yaoyorozu, you can't make them good izuku, that's way beyond you. Ronin, no, but I can give them a new objective, guide them, and just this once, they'll help us. It's not the best of my ideas, but... The brunette knew that there was no point in continuing to fight with the green-haired man. He had a point, and whether he liked it or not it was quite valid. The girl did not want to risk her daughter in any way, so before trusting him she would make sure that he knows what he is doing. Yaoyorozu Izuku. Ronin, I'm an idiot, I know. Yaoyorozu, besides, before anything else happens I want you to tell me how you will convince them? Ronin, why? Yaoyorozu, because if you're going to risk your neck, I want you to have a good speech for it. Ronin, it won't be a speech, at least with Rappa, he's a fighter, my love. Do you remember how Kirishima told us about his meeting? He wanted to fight strong guys, he's obsessed with fights because there's no one who can beat him except Chisaki. He wants a fight to the death, and I'll give it to him. I won't fight with all my strength, but I will knock him out. I will give him 2 options, die or join our cause. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, it's a bare-knuckle fight, do you think you can win? Ronin, if I didn't believe I could do it, I wouldn't do it. Yaoyorozu, and what will happen if he chooses to die? Ronin, I'll take him to Tartaros, he's a criminal and believe me he'll have wanted to accept the proposal in a good way. Yaoyorozu, strange way to make me trust but my true fear overhaul. Ronin, he has no hands, he can't attack me. Yaoyorozu, it doesn't have. Ronin, Shigaraki took them away. I'll use that to my advantage, I'll give him a target, something to direct all that pent-up hatred towards. Yaoyorozu, but what will happen if he accepts and betrays us in battle? Ronin, here's the offer. If he betrays us and sends the precepts against us, I'll beat him until I'm tired. But if he wants to take Eri back and hurt you, then I'll rip his head off and put it next to Shigaraki's corpse. Yaoyorozu, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Ronin, I won't beat around the bush with those idiots, not even in their dreams. The brunette looked at her boyfriend. She knew how difficult this was for him. Making peace with the person who tried to kill her friend and with the person who tortured her daughter was something that hurt her to do but was nevertheless necessary. The girl just sighed and took his hands. Yaoyorozu, okay, I trust you Izuku, you have to save the world like always, right? Ronin, that's the precious mission. Yaoyorozu, well, this truth-telling thing between us works pretty well. Ronin, it's not like you're leaving me much choice. Yaoyorozu, Hihi Izuku, thanks for telling me the truth. Ronin, everything that happened regarding my imprisonment happened because of a lie, my love. I won't make the same mistake. The brunette kissed her boyfriend softly, grateful for the truth. Yaoyorozu, when are you going after that crazy fighter? Ronin, tomorrow, that's why I was so nervous. Yaoyorozu, I see. Ronin, sorry for worrying you, my love. Yaoyorozu, you know right now I feel calm. Something as big as One for All must be the biggest secret in the universe. I guess only Bakugo knows because before you came he presumed that there was no one who could face him and even you sometimes said that he couldn't do anything then. Ronin, I had lost it. Yaoyorozu, but I don't understand Izuku, you said you didn't have a quirk before but when you returned to UA you said that your pyrokinesis was your natural quirk. Ronin, and it is, only my whips are part of my strength, my parents' quirks are weak looking at it somehow, even when mixed they didn't make a big difference, but in my years in Tartaros they were awakened and strengthened, something like my healing factor, apparently One for All worked as a kind of enhancer, it made it stronger with me and look. Yaoyorozu, a double quirk like Todoroki's and like him you can use it separately, the control of your fire, and your telekinesis. Ronin, exactly, But I don't like to use them separately. If you notice, I rarely use it in battle. Yaoyorozu, I see. Well then, can I say that now I know you better than Uraraka ever did? Ronin, you could have said it a long time ago. This just adds a plus. Yaoyorozu, I'm honored, Izuku. Thank you for trusting me. Ronin, I always have. Maybe it was time you realized the magnitude. Yaoyorozu, true. The brunette approached her boyfriend and hugged him affectionately. The green-haired man didn't object either, and rested his head on his girlfriend's shoulder, who caressed his hair. Yaoyorozu, you're quite cute. Ronin, let me go, ma'am. I already told you I'm fierce. The green-haired man looked at his girlfriend, who ignored him, and laid him down on her bed and then went to bed herself. Ronin, well, I'll pass it just this once, just because you're comfortable enough. The brunette smiled and left her boyfriend, who quickly fell asleep. The girl knew that the stress he was under had deprived him of sleep, but now he looked much better, more relaxed, above all calm. The boy was breathing normally and calmly, which helped his girlfriend fall asleep soon after, hugging her hero. The next morning both boys were in the kitchen preparing breakfast for their friends. You could see the change in Izuku, who now seemed much better in attitude. The boy cooked calmly, and because of this plus a slight provocation from Momo made the boy end up with a small cut. The brunette worried about her boyfriend, but he had no problems. The cut ended up healing in a matter of seconds, so he downplayed it. Finally, they both finished preparing everything and now they were cleaning. The boy took the chopping boards and some plates when he saw how the brunette removed the remains of some vegetables from a knife with a cloth, cleaning it on the edge. The boy quickly left the dirty dishes and took the knife from his girlfriend. Yaoyorozu, hey! Ronin, never do that, Momo. If you want to clean a knife, do it from the back. Yaoyorozu, I understand. Ronin, it's not a scolding, it's how you avoid the risk. Yaoyorozu, what did I cut myself from? Ronin, well, yes. Yaoyorozu, you're afraid I'll cut myself? Who of the two of us was the only one this morning who already cut themselves? The green-haired man just narrowed his eyes as he stared at his girlfriend. Ronin, this time you win, but don't do it again, Momo. You don't have my healing factor. Yaoyorozu, okay, Izuku, thanks. The green-haired boy tenderly kissed his girlfriend, who returned the gesture. The boys began to serve the dishes while their friends began to arrive. Todoroki, good morning. Ronin, good morning, brother. Todoroki, what's for breakfast? Ronin, katsudon, kushiyuchi, and I already put the water to heat in the kettle to make tea. Todoroki, you really like to annoy, don't you? Yaoyorozu, hee, ignore it, Shoto, it's mango kalpis. Ronin, did I scare you? Todoroki, buck you. Ronin, by the way, where is Tsuyu? Todoroki, in his room, right? I'm not his guardian. Izuku knew it, since his brother had entered. The scent of the frog was with him, something natural as long as they had been together for a while, so he did not believe what the bicolor told him. Ronin, you can't fool me and you know it, soba kid. The green-haired boy started to move his nose, making his brother decide to give up when he remembered it, and lowered his head. Todoroki, he went to the bathroom. Ronin, haha, calm down, Shoto, you didn't commit a crime. Momo and I also slept together, right, honey? The brunette came out completely red and hit the green-haired man on the head. Yaoyorozu, fool. Todoroki, you know I didn't have to know that, right? Ronin, what I'm getting at is that you don't have to hide it. No one here is going to judge you. Kirishima, that's true, Shoto. I also sleep with Tokage from time to time. Todoroki, this turned into a somewhat awkward conversation, didn't it? Kirishima, on the contrary, Izuku is right, it is normal, they are our partners. Ronin, besides, sleeping with them doesn't mean anything else, or at least not to me, we just fall asleep and that's it. Hee, a tender gesture if you want to see it that way. Todoroki, true, it's just that knowing you I didn't know if you were serious or joking. Ronin, calm down, teapot, you've seen me talk seriously a few times, this shouldn't surprise you. Todoroki, thanks bro. Ronin, that's what we're here for. The green-haired boy extended his fist to his brother, and he calmly bumped it while smiling. Izuku served his best friend and the others. Momo had left so the boys could talk properly, so at the end of the conversation she helped her boyfriend while giving him a short kiss. Finally Class A was there, but Izuku's team was eating while watching television and talking between commercials. Finishing this, the boys went to train. They had some practice fights where Izuku was the target to beat. After a while everyone was on the floor tired. Kirishima, I don't understand. We've spent so much time together, and the only one who can keep up with you is Momo. Ronin, I've trained with her longer than with you, no wonder. Yaoyorozu, I have already taken a good measure of his power in his base state. His increase in power is already something that I have not yet mastered. Ronin, and yet you saw that I managed to escape easily. Remember that you should not take your opponent's information for granted because they can easily surprise us. Tokage, yes, Izuku-sensei. Everyone laughed at the comment, even the green-haired boy who decided not to worry his friends. The day went by normally, but as the hours passed, Izuku knew how close he was to meeting the fighter. Finally, night came. Everyone was already in their rooms. Izuku was with his girlfriend, perfectly asleep. The girl had decided that she would wait awake for her boyfriend to leave and would wake up when he returned. They were both lying down watching the news when the freckled boy's phone started ringing. Izuku picked it up and trembling was about to answer when his girlfriend calmed him down. The brunette took him by the hand and kissed his cheek, making Izuku have courage and answer. Ronin, have you arrived yet? Hawks, I knew you'd say that. I'm almost there. I'll be here in 5. I'll see you right there. Ronin understood. The green-haired boy hung up the phone and kissed his girlfriend. Ronin, you've heard duty calls, precious. Yaoyorozu, I know. The green-haired boy approached the window and opened it, feeling the air moving his hair. Yaoyorozu couldn't stand it anymore. She was scared of what could happen to the green-haired boy. Yaoyorozu, come back alive. The green-haired man stopped and turned to look at his girlfriend. Yaoyorozu, if I lost you. Ronin, would you cry for me? Haha, what an honor. Yaoyorozu, idiot. Ronin, well, what do you say we make a bet? Yaoyorozu, what? Ronin, a bet, clever girl. You should bet that I'm going to die. Knowing your luck, you'll surely lose. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. The boy had actually joked about that. Ronin, but what if you lose and I come back alive? Well. The green-haired boy looked at the brunette with a smile. The girl only blushed to get a laugh from the freckled boy. Ronin, ha 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 ha, just kidding, I'm kidding. Yaoyorozu, you're an idiot. Ronin, and unfortunately for you, I'm your idiot. I'll be back, Momo, it's a promise. The green-haired boy disappeared from the sight of his girlfriend, who looked tense. Izuku for his part flew towards the meeting place, arriving shortly before Hawks. Ronin, you're fast. Hawks, oh, you're too slow. Ronin, did you really find out where he was? Hawks, I wouldn't have told you to come if you had failed. Ronin, it's a big step forward. Hawks, I even found out where Chisaki was. Ronin, you are very efficient. Hawks, that's the motto, fast and quality service. Ronin, let's not waste any more time. Hawks, are you really going to do this? Ronin, yes. Hawks, are you really sure? They're villains, kid. They'll have no mercy. Ronin, good, because I don't plan on having it either. Hawks, it's your funeral. Ronin, I already had one. The blonde stared at the green-haired boy. Hawks wanted to see how far the green-haired boy would be capable of going, and his answers only assured me that the boy was ready for anything. Hawks, okay, let's go. Do you have any transportation? I won't carry you on my back. Ronin, I have one, just stay close. The blonde didn't know what the green-haired boy meant until he saw him spread his wings. The boy took off, and shortly after the hero accompanied him, a little surprised. Izuku didn't leave him behind, and so both began to cross the sky. Hawks, that's new. Ronin, I know, but isn't it amazing? Hawks, it's good to know I'm not the only one. I hope you can go fast. Ronin, I hope you can keep up with me, old man. Hawks, let's go higher up, so they can't see us. I'll take you straight there, first to arrive for an order of takoyakis. Ronin, deal. The competition began and both flew so fast. Izuku's one for all gave him a greater advantage in terms of speed, but the truth is that not being able to manipulate his wings as Hawks did imposed a problem and a clear disadvantage. The competition ended in a tie and with both flyers exhausted. Hawks, you know that was a good race. Ronin, I have to be honest, I agree with you. Hawks, but hey kid, down below you'll find an underground fight club. Most of the people there know me. If I go down I'd have to give a lot of explanations. Here I leave you. Ronin, sure, thanks. The blonde took flight, but after a few seconds he stopped. There was something he had forgotten to tell the boy, and before he forgot, he went back a little. Hawks, I'll send you Chisaki's address in a few hours, kid, okay? Ronin, perfect, thanks Hawks. Hawks, take care, kid. The professional hero took flight, and soon the boy was alone. Ronin, okay, let's get this started. Remember not to go too far, Izuku. Control yourself. The boy began to descend and could see how everyone was leaving, so he stayed up high covering himself with darkness. Finally everyone left. Izuku hadn't seen Rappa, so maybe he thought that Hawks had tricked him, or that the crazy villain had gone somewhere else. The boy was about to go to the dorms when he saw someone open the door. The boy went back down, being able to see that the guy who had come out was Rappa, who now that he wasn't wearing a mask looked quite upset. Izuku decided that the best thing to do would be to follow him to a safe place to talk. Rappa was undoubtedly annoyed. Since the separation of the 8 precepts a few years ago, he no longer had any fun. His only goal was to fight against strong guys. Only Chisaki had managed to defeat him. The villain still remembered Kirishima and Fat Gum. The man wanted to fight him again, but in the meantime he had to settle for weak rivals. Slowly the guy walked through the dark and lonely streets of the city. He didn't care much that they were like that, because he knew that with just a few blows he would finish off whoever it was. Rappa advanced until he felt a gaze, and followed by that a presence which was dangerously approaching him. Rappa at that moment was on guard, completely tensing his body, and when he was ready he threw a punch only to realize that there was no one there. The blow hit the air. Rappa was intrigued. He swore he felt someone behind him. His condition as a fighter had generated this feeling. The man had several doubts in his head. Had he made a mistake? Was his eagerness to fight so much that now he imagined things? Rappa, what the hell? Ronin, that was an impressive blow, I see. So you are Rappa, right? Rappa quickly turned around. He wasn't alone. He wasn't hallucinating. On a wall there was a boy. His clothes were completely black. On his cuffs he had a kind of bandage, leaving only the tips of his fingers uncovered. His face was also uncovered, with only his hair tied up. All the boy's hair moved with the air. Izuku had a mocking smile as he looked at the murderer. Rappa, who are you? Ronin, I'd like to say a fan, but I'd be lying to you. Rappa, that's obvious, kid. In this business there are no fans. I'm not a hero. Ronin, I know that. Rappa, look, I'm in a really bad mood, so you better tell me who the hell you are and get out of here before I make a piece of art out of you. Ronin, calm down. You're upset just because you can't find rivals at your level. That's not my problem. Rappa, and what do you know about that? Ronin, enough. Rappa, I'm warning you, kid, go away. Ronin, and why don't you force me? The green-haired boy received a wave of blows that knocked him away, causing him to slam against the wall, causing some damage. Rappa, I warned you. The guy turned around ready to leave, Nero, and then he heard the bricks moving and some falling. When he turned around he saw that the boy was standing. He didn't even look hurt. Rappa, this is not possible. Ronin, it is for me. Those punches really have power, but honestly I feel cheated. Kirishima said they would be worse. Rappa, what did you say? Ronin, that thing you heard. Kirishima said you hit harder. Rappa, why did you say that name? Ronin, he's a companion, a friend, I know him well, you know, redhead shark teeth, hardens his body. Rappa, yes, I know who it is. Ronin, then you know I'm not lying. Rappa, what do you want? Ronin, there are rumors, pretty bad rumors, of a fight that could end heroic society as we know it. Rappa, yes, I've heard the rumors. I hope there are good rivals, or at least that red-haired boy. Ronin, yes, in fact, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Rappa, if I'm interested then maybe I can help you. Ronin, how do you know I'm coming to ask you something? Rappa, because you're here talking to me. Because if you're friends with that red-haired boy, then you're a hero, and the fact that you're talking to me in the middle of the night makes me believe that it's something against the law, which means it's a big problem. Ronin, you're smarter than I thought. Rappa, so, what will your talk be? Ronin, join us in the coming fight. At that moment the villain started laughing like a madman. Ronin, is that a yes? Rappa, me joining you? Kid, you know who I am and what I do. I just want to fight to the death with a worthy opponent. I don't care who it is, heroes or villains. I just want to fight. I don't have a side. Ronin, I'm offering you a side just this once. Rappa, it will be a fight without quarter, boy. Ronin, you'll be caught in the crossfire, heroes and villains will slaughter you. Rappa, and it will be a worthy death for me. Ronin, at least give your life some meaning, don't be a hero from now on. Be an anti-hero, fight for yourself but guide yourself to the right side. The villain saw the hero with a certain touch of seriousness. He never thought of him as a hero, but there were certainly attitudes on the part of the villains and even some heroes that he repudiated. Izuku decided to play his last card. It was already somewhat night. It was already past, or probably. Izuku decided to hurry things up so he could go with his girlfriend. Ronin, okay, I didn't want to get to this, but let's make a deal. Rappa, what kind of deal? Ronin, you want to fight? Fine, you and me, right here and now. If you beat me, other than dying, you can go in peace. Rappa, what if you win? Ronin, you fight with us, you save the world, and in reward you will have your fight against Kirishima. Rappa, what kind of hero are you that you sell out your friend? Ronin, the deal is only if I beat you and if you don't die in the fight. Plus, I'm sure Kirishima will be happy to see you again. You know, a predestined battle between men. Rappa, so you want us to fight? Ronin, right here, no retreat unless you can no longer stand. Rappa, you really are crazy. Ronin, more or less, do you accept? The green-haired boy extended his hand, but at that moment Rappa began to hit him brutally. Izuku could not find a way to stop the attack. In truth, each hit was a bomb that exploded repeatedly. Finally, the boy was thrown against the same wall once again. Rappa, you're quite talkative. Kid, I'm not even warming up. Ronin, did you really think you could defeat me that easily? You're a brute. The villain approached the boy with clear intentions, but before he could even hit the green-haired boy, he easily stopped his fists. Ronin, now that's a fight. The green-haired boy bent down, and then with the momentum Rappa had made him fall, the villain quickly stood up and tried to hit Izuku, but he could stop or dodge it. Without a doubt, the one in front of him was not the same guy Kirishima had fought. The villain had better training. His blows were already more directed and focused. That pleased Izuku, who felt better about fighting against someone who was stronger than his previous version. Rappa was also excited because the green-haired boy was not what he seemed. The boy moved very well. The villain had already connected some blows, and yet Izuku got up. Rappa began to respect that about the green-haired boy. Besides that, Izuku also connected his blows, which were not a caress. The villain had some cuts because of this. Ronin, you fight well, you've practiced, right? Rappa, you're not the first idiot I've faced, at least you last longer. Ronin, I don't fall that easily. Both of them launched themselves into blows again. Rappa made a combination that looked both dangerous and powerful. Izuku had to resort to Garou's crushing rock technique, managing to deflect the blows. The boy ducked a little and managed to hit Rappa's ribs and immediately kicked the assassin in the jaw. The boy didn't stop there and quickly kicked the man. Izuku caught him with his whips and quickly pushed him forward, slamming him to the ground. Izuku jumped and went to Rappa's chest, who before he could land hit the green-haired man at the last second. Rappa, you know, kid, I didn't consider you a real threat before. I thought you were just lucky breaks. Ronin, I'm so lucky. So no? Rappa, it's time to finish it. Both approached. Rappa launched what was his most powerful attack. The powerful cannons came dangerously close to Izuku, who in just a blink created a shield with his whip that withstood the blows. Ronin, thinking, Kirishima wasn't lying. Every blow is like a bomb. My whips can withstand the impacts, but I feel them rumble as if they were close to breaking. You have to endure, Izuku, you have to endure a little more. The boy waited patiently for the hitting session to end. As soon as he felt the power and speed decrease, he also began to undo his shield. Rappa realized this and prepared himself. The huge guy gathered all the strength he could in his arm and waited for the green-haired man to remove his shield. The result? Both contenders unleashed their strongest blows. Izuku lit his fist on fire and protected it with his black whips. Ronin, Hero's Kite Fist. Hokkaido Fasuto. The boy threw his punch just like Rappa. The ex-Yakuza's punch hit Izuku in the face, but he didn't give up. He kept his head and threw his punch, making his hit Rappa's chest. The man's shirt was ripped and flew out, destroying the wall. Izuku was standing, a little tired but fine. He hadn't used his techniques or anything, and showing that he could win even without using them was satisfying. Ronin, with arm extended, I win. The boy had the guy's blood on his cuffs and on his clothes, which were not in perfect condition. He had lost his sleeves and bandages. His body had his blood and Rappa's, who was also totally beaten although still alive. Rappa, brat from hell. Ronin, yes, that's where I come from, home sweet home. Rappa, I can't believe I lost. Ronin, does it bother you? Rappa, bother me? Ha ha ha, boy, it's exciting. Counting you, it's just two guys who defeated me. Ronin, the first one was Chisaki, right? Rappa, yes. Ronin, let me tell you a secret. I defeated that idiot. Rappa, you're bucking kidding, you can't. He fought 3 heroes, it's not possible that you. Ronin, first against Lemillion, he almost defeated him if it weren't for Chisaki taking away his quirk, and he was still afraid of him, sir. Night I, he killed him, but he put up a fight, and finally I was the one who defeated him. Rappa, impossible, you have to be lying. The green-haired boy raised his head, turned on his quirk showing lightning and his hair standing on end. The moonlight illuminated the boy, showing his face and illuminating his body. Rappa looked at him carefully and besides effectively recognizing that he had also been. Rappa, wait a minute, you're the brat who was accused of being a traitor. Rappa, how clever you are. Rappa, they put you through hell and yet you still defend them. Ronin, I am a hero. I defend everyone no matter the cost. I am a hero, and above all comes the protection of the people. Rappa, laughing quietly, then I guess I lost. Ronin, it seems so. Rappa, then I'll see you on the battlefield, buddy. Ronin, I thought you were going to tell me to buck off. Rappa, what can I say? I have some honor. Ronin, I saw. Rappa, I also want to fight you again. You better not die, kid. The green-haired man just smiled and turned around, but then his predatory sense alerted him. He quickly turned around and grabbed a few wads of bills that the former precept threw at him. Ronin, and this? Rappa, we fought and I lost. In fights, it's customary for the loser to give half of his money. Ronin, that's having honor. Rappa, it's not all about money, at least in my case. Ronin, true, maybe you'll get what you want someday. Rappa, maybe. Ronin, well, until then try to stay alive. Rappa, ha ha ha, speak for yourself, brat. I have a reason to stay alive. Ronin, me too, well then I'm leaving. The green-haired man turned his back, pocketed the money and using his quirk disappeared in a blink before Rappa's gaze, who just looked at him in surprise. Rappa, if he had wanted to, he would have killed me, ha ha ha. Now I have more desire to fight. Very well. Do your best and live so we can fight again, Hellwolf. The green-haired boy quickly flew as he took out his phone and saw the new message from Hawks where it said Chisaki's address. Ronin, well, you really are efficient, Hawks. The green-haired boy was flying quickly when he received a call from the winged hero. Izuku answered the call with his communicator because he didn't want to fly while looking at his phone. It was dangerous. Ronin, okay? Hawks, ah boy, thanks for answering. I didn't know if you were still fighting or if you were already dead. Ronin, thank you for your trust. I won the fight. We now have a new ally. Right now I'm heading to Chisaki's location. You are truly quite skilled. Hawks, thanks, but that's not what you're calling for. Ronin, I see why you and Miruko are. Hawks, shut up. You idiot kid, that's not why I called you. Ronin, haha, okay, what were you calling for? Hawks, It's serious, kid. They're about to attack the UA dorms. At that moment Izuku stopped his flight. The boy listened to Hawks while he saw how in the distance there were lights and smoke. It was fire. There was an attack. A pretty big one. Ronin, Hawks, tell me the attack I'm seeing is just a coincidence. Hawks, you and I know the answer, kid. Ronin at that moment hardened. His one for all awakened, as did his flames. Ronin, a distraction, so no one will come to help us. Tell me who the bastard was. Hawks, boy, is it a whole team heading this way? Ronin, yes, but if I know who sent them, I'll know who I'm up against. This is Shigaraki's first attack, but I'll let him know that I don't care and that whatever is going to happen to his stupid team, I'll do it to him, but worse. Now I need to know who, along with this team of suicidal idiots. Hawks, damn okay, I'll tell you, it was Okuta Kajiro. Ronin, they spin. Hawks, exactly, he was the one who took Dabi and Toga to Shigaraki years ago. Ronin, because I'm not surprised. Hawks, listen, kid, he's not someone you can deal with easily. The Liberation Army tortured him, and he didn't confess anything. They cut off his fingers and he didn't open his mouth. Ronin, then it's a good thing I don't cut off fingers. Hawks, he has a rare quirk. If he touches your head he will give you a migraine and slight amnesia. Minutes of your life will be a blur, 5 before you met him. Ronin, and 5 later, okay then no more letting him touch me. Hawks, I have to fly, I won't be able to help you, you'll be alone, kid. Ronin, I've been there before, don't worry, in fact it's a good thing you're not coming, you won't see what I'm about to do, it might be unpleasant for you. Hawks, I'll send you his address. Ronin, nobody messes with my family, thanks Hawks. The hero hung up the phone and Izuku quickly received the address and headed there at full speed. Jiren had just returned home. With work he had had time to gather a team and send it to the UA. Now he just needed a cigarette and to be able to sleep. The guy took out his keys when he collided with someone, causing him to throw them away. Jiren, TCH, hey. Watch where you're walking. Ronin, I'm sorry, please forgive my impertinence, it's just that being blind. The guy looked up, seeing Izuku, who was wearing a black hooded jacket, had a cane and black glasses. Jiren, seeing this, just sighed, annoyed. Jiren, don't worry, it was an accident. The guy turned his back on Izuku and inserted the key into the lock, opened the door, and was about to cross the frame. Ronin, thank you for being such a good person, I hope hell has a place for you. Jiren, what did you say? Ronin, taking off his glasses, you heard me, Okuta Kajiro, Jiren. Chapter 48, Ambush on the AU, First Warning. The moonlight managed to filter into the villain's house weakly until suddenly Jiren entered his house, thrown by Izuku, who with a blow made him enter. The villain had blood and serious burn marks. Ronin, okay, let's talk, shall we? Jiren, come on, kid, they've been hitting me more than they should lately. What did I do to deserve this? Ronin, it's not my fault, you're an idiot. At that moment the villain took out a gun and shot Izuku, hitting him in the shoulder. The bullet came out and the wound simply healed. Annoyed, they turned the empty magazine over Izuku's body with the same result. In the end the gun was empty. Ronin, nice toy, and I thought it was just a lighter. Jiren, damn child. Ronin, can we talk now? The annoyed villain threw himself at Izuku, who took him by the hands and lifted him in the air, and then slammed him against the ground, making a crunching sound. The villain got up and Izuku punched him in the stomach, making the villain kneel. Jiren, what do you want? Drugs? Alcohol? Or I know, maybe you want to have fun, right? You look a little young, but I know a place. Just say you're my friend and problem solved. They're the best women you've ever seen, lush tits, huge hips, they're very easy, you just have to pay them well. And if there was something that made Izuku angry, it was that they would treat women like objects. The boy in response gave Jiren a strong knee to the face with enough force to burst his nose. Blood gushed out. The boy took him out of the house. Jiren was hurt but still did not speak. He had to call the league. Maybe if he did, there was a high probability that they would help him. The guy slowly took out his phone, but Izuku threw his whip, destroying it. The man at that moment, still hoping to escape and get out alive, ran like a soul carried by the devil. Jiren only gave a quick look back to make sure he was not following him, and to his momentary relief this was real. Izuku had disappeared. The blonde was able to slow down a bit, but then something caught him and Jiren was lifted at an impressive speed. The villain was whipped, and when he got up he could see that he was on a building that was too tall. Ronin, oh sorry, I thought you wanted some air, and the view here is amazing. Jiren, I already told you I can get you whatever you want, kid, just tell me and that's it, I won't charge you. Ronin, whatever I want? Jiren, yes. Money, jewelry, whatever you want, just take me down. Ronin, sounds pretty tempting, hee. Jiren, do we have a deal? Ronin, okay. Jiren, more relieved, good, I like that voice, now tell me what do you want? Jiren felt better. Maybe he wasn't good at hand-to-hand combat, but there was a reason they called him the Demon of Deals. Because he always saw what was best for himself. He was a master swindler. He knew that this was his territory, and that's how he would sink the boy. Ronin, I want you to tell me who you sent to attack the UA and its leader. Jiren stared at the boy. The question repeated itself in his mind, making the subject give a loud laugh. Jiren, ha ha boy, is that why you did all this? Ronin approached a few inches to the villain, who smiled mockingly. Jiren, ha ha ha, I thought you were smarter, you know. In fact, whoever told you it was me didn't mention the important part: hit me, torture me, put me on the tallest building in this stupid city, I'll never talk. Ronin, yes, he did mention it, I just thought you were smarter, honestly. Jiren, boy, I've been tortured by worse people, hee. I've messed with the worst of the worst in the city, just look at me, I don't have any fingers, the Liberation Army cut them off, and look at me, I'm still here. Ronin, you? Jiren, no matter what you do to me, stupid brat, I won't talk. The green-haired man took Jiren by the neck and lifted him up. If he wanted an answer, he had to look even tougher. Ronin, tell me who they were. Jiren, don't be talkative or conceited, stupid. Ronin, bringing the villain to the edge, will you talk or not? Jiren, oh, what else? Ronin, I'll throw you off this damn building. The green-haired man loosened his grip a little and the blonde felt his neck slip. Now he had to admit it, the man was slightly scared. He hadn't lied. He had been tortured before, but it was now that he truly felt death was near. The man changed this fear to fury. Who did this brat think he was, speaking to him like that? Jiren, they really didn't tell you and you don't want to listen to me. I don't talk, kid, no matter the circumstance, no matter what happens to me, I'm not a snitch, no matter the money, and let it be known that they've offered me millions. Ronin, then it's good that I don't have millions with me. The green-haired boy slowly released Jiren while breathing furiously. In reality, Hawks was right. There was no way he would talk. Izuku only had one option, but using it was crossing a line that still scared the boy. Now the freckled man was at a crossroads. He was angry, furious. He wasn't going to take no for an answer. He didn't get there for nothing. But what could he do? Jiren, pretty confident now. If you're done with this ridiculous little act, I recommend that you put me down and maybe, just maybe, I can let this go and not tell Shigaraki to break your neck and kill your girlfriend. Ronin, what did you say? Jiren, because between us, bully to bully, this isn't your style. Ronin, what did you just say, son of a hitch? The green-haired man took the villain with both hands and lifted him even higher. Jiren, calm down, kid. Ronin, how do you know about her? Jiren, do you think I don't know you? Who do you think bought the Tartaro's guards for your cell? Who do you think tricked La Brava into making the videos in exchange for her beloved gentle? I know you, Izuku Midoriya, and thanks to you, now everyone knows about your relationship with Momo Yaoyorozu. Believe me, the Nomus will have fun with her and the one-horned dwarf. The green-haired man was now furious. He hadn't been able to get the answer out of Jiren by fair means or foul, so that meant he was no longer useful to him, right? No one would miss him alive. Jiren, now how about you do what I told you and put me down? I'm being very nice too. The villain stopped talking as Izuku, in a single blink, pushed him into the void. Jiren only saw Izuku's blank, emotionless stare. He had made a mistake about the green-haired man, and now he knew it. Izuku just watched him fall and then turned around. Jiren was falling rapidly. He had made a mistake in believing that the boy would not throw him. The villain was close to the ground and only there could he be afraid of death. The blonde just closed his eyes waiting for the fatal blow, but it never came. Instead, he could only feel the rising air. Jiren slowly opened his eyes, seeing the city above. When he looked up, he could see that it was Izuku who was carrying him flying. The enormous wings of his demon form made him look intimidating. The boy quickly reached the destroyed house and threw him towards the window, shattering it. Jiren, it seems I was not wrong. You really are a good boy. Ronin, don't misunderstand things. You're no use to me dead, alive either, but I need answers. Jiren, I told you, kid, I'm not a bucking. The villain tried to attack Izuku using his quirk, but the boy took his hand and entangled it in his black whips, beginning to break it completely. Fingers, palm, wrist, forearm. The boy finally bent it, breaking the elbow and the section of bone where the muscle was, making Jiren scream with horrible pain. Ronin, oops, tss, I am sorry, really, I went a little too far, didn't I? Sorry, you'll be better in a few days. Jiren, ma damn kid, you're crazy. Ronin, more or less, but see what you think if we discuss it over a drink. The green-haired man took Jiren by the neck and sat him on a chair that was near the minibar counter. Izuku took the other one standing in front of his target. He took out a bottle, 2 glasses, and poured the liquid equally, and then took a sip in turn. Jiren, on the other hand, did not touch his. Ronin, what? You don't like it? I thought it was your favorite because of the missing quantity. Jiren, buck you son of a hitch. At that moment, the green-haired man took out a large knife and buried it in the villain's palm, making him scream even louder, his vocal cords almost tearing. The knife had a saw-like side that buried itself in the flesh. Izuku had stuck the knife in so hard that it even went through the bar. Ronin, pouring himself another drink, I honestly didn't think it would have to come to this. You really surprised me. Now why don't you ask me that I buried you? Jiren, go to hell. The green-haired man poured the drink on the wound, making the villain scream even louder. Jiren, damn rot. Ronin asked me. Jiren, what did you bury me? Ronin, curious question. This is a hunting knife or something like that. Once it is buried, it makes the teeth it has get buried in the flesh, making it almost impossible to extract, because if you do it suddenly the tear will be bigger. It is made for larger animals because since there is no way to remove it, only death remains. Jiren, damn man. Ronin, even if you don't believe me, I brought this for someone stronger and bigger than you. For a second I thought I wouldn't need it. Thank you, you didn't make me carry it for nothing. Jiren stared at Izuku. There was something about the green-haired man that made him dangerous. Now the guy was taking his life for the first time in his entire business. The guy was scared. Jiren, stop it please, I swear, I don't know anything about that. Ronin, don't lie. I know you were the one who found this special team, so you better confess who they are, who their leader is, and their quirks. Jiren, I swear I don't know. I promise, for my children, for my family. Ronin, you don't even have a wife, much less children. You're as lonely as a dog, so don't make me waste any more saliva. Jiren, I swear to God I don't know anything. Izuku then began to spin his knife in Jiren's palm, making him howl in pain. Ronin, swear it on me. At that moment the boy quickly took out another knife and did the same with his other hand. Ronin, lucky me I brought 2, don't you think? Jiren, please let me go. I'll do whatever you want, but that's enough. Izuku saw how Jiren slowly closed his eyes. He wasn't dead. The shock made him lose consciousness. Izuku quickly took the bottle and hit him on the head. He grabbed him by the hair and slammed him against the table, and then broke the bottle on his skull and poured the rest of the liquid on his face, causing him to wake up from the burning sensation. Jiren, okay, I'll talk, but please calm down. Ronin, I'm listening. The villain began to give the details of everything he remembered. Izuku could hear everything perfectly, and that only made him angrier. Ronin, and that's all? Jiren, if I could I would tell you their birthdays. Ronin, humor, I'm surprised. The green-haired man then took the knives and pulled them out in one go. Jiren no longer had the strength to scream, but that didn't stop his skin from bristling and his face from reflecting the horror he felt. Ronin, well, thanks for the cooperation. Jiren, please, help me. I gave you valuable information. Ronin, true, I guess I owe you. How about I put you out of your misery? The green-haired man formed a scythe with his whips, scaring the villain. Jiren, what will you do to me? Ronin, I'm just going to finish the job. Jiren, stop please, you are a hero, you don't do this. Ronin, please, I thought you said you knew me. Jiren, boo but. Ronin, I do it now. Jiren, oh stop please, mercy. Ronin, I told you I'd put you out of your misery, and that's what I'm going to do. Imagine what Shigaraki or All for One will do to you if they find out you helped the heroes. Besides, I'm being merciful with you, because what I'm going to do to you is nothing like what I'm going to do to Tamura Shigaraki or rather Tenko Shimura. The green-haired man raised his scythe and Jiren only closed his eyes one last time before feeling his life slip away as quickly as his flesh and bones were separated. His head fell to the ground. Jiren was dead. The green-haired man only saw the corpse. With his whips he took the head by the hair and left it on the table. Ronin, I told you, dead or alive, I don't care about you, but I prefer a silent corpse to a vengeful living one. The green-haired man simply left the house and generated a huge fireball which he threw towards the house, setting it on fire and burning all traces of his presence in that place. Then he spread his wings and took flight, heading at full speed to the UA. After a while Izuku was able to link communication with Yayorozu, who took a while. Ronin, Momo, are you okay? Yayorozu, me? Of course I'm fine, a little sleepy but fine, hee. How are you? Are you coming back, my love? You didn't take long. Ronin, listen Momo, wake up the others, things are going to be bad. Yayorozu, what are you talking about, Izuku? Everything's quiet because... Ronin, watch the news, darling, there's a pretty serious villain attack right now. Yayorozu, has the fight already started? Ronin, no, this is just a distraction. They want all the heroes to be busy so they're ready and have the door open to ambush us. Yayorozu, us? Why? Ronin, because if I die, All for One will have a clear path. The green-haired boy expected his girlfriend to yell at him, to tell him it was his fault and cut off the communication, but instead he only heard a light laugh. Yayorozu, being a successor to something so big does cause problems. Ronin, you get used to it over time. Yayorozu, hee, okay, I'll tell everyone, you focus on not crashing. Ronin, I see the UA nearby. Yayorozu, so you're already close, which means our guests are too. Ronin, you better expect them to be there waiting for the right moment to enter. Yayorozu, right, then I'll hang up, I'll get back to you in a few minutes. Ronin, okay, take care of yourself, I love you. Yayorozu, take care, your chosen one, I'm not flying here, hee. I love you too, Izuku. The brunette cut the communication. Izuku put more speed into his flight, but when he was about to reach the UA he rose, positioning himself higher than the clouds, and with his one for all he increased his range of vision, managing to observe that the villains had already arrived and had formed groups. Izuku just smiled. Apparently they weren't that stupid, or their leader was very smart. Izuku watched while he analyzed and remembered everything Jiren had told him. After a few minutes Yayorozu returned the communication between them, now linking it with the others. Ronin, is anyone there? Todoroki, we can all hear you, bro. Ronin, well, has Momo given you the good news yet? Tsuyu, Karo, unless I got the wrong news. Jiro, that news is not good at all. Ronin, so he did pass on the message. Todoroki, what will we do? Ronin, fight. Yui, I don't want to sound like a killjoy, but I don't think that's a great idea. Kinoko, she's right. Hagakure, we are at school, we don't have our costumes. Ronin, that's why we will fight. No one knows the High Alliance better than we do. We live here and no one will chase us away, much less harm us. Todoroki, well? Ronin, this is Shigaraki's first warning, but we will make him see that he cannot come and threaten us. Tokage, Izuku is right. If that deformed idiot thinks he can come and bully us, then he's an idiot. Nobody messes with UA. Kirishima, right, this is our school and our home. Screw them. We beat them once, this will be no different. Jiro, let's make that idiot see what we're made of. Hagakure, with my friends so motivated I can't fail. Kanoko, let's show our strength. Ronin, that's how it is spoken. May, I need you to go to the workshop safely. Bring all the EMPs you have, we will use them. May, they are in my room, I installed them on the armor. Ronin, go get them. May, right away. Ronin, Momo, you'll be teaming up with Yui. Remember, it's just us. Yaoyorozu, we can make something so small so dangerous. Yui, I already saw where you're going. Okay, count me in. Ronin, Jiro and Hagekyo will go together. They can't hit what they can't see, and if they are paralyzed it's worse. Hagekyo, understood. Jiro, count on that. Ronin, Tokeiji, I want you with Shoji, use combined attacks. Ojiro, you will go with Kirishima and Tokoemi, make them feel fear. Shinso, I want you with Mei. Todoroki, me and Tsuyu? Ronin, they will go together. Tsuyu's camouflage helps a lot. You have her scent, but preferably see if you can smear that kind of mucus that she secretes on yourself. So if there are guys with tracking quirks, they will locate two Tsuyus, but one of them will have fire. Todoroki, understood. Yaoyorozu, my love, and who will you go with? Ronin, I'll go alone because I'm a barbarian. Todoroki, won't you be at a disadvantage? Ronin, true, but for it to be fair, he would have to tie one of my arms and blindfold me. Todoroki, funny. Ronin, I trust you. Today, no matter which side we're on, let's work together. That includes the rest of the class. Yaoyorozu, you're right. Ronin, then time to move people. The mission has already begun. Everyone nodded and cut off the communication. Izuku only saw the different teams. Ronin, well, one team at the main entrance, 2 more at the emergency exits, and 2 more at the receptions of each building of classes A and B. They are not stupid. Be well, yes, but at least they are skilled. The green-haired boy waited and then saw how the group behind him slowly entered. The green-haired boy took out his phone and wrote a single message for Momo. They're in, back door, be alert. The green-haired boy was about to move when he received a call from Mei. Ronin, hello? Mei, Izuku Momo sent me your message. I managed to get into my room, but I wonder why. Ronin, why what? Mei, I know quite a few smart people, you being one of them, and my question is, why would someone like you want an EMP knowing what it would do to the school and our communications with the other heroes? Ronin, I'm surprised someone as smart as you didn't guess that. Mei, what's the plan, Izuku? And I want the truth. Ronin, the High Alliance is united with the UA. You should know from Power Loader that the Academy can withstand EMPs without a problem, the dorms too, but every time the power goes out. Mei, send a distress signal. Ronin, 1 may be a coincidence, 2 or 3 are already. Mei, okay, I understand, then I'm ready. Ronin, that's good, because me too. At that moment the green-haired boy saw how all the other teams also entered the dormitories and those of Class B. The boy then put on a serious face. Ronin, and they too. Mei, don't tell me that. Ronin, everyone has already entered. Tell Yui to alert Class B. Mei, understood. Ronin, use the EMPs on my signal. For now, just be ready. Mei, understood. Take good care of yourself. Ronin, they won't see what hit them. The green-haired boy landed and quickly began to move stealthily. There were guards at the gate, but they couldn't see him. Izuku immediately located the window of his room and using the Gran Torino technique and edge-shot stealth he managed to move until he reached his window where he entered just as silently. His predatory sense remained on alert but not as serious. There was no threat nearby. The boy used his one for all to hear better, but there was no one nearby. The green-haired boy then took his bow, his quiver and his revolver. He was close to taking the sword but decided that he would leave it this time and instead grabbed more knives. Took his mask and the forearm protections, checking that he had all his ammunition, and once making sure of this the boy put his ear to the door and managed to hear footsteps. The freckled boy paid more attention and managed to hear a radio. Villain, everything is in order. I think the brats are asleep. Radio, then prepare the gas bombs. The doctor will be happy to have them with his quirks. Villain, yes, preparing a grenade. But what will we do with the quirks so they are not useful for the high range? Radio, if it's a man, you kill him, and if it's a woman, you can have fun. Ronin at that moment became enraged. He managed to hear how the guy stopped talking on the radio. Izuku waited a little longer while he slowly opened his door, and then when the villain was in front of his door he opened it quickly, hitting the guy in the face. The guy looked stunned. Izuku took off his belt, and the guy looked at him as if he was making fun of him. Ronin, that's your mistake. The villain only took out a knife. Villain, they didn't tell me there were Quirkless. This will be fun. Ronin, come on, son of a hitch. The green-haired man wrapped his belt around his neck, and before his rival could do anything against him, Izuku threw the belt in his face, hitting him. Villain, what the buck? The villain threw the knife, but Izuku managed to deflect it with his belt, hit him in the neck with his fists, and with a knee he made him fall. The villain could not believe what was happening. A boy was beating him only with a belt. Villain, you're going to die. The villain threw 2 cuts towards Izuku, who managed to dodge them masterfully. The third one he threw, Izuku managed to entangle his fist in his belt. He hit him again, making the villain angry, and he passed the knife to the other hand, throwing another cut, but Izuku tangled it, and using the momentum managed to entangle it in his neck, and then push him down, making him hit the ground, and quickly lifted him up, untangled his hands, and entangled his neck. He put his foot forward and began to squeeze until the villain fell unconscious. Ronin, May, can you hear me? May, yes. Ronin, do you have everything? May, complete. Ronin, okay, then use 3 within a second and a half range. May, that's a long time. Ronin, this way we won't hurt the systems. May, understood, detonating in 3. The green-haired boy advanced cautiously and managed to see a villain. The boy jumped to the roof and pushed himself down, falling on top of the villain, hitting him with a kick, leaving him unconscious instantly. May 2. Izuku got up, and at that moment he saw a villain approaching, so he took out his revolver and shot the villain in the crotch. The bullet was electric, so the guy started to writhe. Izuku didn't stay there and took out 2 knives and threw them at the guy, nailing him into the wall by the shoulders. Ronin, no one comes in here against me and comes out unscathed. Izuku took out a cartridge of something and put it in the subject's mouth, from which a liquid began to come out that silenced him, although he was still alive. May 3. The girl began to press the buttons on her armor, and then 3 light explosions could be heard throughout the High Alliance complex. After this, a red light came on which bathed the entire place. The sleeping students woke up because an alarm began to sound so high-pitched that everyone covered their ears. Alert, alert, this is not a drill. The integrity of the High Alliance is at risk. Students are advised to remain calm. Emergency services and pro-heroes have already been contacted. At that moment everyone became so quiet, it seemed like a cemetery, but then Izuku heard it. On the outskirts the other teams that were on guard began to move, entering the UA. May, okay Izuku, what's step 2? Ronin, fight. May, I knew you'd say that. I connected our microphone to the speakers, if you have something clever to say. Ronin, thank you. At that moment the green-haired man entered his room and came out, reaching the roof of the building. Seeing how the teams entered, the green-haired man just smiled and clenched his fists. Ronin, to all third-year students of the High Alliance, you've heard it. We are under attack. The war has come this far. You think we are weak, but it is time to show our evolution in these 3 years. Let us defend our home. None of us will give up, not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Let us show why we are students of the UA. At that moment the teams approached the entrances. Izuku lit up his eyes and then closed them. His fists also lit up, together with force, and when he opened his eyes his fists also extended, and with just that a barricade of fire was formed around the 3 buildings that trapped several villains and stopped others. Ronin, I know I'm not one to command, but if you want to live, you'll have to listen to me. I'm not a teacher, nor a hero, much less the president of your class, but if you want to live, then fight. The green-haired boy watched the fire, ran towards the shore, jumped and wrapped his whip around the roof, and then swung towards Jiro's bedroom window, destroying it. The boy noticed that the violet-haired girl's sound system was connected and turned on. Ronin, hey Jiro, you know it's dangerous to leave everything connected, right? Jiro, Izuku, since you're here, stop scolding me and do me a favor, put on some music. The green-haired boy noticed that there was a song in the player. The boy didn't know if it was the right thing to do, but trusting the rocker he pressed the play button. Jiro, Let's rock, baby. Insert 5 to 1 by the doors for your enjoyment. Ronin, that bored. At that moment, the song began to play throughout the High Alliance. The villains looked confused. What was happening? Were they waiting for them? Who was the hunter, and who was the hunted? Ida was getting dressed at that moment, while Uraraka watched him. Uraraka, I-kun, what will we do? Ida, I'm not Ronin's friend. But he's right, we won't give up. Get up and get dressed, Ochako. We'll protect this no matter what. The brunette looked at her boyfriend, and then Izuku's voice began to be heard in her mind. She had to help them. The green-haired boy kicked the door, tearing it off, knocking down 2 villains in his path. The boy started a fist fight, the villains one after the other. Izuku hit their faces hard, hit their necks and kicked their stomachs, making them bleed. One by one his bullets came out, knocking them down, making a deafening noise. But he wasn't the only one. Yaoyorozu and Yui were working well. The brunette had created a stun grenade and passed it to her friend, who threw it. The object fell on the floor near the villains and Yaoyorozu activated it. Everything happened so slowly that the subjects didn't notice. Seconds before it exploded, Yui made it bigger, making the reaction bigger. The villains didn't know anything, and even some who were far away were affected, making the job easier for Yaoyorozu, who created a pellet rifle and made her friend her electrified batons. The villains fell before the beautiful and deadly females. Even when the bullets ran out, Momo used her gun like a baseball bat, hitting the rivals on the head. The 2 girls raised their thumbs, satisfied. Yaoyorozu, you are quite skilled. Yui, I say the same about you. Thanks for the help, we work well as a team. At that moment a villain was approaching at full speed, but before he could do anything to them, Ida ran past, knocking the guy down. Yaoyorozu, I don't want to say it, but thank you. Ida, no one will harm my companions while I'm here. Move, there's an attack ahead. The sprinter took off running and quickly walked away, while Momo and Yui looked at him confused. Yaoyorozu, I don't think he's noticed. Yui, we agree. A villain approaches from behind, but both noticed. Yui passed one of the batons to her friend, who lit it. The villain was about to do something, but he didn't count on the girls turning around at the same time and hit him with their batons, electrocuting him. Yaoyorozu, I think you're right, we work well as a team. Jiro and Hagakure's team also worked well. Apparently the violet-haired girl had new equipment which consisted of sound grenades. The girl threw them, and when they exploded they stunned the villains, causing the invisible girl to finish them all off. Although the surprise was for Jiro, because when a villain was close to hitting her, a lightning bolt struck him. The rocker saw that it had been her boyfriend who had caused that powerful attack. Jiro, Denki. Kananari, I may be an idiot most of the time, but I won't let anyone hurt you ever, Kyuka. The violet-haired girl kissed her boyfriend and both were on guard. Shoji and Tokage made a good combination. The giant was a good wall. With his multiple arms, the villains fell before him, and those who managed to escape had to deal with Tokage. Tokoimi was also a great help because Dark Shadow was terrifying. Since there was no light, the shadow was huge. Tokoimi could still control it without any problem and fight at the same time. Kirishima did the same. The villains' quirks were strong, but so were the young heroes, and when working together it was better. Izuku already had a record because if we started counting, there were more enemies that he had defeated. There were villains trapped in nets, with cuts, with weapon injuries, etc. The freckled one was furious, and they couldn't stop him. Todoroki fought alongside Tsu. Both could see the brutality of the green-haired boy, as he had taken a villain by the shoulder and broken it to finish him off by slamming him against the wall. He had hit another so hard in the stomach that he lifted him a little in the air. The boy grabbed him by the head and threw him against the other one in the place. Ronin, how are you? Todoroki, they'll end up being more afraid of us then. Ronin, we are theirs, that's the plan, brother. At that moment Yaoyorozu spoke. Momo, we identified the boss. The coward managed to escape. Ronin, in which direction? Yaoyorozu, goes to the Class A recreation room. Ronin, I should have expected it. Todoroki, we have a plan for. At that moment Bicolor turned around, realizing that his brother was no longer with them. Tsuyu, it's moving fast. Todoroki, faster than usual, he's upset and too. The green-haired boy used his wolf form as he ran towards the place. The boy bit the villains he found on the way. He threw fireballs at others. the boy slowed down and deployed his bow. The door was closed, but using his hearing with one for all, he heard someone on the other side. Boss, damn, someone sold us out. This should be simple. They're just kids, damn it. There's nothing special about them. The green-haired boy entered stealthily and stuck himself into the ceiling covered in darkness. The boy took out his bow and tensed it, aiming at the subject. Ronin, nothing special about us? We'll see. The green-haired boy aimed well and breathed before shooting, hitting the guy's shoulder, pinning him to the wall. The guy screamed loudly, but Izuku didn't care and shot again, now at the other shoulder. The boy had perfect aim, hitting the man's joints. The boy shot now at the legs and 2 more at the palms, thus preventing him from using his quirk. The guy was now sweating blood from fear. His eyes were in shock. Izuku landed in front of the man, who was scared. They hadn't told him anything, not even a single warning. Ronin, so we have nothing special? Boss, no, wait, it's not my fault. Jiren was the one who hired me. I didn't even want to be here. I don't know anyone. Ronin, how pathetic you are. A real villain begging a high school boy. Boss, okay, what do you want? Money? I can pay you well, just don't kill me. Ronin, oh no, I'm not going to kill you. At that moment, everyone entered the recreation room. Ida, you managed to catch him, Midoriya. That's a great achievement. Uraraka, we can now tie him up and let the police take care of him. Ronin, no. Everyone saw the dark aura that the green-haired man had. It was undoubtedly intimidating. Everyone began to hesitate in approaching him. Ida, my Midoriya, I know you're not the same as before, but please, you know better than anyone that. At that moment, the green-haired man's sword reached the hand of its owner, lighting up in an even more intense red color, scaring everyone. Todoroki, I don't know what's wrong with him, but it's the first time I've seen him act like this. He's really furious. Tsuyu, yes, Karo's scared. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, my love, what are you planning? Ronin, if anyone touches this bastard, I'll kill him. The green-haired man made a movement with his sword, making the villain tremble. Boss, please stop him, he's crazy, don't let him kill me. Ronin, even if they all came, they wouldn't be able to scratch me, and do you know why? The villain didn't make any move out of fear. Izuku just slapped him. Ronin, I asked you a question, deaf. Do you know why? The poor villain just shook his head. Ronin, because I can defeat them with a simple move. The villain felt his legs tremble. That look, the same look the boy had, he had seen before, in Stain, in Shigaraki, and that same aura, it was the same one All for One had. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, please don't kill him. The mission is over, don't kill him. Ronin, kill him? Who said he'd do that? In fact, our friend is so kind that he'll be our messenger, right? Boss, no, please, mercy, they would kill me. Ronin, and if you don't do what I tell you, you'll wish you were dead, understand? The villain couldn't do anything because Izuku hit him on the head with the handle of the katana. The villain fainted. Izuku saved him without removing the arrows and took out an arrow which he separated, making a steel rope, and began to entangle the villain. Ida, what are you doing? Ronin, we don't want him to run away, do we? Yaoyorozu, Izuku, what do you plan to do? Ronin, it's a surprise, you'll see. The green-haired man finished his job and started pulling the villain towards the exit. Ronin, don't wait up for me. The boy just walked out of there, making everyone look at him with doubt. Todoroki, where are you going? Yaoyorozu, we'll find out. The heroes won't be long in coming, and I highly doubt the villains will fall asleep all the time. The girls started creating strings without stopping. Yaoyorozu, we have to clean up this mess. So the boys began to entangle the villains. Class B also went to the jet for ropes. Izuku's team took care of Izuku's rivals who were on the ground or nailed to the walls by knives, arrows, or nets. Finally they finished, and while the heroes arrived they began to sweep the mess. Finally they turned on the television. Yaoyorozu, where will it be? Jiro, calm down, Momo, you'll hear from him. Todoroki, she's right, he is hard to kill, quite hard indeed. Tsuyu, do you want to know where Izuku is? Yaoyorozu, yes. Tsuyu, Karo, then watch TV. At that moment everyone looked at the TV, surprised by what their eyes saw. Reporter: Yes, it's a pleasure to greet the audience. As you were saying, not long ago we were reported of an attack on the UA Hero Academy. It seems a team of villains tried to enter the complex created for the students. It is not known if they achieved anything, but the report says that 3 EMPs were detonated in a row. Something that should not happen normally. We hope to have more information in the course of the wait. What's that? The woman was in a helicopter, and then the camera focused on the villain's boss, who was tangled up and stuck in what everyone knew was the tallest building. Reporter: We can't describe how strange the situation is, but we can assure you it's not normal. We don't know if the person trapped is one of the villains or just a huge coincidence, but... At that moment the guy started to writhe and thrash while screaming at the top of his lungs. Boss, please. I beg you, please arrest me or he'll come back. At that moment the brunette smiled. She wasn't going to kill him, she was just going to warn Shigaraki somehow. Reporter: It seems our strange suspect is being very cooperative. Can we confirm that he's one of the participants? Wait, the guy has something hanging around his neck. The subject had a sign front and back with a simple message. Arrest me, I'm the leader of the attack on the UA. Reporter: Well, this answers our questions. Now we will travel to the studio where they will give us directions, and from there we will go to the UA, hoping they will answer our next questions. The reporter remained silent as the camera shot focused on the villain until the broadcast was cut off and she returned to the studio. Yayorozu, we will never give up. On the other hand, on the other side of the city, Tamura Shigaraki watched this with some annoyance. How could his great plan fail? Shigaraki, Kurojirai calls Jiren. I'll ask him for explanations and you'll see if he doesn't want to talk, I'll force him. Kurojirai: I don't think that's possible, Tamura. Shigaraki: Why not? Stressed. The annoyed villain scratched his neck in fury and stress. Toga, excited: Jijiji, I don't think you can, Tamura-kun, my baby has already grown up. Shigaraki: What the hell are you talking about, Toga? Twice, Jiren's house is. The villain had a hard time speaking and that bothered Shigaraki. Shigaraki: What the hell is going on? Answer me now. Dabi, someone attacked Jiren, they burned his house and he was inside. At that moment Shigaraki knew what Toga was talking about. His blood began to boil and with a single movement he destroyed the TV and then threw a tantrum like a child. Shigaraki: That damn kid. Elsewhere Izuku just smiled. His plan worked as he wanted. Ronin, Shigaraki, now you're going to know me and the next corpse will be you. Chapter 49: A Stupid Decision. The next morning Momo woke up alone. Izuku had not gone to sleep with her as usual. The girl was surprised, but when she went out to the recreation room she could see that her boyfriend was asleep in an armchair. The green-haired man had the sword perfectly gripped. Yayorozu knew that his predatory sense would always keep him alert, so he was sure. The girl then decided to prepare her boyfriend a light breakfast. Fortunately it was Sunday and everyone was still asleep. The girl made him some coffee with hotcakes, slowly approached the coffee table and put the food. The girl had also prepared hers, so she sat next to her boyfriend and slowly began to shake him to wake him up. It took a while, but finally Izuku was opening his eyes. Ronin, what happened? Yayorozu, go champion, it's already morning. Ronin, really? No, yawning, I didn't know, time, it goes by fast. Yayorozu, don't tell me you slept here all night. Ronin, not all of it, but most of it, Yayorozu, so how much did you do, Izuku? Ronin, after I returned and saw that everyone had caught the villains and had already been interviewed, I thought about going to sleep, but the director called me. He wanted to see me and came with my father. They wanted to know if the villains who were really bad were because of me, how I found out about the attack and all that. Yayorozu, did you tell them? Ronin, my father already knew that I had sent Hawks to look for someone, and he asked me if I had found him, and yes, from there it was Hawks who informed me of the ambush, and I came here as quickly as I could. Yayorozu, wait, you found it? Ronin, it wasn't difficult, tall, muscular, thirsty for a good fight. Yayorozu, well, that's true. Ronin, I held back a bit, I didn't want to kill him. Yaoyorozu, we both know you didn't hold back just a little. Ronin, well, the thing is that I defeated him. I told him who I was and if he wanted to fight again then. Yaoyorozu, he would join us. Ronin, exactly, at least he was quite cooperative. Yaoyorozu, well, you didn't leave him much choice either. Ronin, only the necessary ones, survive with us or die like them. Yaoyorozu, you looked quite menacing last night. Ronin, it had to look that way. Yaoyorozu, hanging it up was a good interrogation method, the poster looked funny. Ronin, it's not until you look death straight in the eye that you can define who you are. Yaoyorozu, well, he saw it very close. Since you called your sword, you surprised me. I thought you would use it from the beginning as always. Ronin, I don't just use my sword, you should know that. I'm just as lethal if not more so without it. Not even Ida expected that. Yaoyorozu, nobody. Izuku dressed you with the clear intention of killing him. Even your sword had a deeper red color than normal. Ronin, really? I didn't even notice. Yaoyorozu, don't be sarcastic, Izuku. Ronin, it was night and the red light didn't help Momo. I wasn't going to realize that at that precise moment. Yaoyorozu, well, that's true. Ronin, besides, you and the others were more of a concern to me than a bunch of useless villains. Yaoyorozu, hey, I'm strong too. Ronin, I know, but if I had to not worry about some idiot being dishonest enough to attack from behind my back, it would be better. Yaoyorozu, it's a sweet gesture at least. Ronin, can I eat now? Yaoyorozu, okay, but I'm serious, Izuku. Last night you seemed ruder than usual. Ronin, the world is full of those cowards. If I want to do my job right, I have to scare them, make them regret messing with us. Yaoyorozu, that's a good idea, my love, but not everyone is a coward and you know it. Ronin, yes, but as long as people like them exist, I'll be ready to deal blows. Yaoyorozu, we'll be ready, Izuku. We're a team and I won't abandon you. Ronin, thanks, honey. The green-haired boy gave his girlfriend a smile, and then gave her a tender kiss. He began to eat calmly, accompanied by the woman he loved. After a few minutes, Tsuyu and Todoroki appeared as well as the rest of his friends. The green-haired boy greeted them calmly but didn't expect a blow to the head from Tsuyu. Hey, why so aggressive? Tsuyu, Kero for scaring us, silly. The green-haired man looked at his brother, who simply shrugged. Ronin, I kept them alive, didn't I? Kirishima, you're right about that. Hagakure, but when you caught the boss you gave off a dangerous aura, almost as if you were about to kill it. Jiro, I mean, maybe it wasn't a bad idea, but... Yaoyorozu, no? Jiro, admitted Yamamoto, it's them or us, and honestly between all of us who I would prefer as the executioner of some villain is Izuku. At least he has valid reasons and doesn't always shout it like that idiot Bakugo. Yaoyorozu, well, I won't deny that, but it's still murder and it's not time for that yet. Todoroki, that was weird with you. Yaoyorozu, what? Todoroki, you said it's not time yet, almost as if you approved of me killing. Jiro, I told you, it's the best option. Yaoyorozu, no! It's just that, well, he won't kill, but don't you think he deserves it? At least Shigaraki? Todoroki, well... Tsuyu, I don't think that's a decision for us to make, Kero. Shinso, personally I think so. Ronin, let's leave that topic for later, it's a morality debate that I honestly prefer to avoid. Tokoemi, now that you mention it, I would like to hear your answer. I feel that out of all of us, you are the one who would know the most about the subject. Knowing your point of view would be interesting. Ronin, no, they'll get angry when they know my answer, if Tsuyu already hit me like that. Shoji, but Tokoemi is right when you think about it. Shinso, you have more experience than us and knowing your position, whether good or bad, would be educational. Ronin, I already told you that it is a moral debate that I prefer to avoid. Todoroki, well, honestly it's not something I really like to say, but I feel like there should be some exceptions. Everyone stared at the green-haired boy, curious to know what answer he would give. Izuku finally snorted, annoyed. Ronin sighed. Okay, but you better not get angry, especially you seeing Tsuyu and Momo. The two girls simply nodded. Izuku resigned himself and thought a bit before speaking. Ronin, life is not a gift, it is a time that we have borrowed and at some point we have to pay it. I feel that is death. We are in debt, and like all debts it has to be settled. Each one lives his life in his own way, but that does not give us the right to take the life of another person just because we are not judges, juries, or executioners of anyone. That is not justice. Todoroki, that's surprising to hear coming from you. Ronin, but even though we can't just go around killing like nothing's happening, I feel there are exceptions to this rule. People with souls so rotten that they leave no other option. People who, if left alive, would do more harm in the long run than good. In our case, being heroes, we have to know how to identify these aspects well. Make a wise decision because killing is an act that requires a cold mind. Todoroki, so you're saying? Ronin, I say that killing should always be the last option, a line that we should not cross so easily. Think carefully before pulling the trigger, because otherwise we will be no better than the villains. We are heroes, we protect people at all costs even if we lose ourselves in battle. That is our mission, to protect the innocent, to preserve peace. Todoroki, so if you already said all that, tell me, are you planning on killing someone? At that moment the atmosphere became heavier. Without exception, everyone turned their gaze towards the green-haired boy who looked at them calmly. The boy took a slice of his hot cake and took a sip of his coffee. Ronin, unlike Bakugo who only claims to kill to keep up a tough guy facade, I have to admit there are two bastards I've got my eye on and a bullet with their name written on it. Todoroki, then? Ronin, if I have to stain my hands with the blood of criminals, rest assured that I am willing to accept the punishment. I will kill those two bastards. The bicolor looked at his adoptive brother seriously. The boy was ready to pull the trigger and Todoroki knew it. His brother wasn't joking. Yaoyorozu, okay, that's enough. Don't you think we should have a good breakfast? You can't tell me you're not hungry. Todoroki, that's true, I'll do soba. Ronin, why am I not surprised? Todoroki, will you shut up? You'll eat too. Ronin, it's a fair deal. Tsuyu, come on Shoto, I'll help you. Todoroki, thanks Tsu. Ronin, just cook please. Todoroki, shut up. Yaoyorozu, if you want, we can help you. Tsuyu, insurance? Yaoyorozu, of course, I don't know anyone who is better in the kitchen than Izuku. Ronin, oh sure, it's good that you asked for my opinion, right? Kirishima, come on, accept it, man, you know how to cook. Well, you and Tsuyu, I've never tried anything you two make. Todoroki/Momo, we're here. Kirishima, come on, you have to admit it, they cook very well. Shinso, this time I agree with Kirishima. Shoji, me too. Ojiro, I think everyone admit it, we are all good at something, but when it comes to cooking, they are the best. Todoroki, okay, I admit it. Yaoyorozu, I know Izuku cooks much better than me, but it's offensive that they only mention him. Kirishima, well, sorry. Tsuyu, we won't be long, come. Izuku's somewhat uncomfortable. Ronin, let's go. Momo. Todoroki, of course, I'll go alone. The boys then began to cook for their friends. Although in the end the green-haired boys left their respective partners aside because both were in charge of cooking almost everything, Yaoyorozu cut the vegetables and Todoroki seasoned them. In the end, between Izuku and Tsuyu they finished the rest and finally assembled the dishes. Ronin, I don't understand how your quirk is fire, and your vegetables burn, brother. Todoroki, shut up, it's a little hard to skip. Ronin, no, it's just a simple hand movement, there's no science to it. Todoroki, shut up already. Yaoyorozu, well, I think it turned out pretty well, although I don't know if it's right for me to say so. Kirishima, it's pretty good. Tokage, you're right, honey, it's delicious. Kinoko, at least they didn't put mushrooms on it. Yui, it's quite soft, and that's perfect. Ronin, hey, when did you arrive? Mei, you must be a professional chef sometime. Midoriya. Yaoyorozu, well, you too. Kirishima, it shouldn't surprise you anymore, or at least by now you know they're coming here. Yaoyorozu, before, more people arrived in the afternoon. Tokage, in our dormitory, Kendo, Pony or Monoma cook, believe me, you don't want to try what they make. Ronin, now I got curious. Tokage, believe me, you don't want to know Izuku, I'm telling you as a friend, not even my worst enemy would eat that. Yui, especially what Monoma cooks, that's certain death Yaya. Yaoyorozu, well, if Yui says that then she must be right, we must never prove that. Ronin, well yeah, that's fine. Todoroki, hey, it turned out pretty good. Ronin, everything is better when you're with the right people. Todoroki, don't get philosophical here. Tsuyu, unless after what you did yesterday. Ronin, oh please Tsuyu, don't tell me that you're still upset. The little frog simply continued eating. Yaoyorozu noticed this as well as a guilty look on Izuku's face. The green-haired boy was the first to finish and said goodbye to his friends. Ronin, I'm going to train. Kirishima, I'm going with you Izuku, there are some moves I want to practice. Ronin, maybe later bro, right now I want to be alone. Yaoyorozu, my love, are you okay? Tsuyu, seeing the boy, hey, if it's because of what? Ronin, giving a fake smile, hahaha no, just that well there are a few movements that I want to practice alone and stuff. Yaoyorozu, really? I mean, if you want I could help you. Ronin, no, there's a battle to fight, I need to be prepared, sorry if I ruined breakfast. The green-haired boy walked away from his friends, went to his room where he put on some sports clothes and from there he left his room through the balcony towards the gym. Insert to leave something behind by Sean Rowe. The green-haired boy warmed up a little while images from the previous night played back in his mind. The boy remembered the fury he felt at that moment, how his blood boiled. But he remembered the way Jiren mocked him and threatened his daughter and girlfriend. The boy trained his lightning of destiny with both hands while thinking carefully. At that moment he was upset about the ambush, but the straw that broke the camel's back, what made him lose control was that they threatened his family, so Jiren's murder had been selfish. He had just said not long ago that a life couldn't be taken away so easily, that there was a line that shouldn't be crossed, but he didn't hesitate at that moment, he even threw him off a building. Izuku threw his whip as he thought about the consequences of his actions, besides the revenge of the League, which he didn't care much about to be honest, but it scared Tsuyu, and he was sure that not only her, the green-haired man could swear that all his friends felt scared when they saw Izuku behave that way, and with good reason. Izuku had even threatened to kill them. Obviously he wasn't going to do it because he only wanted to threaten the boss of the villains, but they did believe it, and even though he didn't want to admit it, a part of him did too. Now Izuku was doubtful. Ronin, practicing his speed, people with such rotten souls, could I be one of them? How long will it take before I become a monster? At that moment an artificial villain came out, and Izuku destroyed him with a fireball so fast that even he was a little surprised. Ronin, seeing the destroyed mannequin, or am I already? The green-haired boy was practicing for too long. In the end night came. The boy didn't know that so much time had passed, so he simply swept the place, removing the dust left over from his training, and left there. The boy entered his room the same way he left. He didn't want to disturb his friends. Upon entering he could see his girlfriend lying down hugging the stuffed animal that he had given her tightly. The boy sat down and caressed the girl's bare arms. Ronin, forgive me Momo, I know I'm not the best person in the world, I make mistakes and I think I've made more lately. I know I would go see Chisaki, but I'll stay a few more days to make sure there's nothing else, no surprises from the villains and all that. I love you Momo, never forget that. Sorry if I caused you and the others a lot of trouble. The green-haired man said this and left his room, determined to never let anyone threaten his family again. This is how the days began for the boy. He moved away a little from his friends and girlfriend, this in part for safety and because he still believed that they were afraid of him, and although they did not show it, the others did. Ida, Mineta, Mina, Koda, Kaminari, Uraraka, even Bakugo moved away a little when they saw the green-haired boy. This increased his insecurity, and it was reflected when he saw himself further away from everyone. His friends worried about this, especially his brother, his sister-in-law, and of course his girlfriend, who tried to get closer to the boy, but he moved away more. Tsuyu felt bad because she thought it was all her fault. She did not want that to happen, but she could not deny or hide the fear she felt. But to Izuku's misfortune, or perhaps fortune, after a while his wish came true. His friends stopped trying to talk to him, almost as if they accepted reality. Izuku even noticed that Yaoyorozu was no longer sleeping in her room waiting for him quietly. The girl gradually stopped going. Now the green-haired man saw her talking to Tsuyu and Todoroki calmly. They laughed and were comfortable. The boy also stopped sitting with his girlfriend to sit now far back in the corner. A strategic place because being next to the wall he had the perfect vision of what was happening both inside and outside because he could hear without any problem. Izuku had made a decision. He would never regret what he did. Killing Jiren was not a mistake. The mistake would have been to let him live. The boy accepted this and felt like a weight was lifted off his shoulders. Izuku was also determined on one thing. Just as he killed Jiren, he would also kill All for One and Shigaraki because, as he said, more than a good, they are a cancer for society. The green-haired man could feel better now, although this was a lie because he had another problem: his girlfriend. The boy decided that letting her go was the most viable option. He remembered Jiren's words and the blame fell on him because Izuku had indirectly made her a target as well as her family, so he was determined to break all ties that could put them at risk. Although this was obviously easier said than done, Izuku loved Momo but knew it was best for both of them. The boy saw that now that none of his friends were looking for him, they seemed calmer. Apparently being away from a monster did them quite well. This was also reflected in Momo because Izuku could swear that since the girl stopped looking for him, she seemed more fulfilled and happy. One day the green-haired boy managed to see how both Yaoyorozu and Todoroki returned laughing to the academy carrying multiple bags. The freckled boy could see a sparkle in the brunette's eyes, and not being able to stand it anymore, he walked away from the place. Ronin, this is what I meant from the beginning. I didn't want any of this to happen, but it's my fault. I'd already seen it. She's not for me. Maybe destiny is written. Maybe mine is to be with Uraraka or just for life, and Momo's is to be with him. I can't blame them. They look alike and also they look happy. I give up. Take care of her for my soba face and give her the happiness that I could never give her. The green-haired boy was now almost a ghost to his friends, who did not ignore Izuku's resounding disappearance. The boy was now only seen in classes, and that was it. This was because he spent the rest of the day watching over the academy, the High Alliance, and the surrounding areas. The insomnia had returned as well as the bad thoughts. It was as if his post-Tartaro's version had returned. The boy was aggressive when it came to fighting, leaving competitors out of combat in seconds. Kaminari, Mineta, Bakugo, Todoroki all fell before the fierce and relentless attacks of the green-haired boy, who did not seem to have any kind of mercy. Izuku needed help and didn't know who to talk to. Now all that pressure was about to explode like a time bomb. The green-haired boy was returning from one of his typical patrols. It was past. In the morning, the boy landed on the roof of the Class A dormitories, meeting Edge Shot, who seemed to be waiting for him. Ronin, bowing sensei. Edge Shot, calm down Izuku. I just came by. Ronin, what? Edge Shot, the director contacted me, Ectoplasm, Cementos, and he are worried about you, boy. Ronin, so what, you came to lecture me? The green-haired boy was close to jumping back and leaving because he wasn't in the best condition, and he knew that offending his teacher was a stupid decision, but Edge Shot stood firm. He wouldn't let the green-haired boy go so easily. Edge Shot, I think we both know that I'm no longer at the age to lecture someone. I'm already old Izuku, but I'm an old man who, for better or worse, is very worried about you. Ronin, I'll be fine. I just need to acclimatize. Edge Shot, acclimatize? What's that? You've seemed very comfortable here, kid, compared to the first few days when you returned from Tartarus. The green-haired boy couldn't stand much, and then a tear appeared on his face. Edge Shot saw this, and knew he had reached something. Edge Shot, Izuku who? Finally Izuku exploded. Ronin, they fear me. Sensei, my friends fear me. Edge Shot, but why? I mean, they're your friends, right? Ronin, during the dorm ambush they saw the monster I am. Everyone saw it. When I caught the villain's boss I threatened him. It wasn't death but... Edge Shot, so it was you who hung it. A method like, to be honest, I can't think of anyone, but it is effective, or at least that's what I heard. Ronin, sensei, what if I can't be a hero anymore? What if everything I've learned ends up leading me down their path? Of staying in Garou? Edge Shot, you'd be an antihero, right? Ronin, sensei, tell me the truth, have you ever killed? The hero stared at Izuku, and then the ninja decided to speak honestly. Edge Shot, between us? Ronin, yes. Ed shot. I have to say yes, it was a few years ago, quite a few actually. There was no other option. And when I say there was no other option, it's because there really was no other. When he fell, I knew I had crossed a line and there was no going back. Ronin, so what did you think? I mean before and after? You weren't the same person you were before. You literally ripped out a life. How do you deal with that? How do you look in the mirror again like you normally would? At that moment, Ed Shot knew perfectly well what his student was going through. It wasn't difficult to discover it. The boy had done the same thing and now he didn't know how to feel about it. The boy was going through the same crisis as when he was young. Ed Shot remembered how back then no one could help him. But now he could help the green-haired boy. Ed Shot, you know Izuku, you're right. It is painful. We are heroes. We are supposed to save lives. You're right that you don't go back to how you were before, but you must also remember that this should only be done when there is no other option, when we are cornered and we choose the lesser evil. To save the future lives of millions, is it traumatic in a way? Yes, but look, unlike them, we don't do it out of evil in our hearts. There is no harmful objective. Ronin-sensei. Ed Shot, a man must be what he is. You don't break the mold, kid. When you kill, you can't go back. Whether you're wrong or not, it's a mark, and a mark can't be erased. It's a mark that burns, but like you say, it's also a sign that you lived, that you're growing as a person, as a hero, because even from mistakes you learn. Ronin, that's true. Ed Shot, it'll hurt, kid, but own this pain. The line has been crossed, but this will open your mind, and you'll make better decisions now. Ronin, thank you, sensei. Ed Shot, no Izuku, thanks to you. Honestly, Jiren was a kick in the ass. Ronin, wait, what did you say? Ed Shot, you don't have to hide it, boy. It's simple deduction. You're wrong. You've been like this for a while. There have been no recent deaths. You didn't kill the villain, and in this period of time there has only been one corpse that curiously was charred. You just have to put the pieces together. Ronin, great deduction. Ed Shot, you must have had your reasons, I suppose. Ronin, that's how I found out about the ambush. Ed Shot, I see. Well, consider yourself blessed. We blame Dobby, you know, fire Quirk and all that. Ronin, thank you very much, sensei. Ed Shot, calm down. Your secret is safe with me now. Run, go to sleep. I hope this talk helped you. Ronin, quite a lot actually. Thank you very much. The green-haired man spread his wings and was about to jump, but Ed Shot caught his attention. Ed Shot, and by the way, stop being an idiot and go with your friends. They love you very much and are quite worried about you, especially Miss Momo. Ronin, maybe it's not a great idea now, but I'll keep it in mind, although it will be for later. I still have a mission pending, and if I survive I'll see what I do, ha ha ha. So the freckled man said goodbye to his mentor and flew off to his room. Ed Shot, go home, son, take care of your family, you're the most powerful here. The green-haired man arrived at his room motivated. He had made a decision before, but it was somewhat stupid. No, in fact it was too stupid. Now it was time to correct his mistake, but first there was a matter at hand. Ronin, seeing Hawk's message with Chisaki's address, time for a visit to the underworld. Chapter 49. With a little help from my friends. The green-haired boy waited a couple of days to go. The boy saw his friends so happy that despite what he had said, he thought that leaving things as they were was the best option. That way he wouldn't hurt them. The green-haired boy decided to stop thinking about this and instead concentrated on his own mission, and finally one night the green-haired boy left his room, ignoring that from inside his room a certain brunette was following him with her eyes while hugging a photo she had of both of them. The boy flew at full speed above the clouds until he knew he was close to his target, and at an impressive speed he descended, and now began his flight at ground level, looking from time to time at the address on his phone until he finally arrived. It looked like a normal house. There was nothing strange, but for Izuku the fact that it looked so normal made it even more dangerous, especially when it came to Kai Chisaki. The boy remembered a phrase that Hawks told him the last time they saw each other. Hawks, remember Izuku, nothing is what it seems. The green-haired boy slowly approached the door, and with his predatory sense alerting him, slightly knocked on it. The boy was ready for anything, but he definitely didn't expect to see Chisaki in front of him. The rude and evil man from that time was the one who had opened the door, but Izuku was confused. That guy in front of him didn't look anything like Overhaul. not only because of the absence of hands but also in his appearance. There was nothing threatening about him. Anyone could even say that the villain had reformed because that's what it seemed like, but Izuku wasn't just anyone. His predatory sense alerting him strongly was proof of that. It might seem like it, but there was nothing normal about him. Now the message from the feathered hero made sense. Chisaki at first was only slightly surprised by the visit because of all people he didn't expect him to arrive specifically. Chisaki, so it's you. Ronin, yes, it's me. Nice to see you once again, Kai Chisaki. Chisaki, what are you doing here? Ronin, I was passing through the neighborhood and came to see the new and reformed Kai Chisaki. Chisaki, if I'm honest, what surprises me most is how you can be so funny. Ronin, he's a natural talent. Chisaki, well kid, you've seen me, I guess you can go now. Ronin, yes, it would be a good option, but I don't think so. Chisaki, you're so far from home and without a team, it's silly to come here alone, you know. Ronin, why? You're not supposed to be a criminal anymore, that you've reformed and all that. Chisaki, that doesn't mean you and I have any unfinished business. Ronin, until when? Chisaki, what? Ronin, until when will you stop pretending? Chisaki, look kid, I don't know what or who you think you are, but the life you're talking about is already behind me. I'm no longer a villain looking to conquer the world and become a billionaire. Ronin, I think so, of course, it's pretty easy to see, but you know what? When I was getting closer I saw that there were people outside watching. Chisaki, I have great neighbors. Ronin, that's the strangest thing because you're lying, you don't have any. The closest neighbor I could notice was a kilometer away. I suppose they respect property a lot, don't they? Chisaki, what are you talking about? Ronin, come on Kai, I'm not stupid and you know it, just as I know you're not either. The green-haired man began to walk, making the Yakuza tense. The man had heard the stories and seen the news. What came out of Tartaros was not the same as what he saw years ago. The boy standing there in front of him was not the same one he had faced so long ago. Chisaki nervously kept his distance. He could not use his quirk, and the boy was highly dangerous. Ronin, it's obvious you don't have the bullets anymore. Remove your quirks because if you had them you would have shot me already. But let's see what's around here in little Kai's room. Some weapons, they seem new. Smells like gunpowder, bombs maybe? I always thought you were more of a fist person. Chisaki, shut up, you don't know what it's like to not be able to use your quirk. I'm the laughingstock of everyone. You have no idea how many times I've had to defend myself alone. Ronin, so your plan to gather the precepts is not successful, right? Chisaki, everyone in different prisons, I still have communication with Mimic and Chrono, but Ronin, it's not enough. Chisaki, now, if you just came to mock me or kill me, do it now, believe me there isn't much to choose from. Ronin, wow, I guess if I could change you too, right? Chisaki, what are you? Ronin, talking? Come on, old man, there's nothing left of your former glory. Where did that wretch Chisaki go who almost killed me? Come on, you're even embarrassing. Chisaki, shut your mouth. Shigaraki took my quirk indirectly. He took my hands. Now I'm no stronger than a dog. You don't know and you will never know what it feels like. Ronin, I think you've never been more wrong than now, idiot. At that moment the green-haired man opened his jacket, and by instinct Chisaki thought of running, but the green-haired man only took off his garment showing his mechanical arm. The Yakuza only looked at him with surprise. Chisaki, you're joking. Ronin, you know I was in Tartaros, but you don't know what he did to me. We're the same Kai. Chisaki, but if you're so damaged, why don't you just take revenge? Ronin, because he's not an idiot, he knows where the little rat is hiding. Chisaki, he's become smarter. Ronin, at least he's not taking blind steps anymore. Chisaki, so why are you here? I mean, wouldn't it be better if you were figuring out the best way to get revenge? Ronin, maybe, but I actually feel like these are days to be on alert. Chisaki, alert? Ronin, I thought you already knew. Chisaki, maybe you'd like to sit down and have some tea. It was a long walk, wasn't it? Ronin, you want information, just ask for it. It bothers me that you make me feel important. Chisaki, wow, how aggressive. Ronin, let's just say you're not my favorite person. Chisaki, I know, but hey, do you still want some tea? I promise it's okay. I made it for myself, so you can trust me. Ronin, what kind is it? Chisaki, black tea, sorry if I can't offer you green or other tea. Ronin, it's okay, I honestly hate green tea. Chisaki, that's surprising, but anyway, take a seat, I'll be right back. At least these fake hands are of some use. The man left, leaving the green-haired boy alone, who with more doubts than anything sat down in the large armchair. The boy was ready to jump at the slightest worry as well as to escape from a trap and make the Crow Man pay, but nothing happened. The boy stood up and sat down again, now with force, but again nothing. Definitely there was nothing there. Chisaki, is there something wrong with the chair? Ronin, for a moment I thought shackles would come out, and you would imprison me. Chisaki, what a bad opinion you have of me. Ronin, sorry for doubting the man who killed my master, left my friend Quirkless, almost killed me, and tortured my daughter. Chisaki, your daughter? I see, now Eri is so attached to you that. Ronin, yes, and if you come near her again I'll kill you. Chisaki, calm down, Kauba. You're a hero too, right? Shouldn't you avoid saying those words? Ronin, I'm not the same as before, believe me. If I somehow consider you a threat, you'll stop breathing without realizing it. Chisaki, wow, how could I believe you? Ronin asked Jiren. The man opened his eyes as he analyzed Izuku. It was obvious that Chisaki knew about the criminal's death, but what he didn't know was the cause, and that now he was practically in his house in front of him made him doubt. Had the green-haired man really dared to do that? Chisaki, you're lying. Ronin then looked at the Yakuza and sighed before saying everything he knew about the deceased villain. The boy said his address, how he found him, including his first reaction. Chisaki was incredulous. Chisaki, boo, but. Ronin, pierce his palms, cut off his head and set fire to his house. Do you want anything else? Chisaki, this isn't you, you don't do this. Ronin, the game changed, now I do it. Chisaki, so you're coming to do the same to me? Ronin, calm down, Toucan. First of all, if he came in a hostile manner, I would have already taken advantage of your disability to kill you. Chisaki, a bit low for you. Ronin, but I would prefer that to you making your move first. Besides, I would come out well. You are a criminal. They can consider that someone came to collect an old score. Chisaki, 2 dead villains would already be a pattern. Ronin, I hide my tracks pretty well. Chisaki, so you came to threaten me to keep me from getting close to Eri? Ronin, partly, but that's not the main point. In fact, it's the second point. Chisaki, well, taking into account that my life depends on it, I'll listen to you. Take, by the way, here's your tea. Ronin, thank you. The green-haired boy sat down as he began to drink his tea. It was quite good, to be honest. The boy then looked up, seeing that his host had done the same. Chisaki, you know this brings back an old memory. Ronin, which one? Chisaki, the first time I spoke to Shigaraki in my hideout. He was sitting across from me with his legs up on the coffee table. I knew beforehand that we wouldn't get along. Ronin, don't even think about comparing me. Chisaki, unlike him, you have manners. It's not a comparison, just an old memory. But anyway, what was point 1? I mean, you already mentioned that the second is threatening me. Ronin, right, well, you just mentioned that I should be looking for a way to get revenge on him, and maybe you're right, but there are things I think you don't know. Chisaki, like which ones? Ronin, things are ugly out there. They're getting pretty tense, and that the heroes versus villains situation has done well. Rather, it has generated a bubble that is about to burst. Chisaki, in other words? Ronin, a fight is coming, Toucan, a big one, everyone against everyone, and it won't be possible to stop. Chisaki, a bit unfair if I may say so, the heroes have the advantage by numerical difference. Ronin, you and I both know it, society is rotten. At that moment the alliances and allies we thought we had could turn their backs and show their true colors. And what if they reverse that advantage and balance the scales? Prisons are made to withstand internal attacks, but what about external ones? Chisaki, they plan to use prisons as escape routes. Ronin, you're no fool. Chisaki, I assume Shigaraki is behind this. After seeing what he did to you, it's almost obvious. Wow, he's no fool. Ronin, yes, but me either. I barely found out and started looking for allies, people who could help me. Chisaki, and how's that going for you? Ronin, well, you didn't chase me away. At that moment the villain closed his eyes tiredly and rubbed his temple. Chisaki, and I thought it was a normal visit. Ronin, you don't like me and the feeling is mutual. I'm not going to hide it, and neither are you, seeing how uncomfortable you act with my presence. Chisaki, and that's why he asked you, why the hell do you think I'd join you? The person who arrested me, defeated me, humiliated me, and allowed some bastards to keep the fruits of my labor. Ronin, because assuming the attitude you have, I assume that you are still upset or rather furious with him, and that is why we will be together in this. Chisaki, also, even if you accept something I haven't done yet because you think it would help in some way? Kid, I can't use my quirk. It's easier for me to be killed than for me to be able to do something. Ronin, you know, to be honest, I don't really need you. I need your team. Chisaki, what do you say? Ronin, I don't need you. I want you to gather the 7 precepts of death once more. Chisaki, are you an idiot or just pretending to be one? Ronin, both I think. Honestly, I don't know, nor do I care much. Chisaki, I don't know where the others are. As I told you, I only keep in touch with Mimic and Chrono. The others are scattered in various prisons. Ronin, that's a bit annoying, but it can be solved. Chisaki, kid, they will never listen to you even if you gather them and get them out of prison. Your people were the ones who imprisoned them in the first place. Ronin, I know, but they will follow you, and that is what I want. Chisaki, I'm serious. Are you an idiot or are you just pretending? Ronin, maybe both, but the point is. Chisaki, I repeat, I don't know where they are. What part of them being scattered in different prisons don't you understand? Ronin, let's say that hypothetically you don't have to look for it because I had that information for you. Chisaki, speak clearly, will you? Ronin, well, here's the deal. I'll bring you the information and you do your thing to stay alive. You gather the gang, give them motivation, and when it's time to fight, you'll guide them to fight by our side. Chisaki, it's a bad idea, kid. I don't have my quirk. They would kill me at the first opportunity. Ronin, well, you don't have many options, Kai, and to be honest, I assume you like living, but it's your decision. The green-haired boy sat down on the armchair and took a sip of his tea. He had to admit that it was quite good. The boy remained silent, looking at the villain. But when he saw that he didn't make any movement, he thought about refusing. The boy sighed. There was no point in forcing him, so he just stood up and drank the rest of his tea in one gulp. Ronin, well, I guess that's a no, right? Well, I assume this was interesting, but given your refusal, I have nothing else to do here, so I'll see you later. Chisaki, thanks for the hospitality. The green-haired boy headed towards the door. Chisaki watched him leave. The adult began to manage his options in his mind. He was not stupid. He knew the pros and cons of allying himself with the boy, but he also knew what would happen to him if he didn't do it, and he still wanted revenge. The Yakuza then also made a decision and stood up. Chisaki, I helped them and that's it? No more plotting against me? Ronin, at least not from me. I promise you a stress-free environment, and no surprises, at least from me and my allies. Chisaki, damn. Ronin, but as I told you, it's your decision. I'm not going to force you. Chisaki, it's an option to get revenge on that idiot, you know. I don't like this idea, and I think you don't either, but this is an answer to the mutual problem called Shigaraki. Ronin, so? Chisaki, I guess just for once in your life we'll be allies. Ronin, yeah, I think so. The green-haired boy was about to leave when an idea occurred to him, and luckily for him, Chisaki would help with that. Chisaki, although it is disappointing, I would like to help more than as a Lex Luthor, to be a participant in the battle, to see him suffer, you know. Ronin, use your quirk then. Chisaki, another joke like that and you'll be fighting alone. Ronin, it's not a stupid joke, use your quirk. Chisaki, I think the part where Shigaraki took my hands and forced me to use these prosthetics wasn't very clear to you, to be honest. Ronin, you really are an idiot. Chisaki, now what? Ronin, you tried so hard to research Ares' quirk for your own purposes that you didn't see beyond it. Chisaki, I have extensive knowledge of quirks, brat, I'm an expert on it even if I say so myself. Ronin, I don't think so. Chisaki, what are you talking about? Ronin, you're really stupid, quirks have a second phase. The brown-haired boy then just made fun of the green-haired boy. Chisaki, good joke, kid. Ronin, come on, I can't believe it, you really don't believe me? Chisaki, quirks are something we are born with, they grow alongside us but that's all, they are not things that grow, they are not characters in a video game or manga that grow, evolve and become stronger. Ronin, oh right, and I'm the stubborn one, listen, fool, do you know what hysterical force is? Chisaki, what's that about? Ronin, just answer, do you know or not? Chisaki, sigh, yes I know, I'm not an idiot, it's something basic in the human being, it's the force that comes out in moments of extreme tension, it's known as net force, it releases all the potential of the human being, all the strength and speed that we have. Ronin, exactly, it is a manifestation of extreme strength, the short version is, it is beyond what we consider normal, or at least normal before the quirks, it used to happen when someone witnessed the possible death of a human being. Chisaki, but this was rejected several times by science and medicine because there were no proven cases. Ronin, it was attributed to an increase in adrenaline, I know, but we both know that this was approved when the quirks were discovered. Chisaki, when the quirks were discovered it was considered a mutation but over time they accepted that this was an evolution. They began to be studied but then the cases where the hysterical force appeared were more frequent to the point that they ended up accepting the presence of this. Ronin, the maximum speed of a person without using his quirk in case it is speed would be seconds, maybe it can even go up to the maximum weight that can be carried as kg and the strongest hit recorded was units, but however a car weighs approximately kg and I'm talking about a standard measurement. Chisaki, I get the point. But why talk about this and get off topic? Ronin, because it's the same, quirks are something we are born with, it becomes strong enough to be present until the age of 4 although there are exceptions to this when it comes to mutations. The fact is that each quirk is unique, there are variations but each quirk is exclusive to the user. The villain just looked at the green-haired boy calmly and with slight curiosity, Izuku then rolled his eyes in annoyance. Ronin, but anyway, what I'm getting at is that this second form has this name only as an ornament, it is not known if it is true, some people know it as a perfection of the quirk. Chisaki, which is wrong because the quirk itself is already perfect. Ronin, let me talk at least, okay? I mentioned the hysterical force because it appears in crucial moments, moments of life or death, a type of power-up, the same would happen with the quirks only here it would be permanent, obviously as it gradually rises it will hurt. It will be quite ineffective due to external issues but well. Basically this perfection is caused. Chisaki, when a person reaches their maximum quirk. Ronin, exactly, when you train it, develop new techniques, etc., even when you handle it better you can make it grow. Chisaki, handle it better? If this second phase is real, don't you think the elderly or adults should have already reached it? I mean, everyone already knows what their quirks can do. Ronin, yes, you know what you can do because you see it, but you never stop to think about everything you can really achieve. Chisaki, it's useless. Ronin, no, man has always been hungry for knowledge, the best example is you and I. But when the quirks appeared this was going down, at first they considered us monsters because we were different from the rest but when the supernatural became natural things changed, there was no longer fear but respect. And when they saw the quirkless population sector many went crazy and thought of themselves as gods, hunger was extinguished and society stagnated, they no longer sought to know anything more about their quirks and decided that only the basics would do. I don't blame people for their laziness but that deprived us of all progress. Chisaki, great speech, kid, but what does that have to do with me? I lost my hands, any form my second phase could have existed in is now erased. Ronin, really? You know, I have information, Shigaraki is dangerous. Chisaki, we all know that, it's not a secret you say is very hidden. Ronin, the bastard reached his second phase. Insert the power to resist version and continue reading. Chisaki, you're bucking with me. Ronin, he hit puberty. Where do you think that analytical and dangerous villain came from? Chisaki, and now what can you do? Ronin, rather than he can't do it, the bastard increased his disintegration range, even if he doesn't touch him. Chisaki, son of a. Ronin, I said the same thing. Chisaki, if I had my quirk. Ronin, I already told you use it. Chisaki, how many times do I have to explain it to you? Ronin, the one who doesn't listen well, I think it's you. I told you that the second phase only comes out in extreme moments. Shigaraki was close to dying and boom, I think we'll have to do the same with you. Chisaki, you're crazy. Ronin, no, I'm just giving you a hand. At that moment the green-haired man threw his black whip and caught the Yakuza. The whip tangled around Chisaki's neck, who looked confused. Chisaki, we had a deal. Ronin, I won't arrest you. The green-haired boy threw the villain towards a wall, hitting him hard. Shigaraki recovered and quickly took out a weapon, but his limited prosthetics made him slow. Izuku, on the other hand, threw a fireball towards the weapon, destroying it. So he spent a good time hitting Chisaki, who felt frustrated at not being able to defend himself. Izuku was right about something, and that is that having his quirk made him confident, and that confidence made him regret it because the beating he was receiving was too much. Finally, the green-haired boy slammed the poor guy against the wall. Izuku approached slowly. Chisaki was all beaten up. The blood fell in light drops. His house was a mess. Now he looked quite upset. He wanted to return to the fight. The brown-haired boy wanted to disintegrate the green-haired boy and put him back together just to continue the torture, but he couldn't. Izuku, for his part, approached his rival and with his whip increased the pressure on his neck and lifted him a little off the ground. Ronin, you disappoint me. What happened to the dangerous villain I faced? I told you so much that you're ashamed. Chisaki, shut up te. Ronin, and so you want revenge on Chisaki? You're so easy. Imagine, I'd only have to apply a little force and I could snap you like a twig. The green-haired man grabbed the villain by the cheeks and slapped him a couple of times. At that moment, some spots appeared on Chisaki's face. He felt disgusted, humiliated, defeated, and that couldn't be right. He had been close to killing the green-haired man, and now it was the other way around. Chisaki couldn't accept it. He couldn't bear that humiliation. The villain began to have more spots on his face, and these soon moved to other parts of his body. The risk gradually increased, and Izuku could feel it with his predatory sense. Chisaki, let me go. Ronin, what? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Did you say something, Kai? Chisaki, let go of me now. At that moment Izuku's predatory sense hit him like a truck. The danger sensor exploded. Izuku used his 1 for all at %, and in a blink he was no longer grabbing the villain, but he exploded, and then it happened, part of the house disappeared. Ronin, wow, that was an impressive attack. I was really surprised. If I had acted a few seconds later I would have been in trouble. Chisaki, what? But how? Ronin, not only were you able to use your quirk. The villain looked down, seeing that his mechanical hands had disappeared. Now organic hands. His own hands took their corresponding place to his surprise. Chisaki, what did you do to me? Ronin, I don't care. Well, I just force you to go further. What do you say? Yeah, go beyond your limits. Plus ultra, we say in UA. Chisaki, how? Ronin, the easy way. It basically forces you to reach your second phase or perfection of your quirk. Chisaki, you me. Ronin, you remember what we said, right? It's like a hysterical force. It appears in moments where your life is truly at risk, where your survival is at stake. Chisaki, but I shouldn't, my quirk. Ronin, your overhaul only works on objects you touch, right? The brunette nodded slightly. Izuku just pointed down and the Yakuza could see how his feet were now bare. His sneakers had been destroyed. Now I understood. The green-haired man had loosened his grip enough for him to speak, and without realizing it due to the situation he had lowered him until he touched the ground. That's why he was able to destroy everything that was now in ruins. Ronin, well? Chisaki, damn, I must admit, I agree with you. Ronin, ha, hysterical strength, quirk perfection, both are linked, just think that we can achieve it. Chisaki, so what is this? Ronin, a boost so you are not a burden in battle, nor do you think I will carry you. I am not agile enough to fight and see that you do not get killed, at least this way you have a good defense. The brown-haired man only sharpened his gaze a little as he looked at his hands. Ronin, what's wrong? Chisaki, nothing, it's just that I feel a little strange to be honest. Ronin, strange why? You got your hands back, you have your quirk back, now you can get revenge on Shigaraki without any problem. Chisaki, it's just that now that I see them, that I feel them, I mean that I really got them back, I realize all the damage I've done. Ronin, you're going to tell me that now he's given you the moral charge? Chisaki, you don't understand. Ronin, test me. Chisaki, honestly, violence is not something I like. As a child, I used to fight because they called us criminals, but I always lost. Ronin, and why didn't you save yourself the fight with your quirk, and you know? The green-haired man took a piece of concrete, and using his one for all destroyed it in his hands, leaving only the dust. Chisaki, because despite what you think you know about me, I didn't like using my quirk. Ronin, now you have my full attention. The villain just made a movement with his hand, and what he destroyed returned to its initial position. Chisaki, do you have time? I'll make more tea. Ronin, I guess so. The villain passed the cup to Izuku. The tea was cold, but the green-haired man quickly used his pyrokinesis and warmed it up a little. Chisaki, you couldn't do that before. Was our fight just a mockery to you? Ronin, I was locked away, had a lot of time to think, and discovered more aspects of myself than you can imagine, so. Chisaki, that's why you said Quirk shut down our pursuit of knowledge. Ronin, exactly, but well, we were talking about you, not me. Chisaki, right, well, before I didn't know what I was capable of, I just destroyed and that was it. I didn't know I could return everything to normal, like you say, I didn't know what I was capable of and when I made someone explode. Ronin, you felt like you had gotten out of control, that there was no more Kai Chisaki, now you were Kai the villain. Chisaki, when the old man found me he gave me a new meaning, I felt liberated, he helped me control and manage my power by my gratitude. My debt in my heart was so great that I forced myself to think that it was my responsibility to pay the debt by making the Shai Hasaikai return to its state of glory, that only in this way would I pay my debt to the old man. I did acts that I regret. Ronin, I see. Chisaki, with each death I thought I was doing something right, that it was for the good of my plans and those of the old man, but the truth is that it was a lie. With each death I felt closer to hell. Ronin, but that didn't stop you from torturing my daughter, right? The green-haired man clenched his fists, feeling his blood boil. It had been a mistake to come. Chisaki, no, he didn't stop me, and I know you're seriously considering killing me, but I'm honest, although if I'm honest, you know why she had people looking after her? Because I hated him. I hated his screams because I felt like they were tearing at my soul, because it made me hate myself more, because it showed me the monster I was becoming. Ronin, I should break your neck for what you did to him. Chisaki just stared at Izuku calmly. Chisaki, when I killed my own subordinates or some villain I felt good. I was one less scourge for society. I felt like I was cleaning up this society, but at the same time I felt disgusted. Killing tortured me. Ronin, I don't understand why. Chisaki, because his blood was in me, because every time someone exploded, a shower of blood appeared and fell on me. Ronin, yes, I remember that in our meeting when we exploited your villains to unite them with you, that happened. Chisaki, but it disgusted me because I felt that by doing so they passed into me, their spirit, or I don't know what was now united to me, and it disgusted me. I wasn't like it, I was supposed to be better, damn it, but nevertheless I was becoming another villain. Ronin, take that with you, Chisaki. Maybe one day you'll be able to sleep soundly. Chisaki, you know what it feels like, you can't lie to me. Ronin, yes. Chisaki, you killed Jiren, but why? Ronin, because he was stupid, because he thought he knew me and only dug his own grave, because he threatened the only two people who keep me sane. Chisaki, and that's the biggest mistake anyone can make, you know. I killed out of self-centeredness, hatred, and a false faith, but you did it for the right cause, because killing Jiren would also hurt the League. Ronin never better said. Chisaki, a man who risks his humanity for love can do anything, even when a battle maybe God is on your side. Ronin, I just need a Thigaraki and believe me it will all be worth it. The green-haired boy stared at Chisaki and took a sip of his tea. Chisaki, poor you, having to work with someone like me, it must really be frustrating. Ronin, just a little, but believe me when I tell you that if you dare to betray us, if for one moment you think it's a good idea to capture my daughter again, I will make you go through more pain than you have ever felt. Understand? Chisaki, now I believe you are capable. Ronin, then you better stay away from her and my family. The green-haired man drank his tea and stood up to head for the exit, but then Chisaki stopped him. Chisaki, you know I want to ask you a favor. Ronin, what? Chisaki, when the war is over and you win, cut off my hands and feet, no matter how much I scream. Ronin, you want to be useless again. Chisaki, I've already caused a lot of damage with this quirk. Ronin, then I'll leave you as you are. I won't be the one to put you out of your misery. The green-haired man said this and left the place, leaving the Yakuza alone, who just sat while looking at his hands. Chisaki, that guy is really impressive. The green-haired boy was flying quickly towards the academy. The fire of his flames illuminated the dark streets of the city. Izuku could finally see the academy and smiled and then sent a text message. I'm here. The boy waited a few seconds and heard the alarm systems go off. The green-haired boy hurried his flight and managed to enter the school grounds to make a fairly clean turn and from there cross the sky a little before finding his room, but quickly his predatory sense alerted him. The boy sharpened his ears and could hear voices as well as some footsteps, all coming from his room. The freckled boy quickly became alert and extinguished his flames and then landed cleanly on his balcony. The boy continued using his super hearing so he could hear that none of the intruders had noticed his presence. Apparently they were more busy talking to each other. Izuku didn't pay attention to what they were saying and slowly forced the lock of the sliding glass with his black whip. Izuku breathed calmly and opened the door gently. He was grateful that Yaoyorozu had put a curtain for him. The boy entered and advanced gently until he reached the center of his room. Somehow the noises had stopped, but then his predatory sense alerted him and a voice was heard behind him. Yaoyorozu, you fell. The green-haired boy quickly turned around and was about to call his sword when the lights in the room came on, and then all his friends came out of their hiding places. Everyone, surprise! The green-haired boy lowered his hand while surprised he saw all his friends. The boy looked better at his room seeing how it was decorated. Jiro went to the stereo and put on some music. Insert with a little help from my friends by the Beatles and feel the excitement. Shinso and Shoji tapped the green-haired girl on the shoulder and went to the back where the food was. Ronin, I don't understand, what is all this? Yaoyorozu, well, I think it's obvious, right? It's a surprise party. Ronin, but nobody has a birthday. Yaoyorozu, will you tell me that you forgot? Ronin, forget what? Tsuyu, sorry Izuku Kero. Ronin, sorry, why? Listen, this is very confusing. Tsuyu, when we were having breakfast the day after the attack, I was very hurtful. I made you feel bad. Ronin, no, well, it's normal, I say. Todoroki, don't try to lie to her. It's Tsuyu, remember, she is the most honest person. Ronin, but... Tsuyu, you looked pretty tough and I must admit I felt slightly intimidated, but then I remembered it was you. You acted like that to get him to talk. You're not someone who asks questions anymore. You know the truth of this world and how ugly it can be. You acted according to what you knew, and that helped us. It was my fault for not understanding that. Izuku only saw his friends who approached slowly. The green-haired boy looked at Yaoyorozu, who had an understanding smile. Ronin, no Tsu, it was my fault. I should have explained the plan to them before acting. I was upset because they attacked when I wasn't there. I don't doubt their capabilities, but the fact that they decided to attack at night is a low blow. It's cowardly and that infuriated me. Nobody messes with my family. Yaoyorozu slowly approached Shizuku and placed her hand on the green-haired boy's shoulder. Yaoyorozu, I noticed you were feeling bad, and when you walked away I knew it was something serious. I noticed how you avoided everyone and how they did it to you. I felt bad. I wanted to run and hug you, tell you that everything would be okay, that I was with you. but I decided that it was best to give you space so you could think better. Then Tsuyu had an idea. Tsuyu, I thought of doing this so you could relax. Momo told us how you left your room and didn't come back until morning. We deduced that it was because you patrolled the school, and so we planned this slowly. Each of us cooperated with what we could and then surprised Kero. Izuku saw how the little frog let out a tear. It hurt him to have doubted his partner for the second time, but this time he acted better too. The green-haired boy couldn't feel resentment towards her, so he hugged her tightly. Ronin, thank you Tsuyu, thank you very much, and sorry to everyone for worrying you. Kirishima, ha ha ha, it's okay bro, but tell us later, don't keep everything to yourself, it can be bad. Jiro, exactly idiot, remember, everything is better with a little one. Ronin, help from my friends. The violet-haired girl just smiled as she nodded slightly. Ronin, and you? Seeing Momo, what's your excuse? Yaoyorozu, and you still ask? Ronin, enlighten me, genius. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, did you really think I wouldn't notice when you were feeling down? Who do you think I was, hee? What kind of girlfriend would I be if I didn't know when my boyfriend, my hero, the man I love, needed help? Ronin, so boyfriend. Yaoyorozu, we never cut idiot wolf, and by the way you forgot. Ronin, what? Yaoyorozu just hit her head as she pointed out the calendar to the green-haired boy. Yaoyorozu, observe. The green-haired man looked over and could see that he had overlooked a very important date. Yaoyorozu, that's why I decided that the party would be today, specifically Izuku. Today is our anniversary. Ronin, damn. Yaoyorozu, you're a fool, you know that? Ronin, I honestly thought you were done with me and well you were with Todoroki. Todoroki, thanks for trusting me, fool. Yaoyorozu, did you see my round face, Uraraka? I'm not here to cheat on you with someone important to you. I wouldn't even cheat on you, I told you, right? Unlike her, I do love you, he was just helping me when Tsuyu couldn't. Ronin, wow. Todoroki, I'm not that cowardly to try something with your girlfriend, besides I have a partner, how unlucky must I be to cheat on two people who are important to me? Ronin, thanks brother. Yaoyorozu, now you owe me an anniversary present. Ronin, can we start with this? The green-haired man attracted his girlfriend and gave her a kiss that the brunette returned with pleasure. Ronin, well? Yaoyorozu, you must try harder, but I must admit I missed this. Ronin, me too darling, me too, sorry if I'm an idiot. Yaoyorozu, hee hee, for better or for worse, you're my idiot. Ronin, evil hee hee. Tokage, well then let the party begin. Tsuyu Izuku? Ronin, the lizard has spoken, let's celebrate with a smile. At that moment everyone started to smile. Jiro put on won't get fooled again by the who, and then the party started. On the other side Shoji and Yui were talking quietly. Yui, so they are your friends. Shoji, my best friends, well more than that, they are my family, I would give my life for them. Yui, that's very sweet of you, you know? Shoji, well, what can I say, I was infected by the tender moment. Yui, and there's nothing wrong with that. The girl then hugged the arm of the huge boy and, unable to resist it any longer, jumped to give the boy a kiss on the cheek, who smiled under his mask. Yui, consider it a prize, hee hee, besides, don't you think we should tell them about us? Shoji, hee hee, you know what? I think you're right. Come on, let's see their faces. So the couple, holding hands, entered the party. It was hard until dawn, no one asked for any rest. Fortunately it was the weekend. Seeing the sun's rays everyone knew they had spent the whole night without sleep, so they asked the green-haired boy for permission to stay there for at least a few minutes to regain strength, to which the green-haired boy had no objection, and from a piece of furniture he took out his old blankets and gave them to his friends. Yaoyorozu created a few more as well as mats. Izuku and Momo lay down on the bed, so a few hours passed until everyone got up and started doing various activities, so finally the Ronin team was united again. The next day classes continued their normal course. Izuku sat next to his girlfriend again. During recess everyone sat together again. They were still surprised to know that their masked friend had a relationship with the quiet girl from Class B. When they returned to their class there was no important event. So the days continued to pass until Friday, when at the end of class they saw how Ida, Uraraka, and the others stood in front of them blocking the exit. Aizawa had already left, and only they remained. Yaoyorozu, here we go again. Ronin, what do you want? We're hungry. Ida, do you promise not to hit us? Ronin, do you deserve it? Uraraka, Midoriya please, we just want to talk. Ronin, then talk among yourselves. Bakugo then stood in front of Izuku, who instantly became guarded. Bakugo, please, it's important. Ronin, what do you want? If you manage to convince Bakugo not to use the word die in a sentence, then it must be really important. Yaoyorozu knew there was the option of them going back to their nonsense, but there was also another option, and that is that they would try something serious. Ida, during the attack on the dorms, while we were all scared, we didn't expect something like this to happen. The villains had never entered the dorms, and seeing you act so calmly and in control of the situation made us doubt. It seemed like you enjoyed the attack because you could act however you wanted. Finally, we have to admit it. We were very scared when you called your sword and threatened them because we knew that this time you weren't joking. You're not the Izuku we knew, and we don't know what your limits are or if you at least have them. And Ronin, is this all for? Because honestly, it seems like a cheap show that they just made to take up my time. The green-haired boy knew where they were going, but it stressed him out that they weren't saying it quickly, that they weren't getting to the point. Finally, the boy passed between them, along with his friends, and headed for the exit. But Ida, sorry, okay? That's what we wanted to say. Sorry, Midoriya. We acted like selfish idiots and didn't see that you hit but you don't kill. We didn't see that everything you did had a reason, and really sorry, all of us. The green-haired boy stopped and analyzed his partner's words. The boy knew he would apologize, but he didn't think he would say all that. Although he also noticed that he only apologized for the ambush at the dorms, it seemed that the rest was forgotten for them. Izuku was tempted to send them to hell but quickly reconsidered. If he was going to win, then he had to be better. Ronin, it doesn't matter anymore, it's over. I didn't care what you thought anyway. Besides, you also acted like heroes, and that's admirable. Now it was the turn of the blue-haired boy and the rest of the class in general to be surprised. They did not expect the green-haired boy to say that. Uraraka happily approached the boy. Maybe there was a little hope. Uraraka, so that makes us friends? Everyone expected a yes in response, but instead they only heard a resounding ha! In a clear mocking tone. Ronin, ha! No, you even think. Uraraka, boo, but. Ronin, we are not friends. Ida, so? Ronin, we're partners. The green-haired boy just looked away, showing a sly smile, and then left with his friends, leaving Class A alone but with a slight ray of hope. So the rest of the day passed. The boys ate and trained. At dusk a video game competition was organized which Kirishima ended up winning. At dusk they had dinner and each one went to their room. Izuku and Momo headed towards the green-haired boys, although Izuku ignored the small suitcase that the girl brought with her. Finally both were on the balcony of the room enjoying the calm air that could be enjoyed. Yaoyorozu, so Chisaki is going to gather the precepts and fight? Ronin, yes, Hawks already investigated where they are and I sent him the location in a letter. I also discovered where Gentle is. I plan to convince him in the fight alongside La Brava. Yaoyorozu, you're quite smart. Ronin, I'm not going to leave any loose ends in this. I can't afford it. Yaoyorozu, is that why you made a truce with the others? Ronin, you know me very well. Yaoyorozu, what do you think will happen? Ronin, we will fight, we will win, and then we will rest at last. Yaoyorozu, how can you be so sure? Ronin, because this time he didn't fight to defeat and imprison, this time he fought to stop this once and for all. Yaoyorozu, you don't fight because you think you'll win, you fight because you know you'll win. Ronin, exactly, besides I don't know what will happen in the fight but I can promise you two things. Yaoyorozu, which ones? Ronin, one, I'll always be this handsome. Yaoyorozu Izuku. Ronin, and two, I will never stop loving you Momo Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, you're a cheesy one, you know that? Ronin, don't ruin the moment, darling, don't ruin the moment. The green-haired boy took his girlfriend by the chin and gave her a tender kiss. The girl hugged her boyfriend's neck while he hugged her by the waist. The scene was illuminated by the soft moonlight, making a very beautiful postcard. Slowly the brunette separated from the kiss and entered the room to immediately begin to take off her blouse. For Izuku it was no longer strange to see his girlfriend naked, but seeing her do something like that so suddenly did make him curious. Ronin, and not that it bothers me, but what is the reason for the beautiful view, princess? Yaoyorozu, well, there's something I want to do tonight and I thought maybe you could help me. The girl winked at Izuku seductively and then Izuku could make out the brunette's small suitcase. At that moment the green-haired boy understood what his girlfriend was referring to, and as quickly as he understood the boy also went into his room and in front of his girlfriend he lifted up his shirt showing his torso. Both of them slowly approached to kiss each other, covered by the darkness of the room. The minutes had already passed and now we can see the couple in love at the top of a building looking at the city. Both wore their respective hero costumes. Yaoyorozu was in front being hugged by her boyfriend, who now wore a cape in his costume whose interior was blood red. The outside was black with green details. It waved majestically. Izuku hugged his girlfriend while seriously thinking about the path he had taken. Izuku was not afraid, no more. The green-haired boy knew what he would do. He knew his actions and the possible future consequences, but still the boy smiled. No, Izuku was not afraid. Izuku Midoriya was excited. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong, Izuku? Ronin, I thought you knew everything. Yaoyorozu, I'm your girlfriend, but I don't read minds, hee. Although I can see that you're excited? I'll guess it's because of the fight. Ronin, you know me so well. Yes, Momo, I'm excited for the fight and I finally understood. I have something that All Might didn't have at the time and that's why I won't lose. Yaoyorozu, aside from great confidence? Ronin, aside from that, I have my friends, I have my companions, I have you, and that makes me much stronger than any quirk. Let the battle come because I know I will win. Yaoyorozu, kissing Izuku, we will win, my love, because you are not alone. I will always be with you. Izuku just smiled, and it was there, in the middle of the night, with his girlfriend in his arms, that the green-haired boy knew that no matter what happened, he would fight, give it his all and win. Izuku would win once and for all. Chapter 50. I love you, Izuku Midoriya. The couple was now closer than ever and everyone knew it. Uraraka had already admitted it. Trying to separate the couple was useless, and it would cause more harm to the green-haired boy than good. The brunette even accepted that if it weren't for the brunette they would all have been massacred a long time ago. The green-haired boy's friends were happy. Their training and other days showed it. They still hadn't gotten over the shock of seeing Shoji and Yui together, but little by little they were relaxing. Finally the days were calm, although they knew that this was about to end, but for that same reason they decided that they would enjoy those days. Little Kota's birthday approached, and to the joy of the little black-haired boy it finally arrived. The boy would see his hero once again. Izuku, Eri and Momo arrived at the place where they were summoned. Momo wore an elegant yet casual red dress. Her hair was tied in a different way than usual. The girl was able to mix the distinctive elegance of the Yaoyorozu with the tranquility that she used to emanate. Izuku, on the other hand, dressed differently from his partner. His black military boots along with black jeans. He wore his t-shirt that had been given to him with the white spider on the chest and the jacket that Momo had given him. The difference is that Izuku had cut his hair slightly and had it tied up before it reached the middle of his back. Now it only had it up to his shoulders. For her part, the no longer so little girl went with a quite cute dress courtesy of her grandmothers who, not being able to decide separately which one to buy, decided to go out together and find an option that was to the liking of both. The green-haired man maintained that serious and sharp look, but a little more relaxed. Accompanying the couple were also Tsuyu and Todoroki, both of whom had also been invited, so they politely accepted the invitation. Tsuyu decided to take her siblings to meet the little one. Upon arriving at the party they noticed that in addition to many civilians there were also quite a few heroes, among them Midnight, but the heroine did not attempt to greet the green-haired boy or the brunette, making only a general greeting towards the two couples with her head. Ryuko, Ms. Joke, Gang Orca, Edge Shot, Snipe, Mirio, Nijire, Tamaki and Hawks were some of the heroes present. Mandalay, Izuku, Momo, it's great that you could come. Ronin, thank you for inviting us, Miss Mandalay bowing. Mandalay, he's no small feat. After all, I couldn't ignore my little Kota's hero. Ronin, speaking of which, where is the dwarf? Mandalay. He is playing over there, pointing in a direction. The green-haired boy smiled. It made him feel better that the boy had a better perception towards people and heroes, although it didn't take long for the boy to notice the presence of the hero and quickly went to him to greet him, as well as Momo and the couple Tsuyu and Todoroki. Izuku introduced Eri as his daughter, which filled Eri with pride. Tsuyu did the same with her brothers. At first the four of them looked shy to interact with each other, but slowly and thanks to the positive attitude of Eri and Tsuyu's sister, they all managed to get along perfectly, and with that they went to play. Izuku and Momo really seemed like a married couple in everyone's eyes. The boys looked good together. The party continued its course normally, but soon the children took Izuku prisoner and began to play with him. The green-haired boy also did not put up much resistance and played along with the little ones. Soon both Izuku and Shoto were already surrounded by the infants. None of them were bothered. Both brothers even made using their quirks to entertain the boys more. On the other hand, Tsuyu and Momo watched this happily, and they liked to see that friendly air in their partners. The sisters-in-law chatted a little pleasantly, quite animated. But even though the party was fun, it had to end. Soon the children left in the company of their parents. After a while the other guests also left, leaving the pro heroes and the UA students alone. Eri, exhausted, lay asleep on her father's legs while Momo caressed her hair maternally. Tsuyu's brothers were also asleep. Sami there next to Tsuyu and Satsuki was Shoto. Kota slept on Tiger's legs, who watched that nothing interrupted the little one's sleep. The heroes, seeing that they could talk calmly, decided to get together, including the boys. Mandalay, I think no one here needs an introduction, right? Ronin, I know everyone here. Gang Orca, it's nice to see you again, kid. Sorry if I couldn't say it before, a lot of work. Ronin, don't worry, I understand perfectly. Naruko, so you're the famous Izuku Midoriya. Ronin, the same one who dresses in shoes. The boy immediately stood up, slowly and lovingly removing Eri, taking care not to hurt the white-haired girl, and so both heroes, both the freckled one and the rabbit, stared at each other. The rabbit heroine looked at the boy with a frown. Izuku did the same for his part. Momo knew that the look on Izuku's face meant that the boy was analyzing the rival, deciding if he considered him a threat or not. Suddenly they both smiled, and Naruko tried to smack Izuku, but he dodged it masterfully, even stopping the rabbit's hand. Ronin, you always do that. I saw the recordings when you worked with other heroes. You are quite easy to predict. Naruko, it was about time we met. I must admit that I am a fan of your work, even though you are a pro heroine. Edge Shot and Endeavor told us the way you intimidated the villain boss. It was a good move, and I admire your way of losing control and becoming a huge black wolf of fire. Ronin, thanks, I think it means a lot coming from a pro hero. Ms. Joke, hey, I don't mind the idea, but is it okay to let some kids hear this conversation? Ryuko, I agree with Emi. I don't know if this is offensive, guys, but it's the truth. Also, where is Endeavor? Todoroki/Ronin, our father couldn't come. Hawks, that's right. Endeavor is working with Detective Tsukachi, and he told me he would be missing. I assume that's why we have his children here today. I say let them. Maruko, Hawks and I may disagree on several occasions, but this time I'm on your side. Let them listen. They earn their place here as well as their partners. Midnight Newbie Support. Mandalay, regardless of whether they came to represent their father, I invited both of them, so they will stay. Added to this were Edge Shot, Gang Orca, and the Big Three, who advocated for their friends. The two women then gave up their attempts because they knew they would be ignored. Mandalay, well, since there are no more complaints, I guess we can talk. Is there anything to point out, Hawks? Hawks, they already have a list of the prisons and the members who are spies for them and the Liberation Army. Todoroki, so it was true, they won't try anything, they'll come out from the inside out, or well, you know. Gang Orca, my allies also search for information, but it seems there will not be an exact day in which it will be. Apparently they hide it from low-level villains so that they do not say anything as happened in the attack on the High Alliance. Ronin, he found me guilty, raising his hand. At that moment everyone sighed, knowing that although it was a good tactic, now the villains would be more cautious. Maruko, hey, it was something we didn't plan, but you have to admit it looked great. Mandalay, regardless, then the villains are avoiding divulging information to the minors so that they won't talk when Izuku or any of us torture them into talking. Hawks, yes. Ms. Joke, so they're not that dumb. Ronin, you can bet they've grown up, they know how this works. Midnight, that's a point that was proven a long time ago. Hawks, but well, apart from that, and what Gang already said, there is nothing more to point out. At least on my part. Edge shot, since Jiren was killed, nothing has been heard from them. Miruko, do you think they've already found his killer? Edge shot, I don't think so, he covers his tracks while seeing Izuku. Ms. Joke, but how would you know? They'd kill him. Ronin, well, if it was Dabi who killed him, then he would be burned and there would be reports of that. Gang Orca, if it had been a rival gang, Toga would have already drunk their blood and there would have been a fight. Miruko, either enclosed in a sphere by that fourth-rate magician or torn to pieces by Spinner, etc., etc. Ronin, but you're forgetting something. Mandalay, what? Ronin, Shigaraki was able to disintegrate him. Edge shot, damn, it's true. Miruko, this way you don't leave any loose ends. Mandalay, it's not stupid at all. Hawks, he has the Liberation Army with him. Mandalay, let's not forget it, damn, so it's true, he's not the same person who attacked them when they were in first grade. Midnight, the boy grew up. Yaoyorozu, hey Izuku, don't you think it's time? Ronin, I didn't mean to. Mandalay, what's up, guys? Do you have to go now? Do you want me to call a taxi? Ronin, no, actually it's something else. Hawks, are you really going to tell them? This is going to be good. Midnight, Izuku, what happened? Ronin, okay, here we go, I know about this war. My father told me about it and my brother. I decided to prepare myself. I didn't want to risk losing any of the good guys, but for that I had to sell my soul to the devil. Ms. Joke, what's that about? Ronin, I did a search, found Rappa and Chisaki, offered them a deal, that they would fight on our side. At that moment Midnight made a scared face, as did Ms. Joke. Mandalay only made a face of slight surprise. Miruko was surprised. Gang Orca and Edge Shot were the only neutral ones. Midnight, that's unacceptable. Ms. Joke, maybe Aizawa wasn't wrong about you, you're crazy. Ronin, no, I'm just a realist, they've never played fair, why do we have to? Midnight, because that's what sets us apart from them. Ronin, they have a bucking army and they have twice, damn it, they would outnumber us, plus we don't know who is on their side, in the middle of battle one of us could betray us. Ms. Joke, and to avoid that scenario you asked for help from villains? Ronin, at least if they betray us they can tell me I told you so, right? Besides, I prefer them to betray us than any of you because that is not nice at all, because believe me, I know what it feels like. Yaoyorozu, Izuku is right, besides even they can fall, they help us and in the middle of the commotion we could arrest them, it's a win-win. Miruko, I like your encouragement guys, but how do we know you're really on our side? Ronin, Rappa wants a fight to the death, except for Chisaki, no one else had beaten him. This fight is his chance to make his dream come true. Chisaki on the other hand wants revenge. Shigaraki took his hands and forced him to use prosthetics much weaker than mine. Mandalay, then I don't understand how it's going to be of help. It sounds more like they'll manage to kill him at the first opportunity. Ronin, well, he managed to awaken his quirk again. Hawks, no way. Edge shot, damn. Midnight, are you sure? Ronin, second phase, perfecting the quirk. It has several names but they are the same, a boost to the quirk, it breaks the limits and that, I saw it with my own eyes. Ms. Joke, then we have more problems than solutions if he joins the fight. Ronin, he promised to help, and I'm threatening him if he dares to betray us or any of them. Midnight, wait, did you say one of them? I thought you only brought Chisaki and Rappa. Ronin, if I bring Chisaki then it's the complete package, him and the 8 precepts of death. Ms. Joke, I should drag you for what you're doing, for what you did. Ronin, arrest me then Emi Fukukado. If you think that by arresting me you will win the war, then do it, but I will not stop and you know it. I will get out of prison and you will no longer be able to count on my support. Pixie Bob, boy, you said you have Chisaki under threat. I don't understand how you can threaten him. Ronin, it's easy. I threatened him by telling him that if he or any of them betrayed us then I would kill him. He must have wished that Shigaraki had finished him off when he could. Ms. Joke, as I said, you're crazy, kid. No one would believe you, much less a villain who has tortured, armed, and disarmed the little girl. He has no reason to be afraid of you. Ronin, if he has to, he knows that if he dares to hurt the people I care about, then I'll do to him the same thing I did to Jiren. At that moment now everyone looked closely at the green-haired man. Ms. Joke, what did you say? Ronin, what you heard. Midnight, that's a joking confession, right? You said it just to scare him. Ronin, do I look like I'm joking? Ms. Joke, it's a very serious thing, you know that? Ronin, I don't give a buck what you think. Yaoyorozu Izuku. The brunette took the green-haired man's hand. Tsuyu looked at her best friend in surprise. Todoroki coldly analyzed his brother. Ronin, here I confess Izuku Midoriya was the one who killed that idiot Jiren. Ryuko, boy, you don't. Ronin, listen carefully, this isn't a joke. You want to arrest me? Do it, but make sure it's after the fight. Because if I'm not there, none of the allies I got for you will help you. Ms. Joke, what's wrong with you? I respected you, and now? Ronin, no, you respected Deku just like everyone else, but guess what, I'm not him. The hero known as Deku, the next symbol of peace, died in Tartaros. I was what came out. I am Izuku Midoriya. My name is Ronin, the one who wouldn't mind giving a part of himself in order to preserve a better future, the one who wouldn't turn his back on anyone and would always look out for the good of all. Midnight, you are nobody to decide who lives or not. Ronin, it's true, I'm not judge or jury, much less executioner, but I am a hero. I save people, and if I have to choose between saving billions of people or one wretched murderer, then I'd rather lose my humanity than sacrifice innocent lives. The brunette and the frog now turned on why Izuku was so affected. Todoroki discovered why his brother looked so aggressive. Mandalay, so that's how you found out about the attack on your colleagues. Ronin, I just wanted information, but he wouldn't talk. I tortured him and nothing. I was about to leave him alone, but I made a mistake. Mirio, which one? Ronin, he threatened my family, and I'm sorry to say this, but I've already lost one. Momo looked at her boyfriend and then she knew, the boy truly loved her. He protected her and his girlfriend despite making the ultimate sacrifice, but when he saw the fear he walked away because she knew, the green-haired boy was afraid of becoming a monster. Hawks, personally, I don't see anything wrong with it. Without that idiot giving villains to the League, this is a blow to them, right? Maruko, it's true, twice. Dabi and Toga joined because of him. Plus he was the one who gathered the army of villains to attack the UA, and we can go on with the list. Edge shot, Izuku is not the same as before, that's obvious. I feel that although there is no need to celebrate it, there is no need to reprimand him either. In the end we would do the same, right? Ryuko, but allying with villains, don't you think it's a bit exaggerated? Hawks, times have changed. I'm a double agent, and that brat was framed for something he didn't do. Besides, we know villains won't play fair. I feel like despite the risks we take. Maruko, it's a good tactic. Also, let's see it from this side. Chisaki hates Shigaraki, Mimic hates Twice and Toga. Rappa just wants to fight. We can use that to our advantage. Mandalay, besides, Gentle isn't even a villain. He called himself a criminal. He has the makings of a hero. We just have to use that in our support. Hawks, hey, by the way, Izuku, Endeavor mentioned that when they went to Tartarus. At that moment the green-haired man made a gesture that Hawks understood was to shut him up. The hero remained silent, and they continued talking until this came to an end. Izuku called the Todoroki limousine, laid Eri and Tsuyu's brothers on the seats and helped Momo and the others get in. But he didn't do it. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, what's wrong? Come on, honey. We need to get some sleep. Ronin, yes, it's better if you go. I'll go above making sure no one follows us or something. Yaoyorozu, what nonsense are you talking? Come now. Ronin, no, don't worry, I'll land when I get home, I promise. The green-haired boy was about to close the door, but Momo stopped him. As she said, what kind of girlfriend would she be if she let Izuku be wrong? She knew it. The green-haired boy felt guilty, but the boy closed the door anyway. Azabache could only see the figure of her boyfriend outside the glass, but Momo stood firm in her decision. to help her boyfriend, but then they saw how the green-haired boy took out his wings and took flight. After a few seconds they also moved forward. Momo felt stupid for not acting before, but then she decided that there would be nothing that would stop her from talking to her boyfriend. Yaoyorozu, bucket, I'll go. Todoroki, you know Momo, and all the time I've known him, he's always shown me that he's capable of putting others before himself. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, what are you doing? Tsuyu, it's true, in the entrance exam she sacrificed her legs and arm to save Uraraka. Todoroki, he did the same for All Might after finishing his first fight against the Noma. Tsuyu, he did it for little Kota. Todoroki, he did it for me in first grade even though he didn't know me, and well, we can go on talking about it all night, right? But what I'm getting at is, I didn't know how to feel. At first, I thought he did it for fame, to stand out from everyone else. Then I thought he was suicidal, but I don't think anyone would be that crazy. Yaoyorozu, what are you up to with that? Todoroki, even though you call me a detective, I feel like I don't have what it takes to be one. I'm not good at riddles. Just imagine, I've had a Rubik's Cube for years and I've only solved 3 of them, hehe. Yaoyorozu, Shoto, what are you seriously saying? Todoroki, he always helps everyone, but maybe it's time for someone to help him. We're tired and we still have to take Tsuyu's brothers to the guest room, so do us a favor and take care of that clumsy wolf. The brunette looked at both boys and saw how they both smiled. The girl then nodded happily, accepting. Finally the car arrived at its destination. The boys got out and saw how the green-haired boy was spinning in the sky. Todoroki, it's your turn. The bicolor and the frog opened the door to get the children out while Momo took out her phone and called Izuku. Yaoyorozu, ready Izuku, you can get down now, help me carry Eri. Ronin, yeah, hey, I was thinking maybe it was better if I stayed and watched the fort. I don't want some villain to command. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, there are guards whose job is to make sure nothing happens. Trust your father and don't leave them without work. Ronin, but I mean, are there enough of them? An army could command. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, Midoriya is coming down now. The green-haired boy noticed his girlfriend's tone of voice, and after giving a tired sigh he landed in front of the girl, turning his back on his friends. Ronin, I'm serious Momo, I have to be careful, I don't want anything. Yaoyorozu, tell me the truth, did you do it? Did you kill Jiren? Ronin, you just heard me say yes. Yaoyorozu, it wasn't a lie to the pros then. Ronin, no, but... Izuku could no longer speak because Momo slapped him so hard that the green-haired boy turned his face in pain. Yaoyorozu, that was because of the lies. The green-haired man rubbed his cheek and turned to see Todoroki, who just raised his arms indifferently while carrying Eri and Tsuyu's sister. The green-haired man looked back only to receive another slap from the brunette. Yaoyorozu, and that's for acting like an idiot. Ronin, hey, what are you doing? Yaoyorozu, let's see if my idiot boyfriend understands this way. Ronin, Momo, you're the one who doesn't understand. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, of course I do, you worried about us, it's just that I'm worried about the attitude you're taking now, it seems like you don't want to know anything about us. Ronin, Momo, I'm a monster. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, we've already talked about that. Ronin, I killed Jiren without hesitation, I took a life despite what I said I. Yaoyorozu, it was a decision, obviously at the time you thought it was good but then it was bad, but you know I feel like it was a good decision, Hawk said so, with this you weaken the league and that's good. Ronin, Momo. Yaoyorozu, listen honey, I love you, and although I must admit that I was surprised to hear what you did, I don't blame you for anything, he practically forced you. Ronin, but it's one reason why I feel like getting away from you is a good option. Yaoyorozu, why? Ronin, Momo, everyone knows about us and Eri. I basically exposed them both to danger. Because of me, they have a target now and... Yaoyorozu, is that really your fear? Ronin, Momo, you really don't understand. Yaoyorozu, of course I do, but Izuku, you must also understand that Diana will always be with me, and it is not because of being with you. I am an aspiring hero, and since I decided that I would be a hero, I also knew the dangers that I would face, and death is one of them, but you know what? I am strong, I will not give up so easily, and now I will not let you do it, do you understand? I will not let my boyfriend and my hero lose faith in himself. The green-haired boy looked at his girlfriend, and without realizing it, Izuku began to cry. All those emotions that he felt before, that worry and fear combined with the others, were now breaking him. The boy hugged his girlfriend, who was surprised. Ronin, I don't want to lose you, Momo, I can't. I couldn't bear to do it again. I'm not that strong. Yaoyorozu then knew that it had worked. She had helped her boyfriend. The girl now hugged him tightly. Yaoyorozu, calm down, my love. Everything will be okay. Do you know why? Ronin, why? Yaoyorozu, because I'm here for you and I'll never leave. I love you, Izuku Midoriya, and no matter what happens, I'll always be by your side, my love. Ronin, Momo. Yaoyorozu, we are a team, through thick and thin. We are together and nothing bad will happen. We will fight and win together. Ronin, what did I do to have someone like you? Yaoyorozu, being an adorable puppy. Ronin, thanks, Momo. I really needed it. Yaoyorozu, and even if they don't say it, Tsuyu isn't afraid of you either. She respects you a lot, just like Todoroki. The green-haired boy kissed his girlfriend and noticed that she was starting to tremble, so without thinking he took off his jacket and put it on Momo, who snuggled up a little. Izuku hugged her, and they both walked towards the property where Izuku talked to his parents, and on Momo's advice he told them the truth, and although he got scolded by both of them, they also understood and hugged the boy. The couple met Todoroki Tsuyu, and the same thing happened. But what surprised Izuku the most was seeing how Tsuyu apologized again. The green-haired boy then just smiled and put his hand on the frog's head. Ronin, sorry for scaring you like that, Tsu. It won't happen again. Yaoyorozu, I already told him that if he scares me like that again, I'll hit him. Ronin, if I get scared like that again, it's a done deal. Yaoyorozu, can we go now so I can kiss you? Todoroki, please leave, The couple smiled and left too. Finally the boys were in bed. Both were close to falling asleep, but then Momo lightly hit Izuku. Ronin, now what? Yaoyorozu, I told you, that was to scare me. Ronin, so now this is how it will be, or? And at that moment the girl approached her boyfriend to give him a kiss. Ronin, because I could get used to it. Yaoyorozu, that was for everything else. Now good night, Izuku, rest. Ronin, you really are unique. Good night, Momo, I love you. Yaoyorozu, and I love you. The green-haired man hugged his girlfriend against his chest, and so both with a smile finally fell asleep. And so finally Momo was sure that she had brought her beloved green-haired boy back. The boy looked as happy as before. This was evident in his way of eating, studying, in the way he cooked, and everyone knew it. The training was now more demanding with both the teachers and the green-haired boy, but thanks to this they had many advances. Kirishima had managed to develop a technique that consisted of using his normal hardening to launch himself against an enemy and deliver a first blow. He passed to his unbreakable form to deliver the second, and finished by giving a hammer blow with his kraken form and forming a shield using his unbreakable again. Izuku was the first to try this technique. The green-haired boy counted on his predatory sense but ignored it to see the power that the attack would bring, and he could see that it was enough. The boy had acquired more muscle mass, and thanks to this his attacks were much stronger. Kirishima looked quite happy with his progress and excited, but Izuku convinced him to fight without using his quirk because that way he could see more capabilities and limits. The result? Both competitors excited. Izuku was not as tired as Kirishima, but he knew it had been a great fight. No doubt the redhead had experience in combat, and did not just throw punches for nothing. Shoji also fought with desire. Tokoyami, following the advice of his friend, fought without using dark shadow. Anyway, it seems the friends of the green-haired man were no longer the same as years ago. Their strength and ferocity proved it. Class B even asked the green-haired man for help, and although he was doubtful to help them, Momo and Yui convinced him, but Izuku was not stupid, so instead of training them he gave them several routines based on what he knew about their quirks. At Nisa's request, the green-haired man returned to guard the academy and the dormitories along with Edge Shot, but now he was not alone. Kirishima, Shoji, Todoroki, Shinso, Ojiro and Tokoyami accompanied him. The boys divided and covered ground. This was partly to help, but primarily it was to that they will work on their stealth. Edshot also mentioned to Izuku as well as the others that thanks to Hawk's work they were now ready, so as soon as they attacked the heroes would already be ready. Izuku felt better about this because it was less likely that they would lose. Izuku, a little calmer, could enjoy his days. The green-haired boy went out with his girlfriend and his friends. Obviously, he also did schoolwork. Being so close to his graduation, Aizawa-sensei had no mercy and left as many tasks as humanly possible. Added to this, soon his patrols were already outside the school. The boys watched the streets along with the other pro-heroes in search of answers, so as soon as they found a villain they interrogated him, and if he resisted they let Izuku do it. The green-haired man had good methods for this, and although his friends could see that he was a little rough they let him. So they were able to find out several things, although not what they really needed, which was the date of the attack. Izuku seemed more thoughtful than usual, but he put this aside when he was with Momo because apparently the brunette had gotten used to doing the same as Rei and forbidding talking about business or work on their outings or when they ate. Although what caught the green-haired boy's attention the most was some news he was given, and that is that in one of the many talks they had to see the progress in what would be the most dangerous mission, Midnight dropped some news that could change the course of everything if it were true. Midnight. So you can promise me that nothing I say will get out of here? Ronin, the only one who could hear would be me and maybe Jiro, but we are not in the academy and I am here with you, so you will say if you trust me or not. Edge shot. I've already checked the room inside and out. There are no spy devices. Ronin, I set up an EMP and this room has a noise-canceling device so nothing gets out unless someone betrays us. Midnight, understood. Okay. Remember a few days ago during an interrogation you and Shoto discovered where Kurogyari was recruiting for the league? Ronin, yes. Midnight, well, as soon as they gave the warning, we sent a group of heroes, you know, only those we trust. Ronin, I would have gone. Endeavor, you'll get your chance. Midnight, the thing is, we managed to catch him successfully, we closed all his exits. Ronin, he is his own way out. Midnight, Edge shot did the old trick of stirring his insides and made him faint, plus they put an anti-quirk collar on him, he has no way out. Endeavor, so that's one less problem, right? Midnight at that moment began to tremble slightly. Izuku noticed how a tear wanted to come out. The boy was beginning to question if it had been a good idea to capture him. Midnight, they took him to a special cell and Eraser along with Mike interrogated him. Edge shot, then they should have taken Izuku. Midnight, what I'm about to mention is confidential, so don't tell anyone who understands. Yaoyorozu, you can trust me, Midnight Sensei. Tsuyu, and in me Kero Kero. Edge shot, I trust the adults who are with us in this room. Endeavor, Shoto and Izuku are my children and Tsuyu and Momo, well you understand, I answer for them. Midnight, it is believed that All for One used the body of an old UA student to make a Noma or at least something similar. I don't know what they want to call Kurogyari. Ronin, it can't be from my class because Kurogyari attacked us when the class was already complete the first time. Midnight, no, it was someone older, his name was Shirakumo Oboro. For some reason Izuku thought he knew the name, it was as if he had heard it before. On the other hand, Endeavor and Edge shot looked at each other in the eyes with surprise. Apparently the news was too much for both of them. Izuku noticed again how the plus heroine trembled again and noticed in her a slight air of sadness. The green-haired man knew it could sound disrespectful, but he still dared to say it. Ronin, the name Shirakumo sounds familiar to me from somewhere, and fearing to be wrong I prefer to ask you who seemed the most affected. Who is he? At that moment Midnight shed a slight tear but found strength and spoke. Midnight, he was a great person. Ronin, we can all be one, so that doesn't tell me much. Midnight, he was a student in Class A, he was from my generation, and was best friends with both me and Aizawa and Hisashi. At that moment the green-haired boy clenched his fists and understood what his sensei was talking about, and fury filled him. The boy then remembered those words from a year ago. Where do they get so many nomas? Almost as if she read his mind, Momo thought the same thing and turned to see her boyfriend. Both then had their answer. The boy then stood up and to everyone's surprise hugged the black-haired girl. Ronin, I'm sorry if I put you in an awkward situation, sensei. I'm sorry for your pain and I understand the anger you feel. I was disrespectful, and I'm sorry. The woman who definitely didn't expect that could only smile slightly and hug the green-haired man. Midnight, thanks Izuku, it means a lot coming from you honestly hehe. Ronin, releasing the woman, but then what happens? Now that they know Shirakumo is Kurogiri, or rather how they knew. Midnight, Aizawa used his quirk on him and together with Izashi they managed to make Shirakumo wake up a little, so he told us that there was a hospital but nothing more, then he fainted. Ronin, so if he joined Kurogiri to create Shirakumo and he could speak, does that mean he revived him? Midnight, we don't know exactly Izuku but he could speak. Ronin, then there's an option sensei, keep trying, you go too and the three of you talk, make him remember, make him come out of that shell that all for one put him in, make him remember why he wants to be a hero. Yayorozu, Izuku, you just said it, it's a delicate subject. Ronin, but he's still there, you have to try it, right? A quirk like that, if you know how to use it, can change the course of a battle. At that moment everyone looked at the green-haired boy. It was a good idea but Midnight had the last word. After all it was his friend who was there. The green-haired boy understood that it was a subject that was better to deal with carefully. The green-haired boy was about to apologize when he noticed a smile as well as tears in his teacher. Midnight, we wanted to be heroes together, you know. Hizashi said we should form an agency. He even gave his glasses to Aizawa to attach to his hero suit and cover his eyes. You're right, he's our friend and it's worth it. That's what a hero does, saving people. Ronin, smiling, that's it, that's what sensei was talking about, I'll leave it in your hands. And so it happened, the woman gave her reports in the meetings that were held. Izuku for his part spoke with his family. His decision was firm, he would not risk his family. Jiren told him. Everyone knew about him. The boy spoke with Endeavor and they made their decision. They would fix their house so that Rei, Fuyumi, Natsuo and Eri would be safe. Obviously there were complaints but Shoto, Endeavor and Izuku had already made their decision. The boys and the man got to work and reinforced the house. One night the green-haired man was with his companions doing their usual rounds when something happened. Ed shot, dude, there's an altercation. A group of small-time villains planted a bomb. Do you think you can take care of what arrived? Maybe you can get some information. Ronin, take it for granted sensei, does anyone want to come? Kirishima, I've got your back, I'm the best for those cases. Todoroki, I'm going with you, if Kirishima can't contain it then I can cool it down. Kirishima, are you challenging me pokeball? Ronin, Shoji, Ojiro Tokoemi, Shinso aren't coming? Come on guys, you'll miss out on the fun. Todoroki, Shinso's quirk would be very useful. Shinso, I would love to help but I'm not close to the location, it would take a long time. Shoji, I say the same, plus we still have to investigate more cases. Tokoemi, I agree with them. Ojiro, I say the same, this time take charge, I know you can do it. The green-haired boy just sighed in defeat and accepted, so the boys headed to where they had to go and when they met up they separated again now with a plan in their hands. Izuku could see the bomb and one of the caretakers. The boy then began to make noise calling the attention of the subject who went to where Izuku wanted only to be caught by the ankle by the green-haired boy's whip who quickly lifted him up making the villain even hit his head. Ronin, who are they? Villain, who the hell are you? Ronin, your worst nightmare right now so you better start talking, tell me who the buck are you? Villain, and what good would that information do you? My teammates will realize I'm gone, and then you'll be screwed. Ronin, I've faced stronger guys, you're no threat to me in any way. Villain, who are you? Ronin, I asked before but if you don't want to speak properly, let's try something else, okay? The green-haired man let go of the guy. Frightened, he began to scream as he fell, but Izuku managed to hold him before. Ronin, well? Villain, you're a bucking madman. Ronin, sort of, but that doesn't matter much now. Villain, okay, I'll talk. We're a small group of mercenaries. We're against what the heroes are doing. This isn't justice. You guys set up a system where you always have to win, and that only benefits you. Ronin, and upon hearing the bald guy's plan, they decided to support the cause. How noble. Villain, threaten me all you want, hero. The countdown has already begun. You're late. In a few seconds, this will all be a monument to the clumsiness of all the heroes, and let that be a lesson to them. Ronin, my patience is running out. Villain, and so is time. Ronin, want a bet? The green-haired man then approached the bomb from above with his prey. Then they saw how the villains began to be hit from one side to the other. Soon some flames appeared, as well as they also saw some small lines moving at great speed. Finally the villains fell to the ground. Kirishima along with Todoroki tied them up and both approached the bomb. Edge shot. I could do the trick of getting in and cutting everything I see. Ronin, through the communicator you'd have to hit the right wire the first time or the explosion would kill you. You're not that fast either. Edge shot. Todoroki, I could freeze her. Ronin, through the communicator the explosion would not stop, and when it exploded we would do double the damage with the pieces. Todoroki, but I use my ice better now. What if I freeze her as much as that monster years ago? Edge shot, it's a good idea. Kirishima, but is it a good idea? Are you sure it will work? Ronin, through the communicator. Okay, new plan. Todoroki freezes that thing, I'll cover it, and I want Kirishima to use his Kraken form to hold it. If there's an explosion it won't affect him so much. Todoroki, that sounds like a good plan, but well, are you sure? Kirishima, don't worry, it will be fun. Villain, you and your friends will die, your effort is in vain. Ronin, watch and learn. The green-haired boy saw how his brother lowered the temperature as much as possible and took the bomb. It immediately began to cover in frost, and then turned into an ice cube. Izuku wasted no time and loaded 2 arrows to then shoot them. Both were embedded in the ice and began to generate a thick layer of absorbent foam. The boy still had the villain by the head, but to avoid attacks he tangled him up to the neck. The guy saw how the foam hardened, and immediately Kirishima used his Kraken form and took the sphere to hug it tightly. Villain, no, it's impossible, he will die. Ronin, you know the waiting is the worst part, thinking, you can do it, Sharky. I don't want Tokage to kill me. The count reached, and then it was seen how the sphere began to shake. The green oil had to let go of the villain and use his whips to surround the sphere, but decided to trust Kirishima. The sphere cracked, and they saw how some light flames came out of there, but then only smoke came out. Kirishima just sighed and separated the sphere from his body and then began to apply force. In the end the sphere broke in the hands of the redhead, who smiled, showing his fangs. The boy deactivated his quirk and wiped the dust from his hands and then just put his fists on his waist in a clear sign of victory. The green-haired man for his part just came down from where he was. His friends saw him and then his prey, which hung like a fish just taken out of the water. Todoroki, was it a good catch? Ronin, I finally caught one that doesn't cry. Kirishima, so? Ronin, maybe he doesn't cry, but I promise you if he did scream. The man looked nervously at his captors, and after a few minutes, just as the green-haired man had said, the man shouted before Edge Shot took him to prison. Kirishima, well, you were right, he shouted. Ronin, that was good work guys, thanks for the help. Todoroki, don't be thankful, it's a good stress reliever to be honest. Kirishima, it's even funny now, ha ha ha. Ronin, what do you think if when I get to the academy I order Monte Cristo sandwiches for everyone? Kirishima, that's a good idea. The boys were about to start their way to the academy when the alarm sounded in their communicators. They all stopped in their tracks because they knew what it was about. Soon Hawk's voice sounded in their heads. Hawks, it's already started. Chapter 51, the start of a big fight. Ronin, you wanted to read the cap, right? This lazy author doesn't update properly, right? Yeah, I figured as much. Okay, I didn't mean to do this, but oh well, you owe me an idiot. Yaoyorozu, calm down, it's for a good cause, Izuku. Ronin, that's right, Sai. Okay, here we go. Before you start reading, I would like you to read what Momo and I are going to say, understood? Thank you. Now then, I suppose everyone must already know about this virus, right? This COVID, or as it is also called coronavirus. Yaoyorozu, they should already know, darling. Ronin, I guess so. Well, that at least saves me work and explanations. The point is that I want you to pay attention. This is not a game. The mortality rate is low, I know, but that doesn't mean we should be less cautious. Let's take care of ourselves and those around us. Pay attention to the official health instructions. Yaoyorozu, That's right, wash your hands well. Ronin, what's more, you can do it to the rhythm of the song you want. There are those who play reggaeton, that's up to them. Yaoyorozu, remember that these days we have to avoid contact when greeting. You can use other ways and you can be sure that people will understand. Also remember to use antibacterial gel as well as other things that you should already know. The mask is necessary only when you have another illness. Remember that it is to prevent more viruses from spreading. Ronin, sneeze and cough using the Batman technique into the inside of your elbow, so you are less likely to infect others. Yaoyorozu, we are fictional beings but you are real, so do this for yourselves, protect yourselves and those you love. If you have symptoms that you consider risky, you can call the medical services in your locality. Let's not saturate the medical facilities because this will only slow down the processes. Isolate yourselves and do not self-medicate as that does not help at all. Ronin, that's right, there's something you almost forgot to say and it's also very important. Yaoyorozu, what my love? Ronin, this is very important so don't ignore it. Be smarter please, and for what you love most don't be idiots who share fake news as if they were memes. There's no need to cause panic and above all stop buying toilet paper as if you wanted to mummify yourself to get into sarcophagi. That doesn't help at all and only harms others. Yaoyorozu, it's true, you must also remember that these days, in addition to not leaving your homes unless it's an emergency, you should not make panic purchases. This is a super important point, so remember it. It's not an apocalypse. We're not going to die. We just have to be prepared. Ronin, remember that just as we. Yaoyorozu, you guys. Ronin/Yaoyorozu, they can also be heroes. Ronin, thank you for taking the time to read this, thank you for your support. I truly believe none of this would be possible without you and your support. Now you can start reading. Thank you. With just those few words it was enough for the boys to have their hair stand on end and they soon realized that they were running in the direction of the academy. Except for Izuku and Tokoyami who were flying, Todoroki for his part was propelled with his ice as usual. Ronin, okay, and the sandwiches for later. Todoroki, if we arrive early we can still get something to eat. Ronin, hey, you and I could be there already. Tokoyami, don't forget me. Ojiro, sorry for not going as fast as you. Ronin, ha ha ha, at this rate they're going to play hide and seek. Shinso, relax, mature broccoli, not all of us fly. Ronin, okay you guys did it, those who can fly grab a grounder. Ronin grabbed Shinso and Ojiro, Tokoyami grabbed Shoji and Todoroki grabbed Kirishima. The boys didn't say a word but looked terrified by the increase in speed. They finally arrived at Yue. Izuku and Tokoyami were the first to arrive. Ronin, I told you I could carry you. Shinso, to be honest I hate it when you do that. Ronin, okay, new plan, let's go to the recreation room and there we'll hear new orders, understood? All yes. Ronin, come on. The green-haired boy and his friends entered the school and quickly entered the recreation room where everyone else was already gathered. The rest of the boys were still in their pajamas, which meant that they had barely been given notice. Momo quickly joined Izuku, kissing him tenderly. Yaoyorozu, did you get something good, love? Ronin, nothing, you know, the usual. They're late, blah blah blah, the end of the world as we know it, blah blah blah, pure nonsense. Yaoyorozu, I mean, nothing interesting. Ronin, well, Kirishima stopped a bomb with his hands. Can we say that's something that doesn't happen every day, or can we? Yaoyorozu, I mean information about the Tiger mission. Ronin, well then no. Yaoyorozu, we just woke up. Ronin, we were informed by Hawks everything already started. Momo. Yaoyorozu, what? Surprised. Ronin, what you heard, Hawks called us and said that maybe I didn't find anything from those idiots but Hawks did. Yaoyorozu, so you think it's time to? Ronin, exactly, let's wait for orders and… At that moment, Class B also entered the recreation room as well as Mei, who looked sleepy. The girl hugged Shinso, who scolded her a little. Shinso, I told you that you won't stay awake that long, just look at how you're doing. Sigh, at least you finished the invention of the week? Me, don't make anything up, silly. I was worried about you. I stayed awake waiting for you. Shinso, oh I see, sorry Mei. Ronin, hey, who invited the circus to the party? Monoma, you damn how. At that moment the green-haired boy threw a small sphere at him that generated foam in the blonde's mouth, who fell silent. Ronin, shut up and let the adults talk. Yayorozu, don't waste ammo, my love. At that moment the director, as well as Endeavor, Snipe, Edgeshot, Cementos, Present Mike, Eraserhead, Midnight and Almight entered as well. The small rodent advanced in front of everyone and Cementos lifted him up. Nizu cleared his throat and spoke loud and clear. Nizu, I'm glad you all could be here today. Sorry to wake you up, but Bakugo, why the buck do stupid Deku and his damn friends have the suit on? No one spoke. The director simply ignored Bakugo because he had no time to argue. Nizu, sorry for waking you guys up. Now I have to be honest with you. You remember not long ago we were able to visit Tartaro's prison, right? Ida, yes, remembering the event. Nizu, well, then you will remember what happened. Your partner Midoriya told the truth. The villains are moving to make a war. A big one, and I'm sorry for the abruptness with which I will say this, but today is the day. Everyone without exception tensed up. So the time had come? Nizu, I know you'll think you're just students, maybe you're not ready for this and forgive us for involving you, but it's time. There's a mission and you have to fight. At that moment everyone stood at attention. The director was right, but they didn't expect a certain green-haired man to speak. Ronin, I personally apologize. I'm an idiot, but more than anything this is my fight and I'm sorry for involving you in it. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't necessary, because despite all my strength I need you. You are also heroes. The freckled boy was firm in his words, and with that everyone was motivated. It was true, they were also heroes and nothing would stop them from helping. Class finally understood it. They made a mistake. They sinned in not helping the boy when he needed it, and that would be their biggest mistake. A mark. A scar that would never be erased, but now they would learn from it, and they would not let anyone else suffer, no more. Ronin, I know it's my fight, but I appreciate the support, because maybe I'm not Deku, but even as Ronin I'm willing to fight for those who can't defend themselves. At that moment applause could be heard. Soon everyone saw that it was Ida who was clapping. Ida, it's true, you're not Deku, but it will be an honor to share the battlefield with you, and if death calls us then we will fall with honor. Whispering, old friend. The green-haired boy just nodded, and at that moment everyone else started to applaud. Nizu then knew that warrior spirit, that mark of leadership so characteristic of Deku now resided in Ronin. The rodent could only smile and let him continue talking. Ronin, get dressed, we'll meet at the entrance and listen to the professionals. Let's fight for what's fair and right. Let's defend our ideals and seek peace together as a team. Let's make this mission legendary, worth it, and if we win let's live to tell the tale, to smile one more day. Everyone raised their fist. Ronin, let's go! Everyone nodded and went to their rooms. The green-haired boy was about to do the same but was stopped by Nizu. Nizu, young Midoriya, I know what this battle means to you, we all know it. Ronin, don't worry director, I'm ready to win, I'll come back victorious, you'll see, I promise. The green-haired boy just smiled and gave a thumbs up before going to his room in front of his teachers, who just watched him leave because they knew one thing, the boy wasn't lying. Once in his room the green-haired boy opened all his trapdoors and soon his arsenal of ammunition was deployed before him. The boy felt his room warmer than usual and turned to the bathroom to see what steam was coming out. Momo was apparently bathing. The boy just smiled and looked back. On his missions he did not carry his sword. He only used his bow, so he had no choice but to start making more arrows. Soon his quiver was full. But he did not stay there and began to make more, which he put on the other calf, and many more which being small fit in different parts, on his arms and thighs. He filled the protectors of his forearm with bullets for the revolver, and using his telekinesis he called his sword to put it on his back. The boy had burned his mask in his confrontation against Class A and had not repaired it, so he used a piece of black cloth to hide half of his face. The boy approached the television and turned it on. There was still no news of any kind that was related with the villains, so the boy knew that Hawks hadn't lied, the feathered hero had bought them time. Ronin, thinking, well, the time has come. At that moment the brunette came out of the bathroom. The girl quickly greeted her boyfriend being ignored by him, and went to the bed where she opened the briefcase that contained her suit, and began to put it on, although she quickly changed her mind when she saw that her boyfriend was still just as distracted, so even without putting on the top part, the girl went to her boyfriend and carefully removed the sword. Izuku was going to protest until he felt it. Momo was hugging him. The boy could feel his girlfriend's breasts pressing against his back and only moved his head a little from side to side. Yayorozu, you should stop thinking about it so much, you know? Ronin, it's not that easy, Momo. You know what this fight means to me. Yayorozu, I know, my love, but I also know that you can win. You are stronger than your predecessors and you also have us. Ronin, that's what worries me the most, Momo. I could die, or any of our friends, I could even lose you, and you know what that would mean to me. Yayorozu, hey, calm down and breathe. This isn't a good time for a panic attack, you know? You're about to lead a mission that, needless to say, is very important. I know there's a lot at stake. You have a lot to lose, but I know you won't. Besides, we have a bet, remember? Ronin, you'll really remember that now? Yayorozu, as long as it motivates you, whatever it takes. Izuku then turned around facing the brunette. The boy smiled and kissed his girlfriend. Ronin, thank you, darling, I needed it. Yayorozu, I know, hee. Ronin, and by the way, cover up and change, anyone can come in. Yayorozu, hee, what I do is for love, don't you think? Ronin, put on your uniform, perverted lady, there's a mission outside and I don't want to be long. Hee. The brunette smiled and seductively put on the rest of her suit. The green-haired man put his mask and hood back on, but then Momo handed him the cape. Yayorozu, didn't you forget this? Ronin, hee, thanks, no wonder I felt like something was missing. The green-haired boy was about to take the cape, but Momo went ahead and quickly put it on her. Yayorozu, hee, now we are complete. Ronin, let's go creative. Yayorozu, I'm with you, Ronin, until the end. The boys quickly left and went to the arcade, being the first to arrive. Then their friends arrived little by little. May also returned, now wearing her impressive armor, which now looked darker colors, a mix of gray and black. The girl had made modifications and now she could look more imposing. The helmet was folded back, revealing the smiling inventor. May, a good opportunity to show off this baby. Ronin, nice suit, does it fly too? May, if I could add the option to make coffee, I would do it, but I would have to remove weapons, ha. Ronin, good, because we won't be sleeping. May, by the way, here, I know you're not Deku, but I like the design. The girl then handed a device to Izuku. It looked like a metallic rectangle. The boy analyzed it carefully. May, put it behind your ear. As soon as Izuku paid attention, he felt something cover his face. The boy took half of his face and went to a mirror where he saw his old mask, which now had a darker grayish color. May, it's a gas filter, and that, it's like the other one. Ronin, thank you. May, it also retracts when you're not using it, so you can take it off. Ronin, you are a genius. May, I try to be. Ronin, well then we'll wait for the others, but tell us if there's anything else to write down. Endeavor, yes, it's a serious and somewhat sensitive topic, but yes. Ronin, then don't hide it, father. Endeavor, one of our priorities is to catch a person. We suspect that he is the one who has been using people to turn them into nomas, or steal their quirks, either for all for one or for synthetic nomas. Ronin, wow, it's quite a gem, isn't it? At that moment the arcade filled up again, and now with everyone present, Endeavor activated a hollow screen which slowly formed a silhouette. Endeavor, intelligence and agility exercise in express form. Who would you suspect could do all of the above? Ida, it would have to be someone who goes unnoticed. Ronin, but with a high rank to be able to grant test subjects without looking suspicious. Yayorozu, that only narrows the list down to a few professions. Bakugo, the bucking two-faced villains. Uraraka, bankers. Ida, false heroes. Tsuyu, teachers. Todoroki, politicians. Yayorozu, police. Ronin, wait a second, everyone can do it, but how would they know what quirk they have? Yayorozu, the police can know. When they arrest you, they have all your information. Tsuyu, but also the teachers, Kero. Ronin, but that's information already recapitulated by someone else. someone who has a certificate to check us without looking suspicious. Yaoyorozu, you're not serious, are you? Ronin, dealing with thousands of people of all ages, a doctor. Endeavor. Exactly, guys, let me introduce you to the suspect and main target, Dr. Tsubasa, or as he is also known, Garaki Kyuta. He also uses an alias Daruma Ujiko. Bakugo, wait a second, Tsubasa? The ash blonde remembered one of his friends from kindergarten and elementary school. He was a fat, bald boy. His quirk gave him wings, and his last name was Tsubasa. His uncle was the doctor of the region where he lived. Izuku also remembered this, as well as the fact that the boy one day mysteriously disappeared, as well as the doctor. Soon Izuku remembered the accident in Kamino with the hero killer. The boy then remembered the wings of that Nomu who kidnapped him. Now he understood why they had become so similar, and then his blood boiled. Would someone really be that inhuman? Ronin, ha, good name for an evil one. Annoyed. Yaoyorozu, bad name but good for someone like him. Endeavor, if you see him, arrest him, it's a priority. We can't let him escape, understood? All understood. Endeavor, well, I want you to know right away that you will not be on the front line. We pro heroes will take care of that. It's not that we feel sorry for you, but you must understand that you are not yet qualified for this. Everyone without exception nodded because the fire hero was right. Endeavor, we'll leave as soon as the order is given. The emergency services and other heroes have already been notified. We are not taking this lightly. Fortunately, our informants keep us one step ahead. We will never be confident again. We will go out there. We will fight, and I tell you one thing. We will win. Everyone was silent at the words of the fire hero. Endeavor, being honest, despite being a student at this school, I always hated the motto. But today is not the time for that. Today is the time for you to remember it and heed it. Go beyond your limits, plus ultra. All plus ultra. All the boys raised their fists, but at that moment an alarm started to sound. Endeavor took out his phone and put it on speaker. It was Hawks, who again only needed a few words for everyone to get nervous. Hawks, they moved things up city center now. The communication was cut off, and then the heroes saw the boys. No one dared to speak, but Izuku was nobody. Ronin, well, the plus ultra has already been said, right? Don't regret it, it's time to move. Yaoyorozu Izuku. The brunette could only see how her boyfriend approached the window and looked seriously towards the center, and then looked back with a serious face that also denoted annoyance. The brunette also saw him activate his mask and put on the hood of his jacket. Ronin, we have to go after that son of a hitch. Chapter 52. They wanted war? Then in the center of the city you can see how a kind of black mud, which is a portal from where Shigaraki along with the rest of the league make their appearance. Somehow Toga seemed to suffocate. The blonde spat a little while breathing heavily. Toga, yug, that tastes like hell. Dabi, if it tasted like lightning you'd be throwing it up already. Too bad, I didn't try it. Shigaraki, shut up, you both are too annoying. Dabi, don't you think we should? At that moment the league remained completely silent because in front of them was walking an army of heroes. The people who were calm being evacuated now ran terrified in all directions. The scene was tempting for Dabi, who undoubtedly wanted to attack. Endeavor, through the communicator Izuku, can you control the flames? The green-haired boy was in a building right behind the league with his revolver ready. The boy, while watching the villains, also ate an onigiri. Ronin, what can I say, father, but do you really think he'll attack? Endeavor, through the communicator, yes, but what I don't know is who, us or the civilians. Ronin, well, at least we know we can't get mad at Hawks, he helped us a lot. Flashback. Ronin, we have to go after that son of a hitch. Kirishima, do you kiss Momo with that mouth? Todoroki, that's a good line. Ronin, evacuate the area. Endeavor, it's done. As soon as Hawks hung up I sent a message to Tsukachi. The evacuation has already started, but damn, I didn't think they would change the attack location. Shit. Todoroki, father, you should calm down. Midnight, we had a place. Todoroki, Kurojiri spoke, the hospital was in. Ronin, I was, past tense, if the idiots change places then it means they don't trust Hawks that much, he has to change sides now. Endeavor, hey, calm down. Ronin, I'll calm down until you guys get a grip. This isn't the end of the damn world. It's not a virus. It's not an invisible enemy. It's more than that, in fact. It's visible, palpable. We can make it bleed. They're already evacuating people, and that's what matters. Maybe in terms of numbers we're even, but our will is greater. I need you on the front line, as you said. We'll take care of evacuating the civilians we can. We'll stay hidden. Endeavor, no. Ronin, father, please. Endeavor. Hidden is of no use to me. They are not stupid. They will be in the back row, as I said. You're right. We must not lose our heads. We will trust the police. Ronin, so it's a plan? Endeavor, except for you, you will go another route and stay hidden. You are the only one of us who can control the flames. If Dabi attacks you, we'll take care of it. Is that clear? Ronin understood. Endeavor, I trust you, son. Flashback end. The green-haired boy waited attentively for something to happen, but nothing. Dabi raised his hand and turned it on, but nothing happened. Endeavor, what are you waiting for? An invitation. Shigaraki, we are not stupid, especially with the monster you have as a student. Endeavor, he's my idiot son, and the only monster here is you. Edge shot, this battle ends today, villains. Put down your weapons and do this in peace. No one has to die today. Shigaraki, weapons? Oh, I know, maybe you mean this. At that moment, multiple portals opened, tremors were felt, and then they knew because multiple patrols were saying the same thing. Officers, report to the prisons. There's a mass breakout, and we can't. Then static. Within a few seconds, multiple nomas and criminals were in front of the heroes, as well as the Liberation Army, among many others. Hawks, you had to say it. Maruko, I think I like this better when we had the numerical advantage. Endeavor, shut up. Shigaraki, ha 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 ha, no witty comments now, hero, no. Endeavor, yes, one more, no matter what happens, today we will finish you, no matter what happens, this ends now. Shigaraki, what a nice thought, but it's time to die. And then in the night lit by the moon and stars, the nomas and villains threw themselves against the heroes. The battle that would decide the course of the world would now begin. Heroes versus villains. Quickly and dangerously they approached each other. Some villains became giants due to their quirk, but Empty Lady went ahead and transformed before the students mixed with the pro-heroes in the race. Kaminari quickly generated a ball of electricity that he threw, knocking down some villains. Redestro became huge, but supported by the darkness. Tokoemi released Dark Shadow, who did the same as the villain. Kinoko, for her part, ran at full speed while taking out her spore weapons with a sadistic smile. Kinoko, eat mushrooms, you sons of hitches. Ronin, ha ha ha, I knew you'd say that. Kendo, being one of the most agile, was in front and began to unleash blows against the villains. The girl jumped with a kick that knocked down the villains, and then with her gigantic fist hit harder. Mei landed in an epic way on top of a villain and raised her arms. Cannons came out of her wrists and began to shoot at the villains. Empty Lady hit a villain in the face with enough force to knock him down. Momo just as quickly also appeared with her steel staff, with which she began to attack the villains. Endeavor threw his flames of fire at full power. Dabi at that moment turned on his quirk and launched his attack, but it stopped before his serious gaze. The fire rose on a wall and exploded, showing the figure of a green-haired boy. Dabi, it's finally here. Endeavor, it took you a long time. Ronin, stealth doesn't matter anymore, right? The suit looked great, the cape fluttered majestically, the boy's hood gave a shadow to his face that only made him look even better. Izuku lit his eyes with determination. Ronin, because if everyone agrees, it's okay, we have to kill them properly. Shigaraki, Noma. At that moment a huge Noma lunged at the freckled man, but he quickly ignited his fists and entangled them in his black whips, and after a single blow he drove away the monster, who returned to the fight with force only to be stopped by Izuku starting a fierce fight. Ronin, there are still people around. Avoiding the blows. Endeavor, we know, the police are taking care of it, the prisoners were released. The green-haired boy dodged a deadly attack from the monster as he turned his hand into a spear and tried to kill the boy, but the boy obviously didn't let him, and using his one for all he took the sharp object and broke it into pieces, making the Noma scream. Izuku took the spear and threw himself at the Noma, burying it in his mouth, piercing his head by force and killing him in the process. Ronin, then we also have to help. let's keep the fight concentrated here. Let no one leave the perimeter, father. If they try, defeat them or turn them into coal. Endeavor done. Ronin, let's continue then. The green-haired boy went deeper into the fight looking for his senseis or any of his allies, but he couldn't find them. The boy used his weapons to take care of the villains until he saw how one was about to attack Momo from behind. The green-haired boy threw himself, and taking out his revolver he hit the guy's leg with an electric bullet, paralyzing him. Izuku grabbed him by the neck and threw him into the air, causing Empty Lady to hit him by accident, while hitting another villain. Ronin, weren't you the one who told me to pay attention to the fight? Yaoyorozu, well, in these precious moments it's a little complicated, you know. Ronin, teamwork? Yaoyorozu, I thought you would never say that. The green-haired boy turned on his quirk and activated One for All while Momo took out a sword. Both began to fight side by side. The exchanges of kicks and punches knocked down villains easily. The problems were undoubtedly the Nomus. There was one that managed to break Izuku's guard and with a single blow threw him far away. Momo saw this, and using explosions on her feet she threw herself at her boyfriend. The Nomu grabbed a piece of concrete and jumped ready to kill the boy, but before he could arrive Momo landed on her boyfriend and created a shield so strong that it was able to withstand the impact. Yaoyorozu, I protect you. Ronin, just like I do to you. The green-haired boy then pushed himself to the side with his girlfriend. The boy spread his wings and flew towards the Nomu until he managed to reach him and buried them in his chest with force. The green-haired boy turned on his quirk and turned on the whips with all his power, burning the Nomu internally. Yaoyorozu, there are many of these things. Ronin, use thermite grenades, none of those things would survive it. Yaoyorozu understood. On the other side of the fight, a Nomu had Shishida by the neck who struggled to free himself without success, although at that moment Shoji appeared and managed to remove the monster from his partner. Shishida, thank you 10 tentacle. Shoji, don't thank me yet. The Nomu charged at the boys again, but before he could reach them Sato tackled him. Shoji, now do it. The three UA heavyweights stood on guard as the Nomu stood up and threw itself at the boys again. On the other side Mei and Shinso were fighting side by side. The girl was attacking the villains with the multiple weapons of her armor. Shinso kept them tied up, and using the ribbons of his scarf, as Aizawa taught him, he defended himself perfectly. Mei, is this what you had planned as a couple's night? Shinso, it's not the best we've ever had, but it works, doesn't it? Yui threw various nuts and bolts, making the villains laugh, but they didn't count on the brunette's quirk, which would make them fly, and even less on that of a certain fat boy who, when using his double impact, generated a big problem, and even when they had him close it was enough to see that the boy was an excellent boxer for them to realize their mistake. They shouldn't underestimate him, or any of the boys. Dabi, damn Shigaraki, this was supposed to be an easy battle. Shigaraki, you knew perfectly well that it wouldn't be so. Ronin, don't relax so much, damn fetishist. They both looked up to see Izuku, who was flying towards them at full speed. Tokoyami was having trouble with Redestro, but he knew he shouldn't fail and put more effort into it. Ronin landed in front of Shigaraki, who looked quite upset. Ronin, Tenko Shimura. Shigaraki, my name is Tamura Shigaraki. I am the cursed successor of All for One, although after your defeat you can call me Emperor. Ronin, be careful, narcissism can kill you, kid. Shigaraki, ha ha ha, you dare to call me a kid? Ronin, a child with power and a god complex, you better say goodbye to your team. Shigaraki, that won't happen, not while I'm breathing. Ronin, ha ha ha, you make it easy for me, take one last breath. Dabi, we're going to kill you, kid. Ronin, just imagine, a world without you, League of Imbeciles. Shigaraki, over my dead body. Ronin, that's what it's all about, you big idiot. The green-haired man lit his flames just like Dabi. Both prepared and launched their attack, which collided with force. Neither of them would give in at any time. But they did not count on Izuku quickly changing the attack and launched an arrow which exploded, separating the league. Ronin, bet you didn't see that coming, did you? The green-haired man didn't receive a response, so he just smiled. Ronin, no, they didn't see it coming. The freckled boy simply threw his whip at a post and rose up ready to continue fighting. The boy did not seem to give up with anything. On the other hand, the fight was at its peak. Yui fought fiercely until she was attacked from behind. The girl recovered to see how a villain with a transformation quirk rose before her. The guy was fat with desire, the skin of a disgusting purple color. Yui quickly took out a screw, but before she could throw it, Kendo helped her by holding the monster with her quirk and hitting him in the face. Kendo, are you okay? Yui, thanks for the help. Kendo, I can't abandon my friend, you said it. We are heroes, we will fight for what is right, together. The girl extended her hand to Yui, who took it smiling. Yui, together. Kendo, besides, I already know about you and Shoji, you have to tell me everything, girl. Yui, if we survive this, I'll tell you everything you want. So both girls smiled and stood on guard to then launch into blows. On the other hand, Class A fought in a coordinated manner. Even Uraraka showed her fighting skills. The girl had already been able to defeat some villains alone. The brunette was a great fighter and no one could refute it, although as Izuku said, no villain was fair. Soon the girl was surrounded by more than 3 villains. The brunette was hit, and although she could defend herself, she was also being hurt. 5 against 1 was not very fair. The girl then remembered how they were not with Izuku attacking him in a group several times. The girl was beaten while remembering how she was a very bad person with the green-haired man who at the time swore to protect her with his life. The girl only began to shed tears while thinking about how stupid she was. The girl then stood on guard. She did not care about anything. She would fight until the end, and if she fell she would do it with pride, but then behind her she heard someone else fall. The brunette relieved, she thought about her ex-boyfriend and then she had hope again. But then she saw how a missile hit one of the villains who apparently had an armor and knocked him flying. Likewise, a flashbang grenade exploded, leaving the brunette blind and deaf. But then Uraraka could faintly hear blows. As she could shock her, she could slowly regain her sight, only to see that in front of her were Mei, Tsuyu and Yayorozu on guard. Yayorozu, I know you thought he would save you, but right now my boyfriend has better things to do. Uraraka, getting up with difficulty. I thought that you hated me. Yayorozu, don't confuse things, I just don't want you to die. Mei, exactly, now get up and fight, we didn't come to relieve you. The 4 females stood on guard and launched into blows. On the other hand, Izuku could see how his entire class, as well as those of lower grades of the UA and other schools, fought without holding back. The pro heroes did their job perfectly. Tokoimi was fighting fiercely against Destro. The blows generated shock waves that drove the villains away. Empty Lady proved not only to be a pretty face since she already had several villains on the ground. Ida too, the boy had changed his armor, and now while running at full speed he delivered blows so strong that they made a villain fall with the first impact. Ronin, you have some respect, you idiot speedster, at least you're not that useless. The green-haired man saw how a villain attacked Shoto from behind, choking him tightly. So Izuku threw himself and stuck his knives in the subject's back, making him release the bicolor who, seeing himself free, used his flames, making the villain fall far away. Izuku returned to the fight, while he saw Shiro swinging with a villain tied in his ribbon, and then ending up whipping the latter against a post. Shoji hit mercilessly, as did Kirishima, who endured more blows and returned with incalculable fury, as many as he could. Ronin, to this I call a real war. Todoroki, it will be a good story for later. Ronin, yes, if you live to tell the tale. The green-haired man formed a shield with his whips, hitting a horde of villains, making them all stop long enough for Todoroki to attack them with ice. Ronin, don't get distracted, teapot. Todoroki, calm down and shut up, don't you think I'm on your level? Ronin, if we survive and get out of this, I'll buy you some heals. Todoroki, attacking and you had to make it uncomfortable. Ronin, let's fight well for more talks like this, brother. Todoroki, speak for yourself, you are the one who has to defeat All for One. Ronin, wow, you'll never stop remembering me, right? Smiling. So the Todoroki/Midoriya brothers shook hands and went their separate ways. Todoroki went with Tsuya helping her as well as Izuku with his other companions. Kendo had his guard up while fighting against Inomu. The girl did not have many difficulties, which made Izuku start to suspect something was not right. Ronin, these things aren't like the ones Endeavor faced, much less All Might's. Something's not right here. Yayorozu, through the communicator, do you think the doctor has run out of good nomas? Todoroki, maybe you're not underestimating. Ronin didn't respond and simply flew off looking for the other members of the league without success. Hawks, are you looking for them too? Ronin, shouldn't you attack me? Hawks, there's no point in pretending anymore, I've left the league. Ronin, good for you, I accept your redemption, take advantage of the fact that I'm in a good mood. Hawks, hey, but I'm not the only one switching sides, look down there. Ronin, what exactly should I watch? Hawks, what you said would happen is happening. The false heroes are showing their true colors, the allies of the League and the Liberation Army. Ronin, like the guy who's about to attack Miruko from behind? The blonde looked down, seeing how a guy in a tight purple suit and a mask was about to attack Miruko, who was fighting a Noma. The winged hero looked quite and visibly upset. Hawks, son of a, now you're going to meet me. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but I have to leave you. I'll settle accounts with that bastard. Ronin, happy hunting, chicken man. Hawks quickly went down and used a pen as a sword. The guy raised his fist, but when he was about to attack, Hawks stuck his pen into the guy's shoulder, making him scream in pain. Hawks, how are you doing, token named Tatsuyuki? Slide and go, hero. Tatsuyuki, ha. Hawks, what are you? Hawks, or should I say a member of the Liberation Army. Tatsuyuki, you were never. Hawks, you have no idea how much I wanted to do this. So with those words a fight started between them. Miruko, I don't need help, Hawks. Hawks, no one will hurt you while I'm here, much less by betrayal, don't argue. Miruko, I can't do it right now, genius. Ronin, well, at least they're okay, I think so. The green-haired boy continued flying while defeating villains left and right. The boy threw his lightning bolts, helping his friends until he was knocked down by a police car that was thrown towards him. The boy fell to the ground as he watched the monster approach. The boy had no consideration, and before it got any closer he threw himself like the monster, but the moment they were close they both threw a blow that made them move away. Izuku fell near a car and got up quickly. Now he understood. This Noma was very different from the ones that were on the street at the beginning. These were the Alta Gamma. They were barely sending them away. The green-haired boy watched the Nomu only to see how he laughed mockingly. Nomu, ha ha ha, come on, kid, I'm just warming up. The green-haired boy looked at the car next to him and using his sword split it in half. The boy took the pieces and covered them with his whips and fire. The boy whipped both and went against the Nomu, who hit as soon as he got close. The boy hit him in the chest and face. The Nomu counterattacked with a hook to the green-haired boy's jaw, but he barely took a few steps back. The freckled boy charged his blow and with a whip effect hit the Nomu again. The boy punished his enemy with brutal blows. The Nomu tried to free himself, but Izuku wouldn't let him go that easy. If these monsters were free, he didn't know what they would do. The boy decided to play it safe and destroyed the vehicle with the blows. Finally, he used the wheels to hit the Nomu in the face. The boy walked away while throwing fireballs at him, and stayed away. The green-haired boy was upset, and it was noticeable because the Nomu was quite resistant. Nomu, damn! Ronin, the only damn one here is you. Nomu, insignificant human, you are a weakling. I will send you to hell using my amazing power. The Nomu generated a ball of energy with his mouth and shot it towards Izuku, who put his hands together, making a sphere of fire which became bigger and bigger. Finally, everyone looked up, seeing the green-haired boy's attack, because the flames were blue and the sphere had already acquired a considerable size. The green-haired boy smiled, knowing that he was ready, and shot it towards the enemy's attack. Ronin, roar of the Alpha Hell Wolf. The attack absorbed the rival's attack and hit the Nomu, charring it, leaving it only ashes. Izuku landed with a serious look and turned his back, unaware that another Nomu was about to attack. Ronin, all those who boast and abuse their strength are not worthy opponents for me. The Nomu created a sphere of purple lightning and launched itself at Izuku, who turned around and with a single blow destroyed the attack. The boy activated his One for All and launched an energy wave that dragged the Nomu. The boy advanced towards the monster and took one of his lightning bolts to put it through the Nomu's mouth, who began to die slowly. Finally, Izuku took his sword and cut off the Nomu's head as well as the arms, legs and finally the torso. The boy selflessly launched a small fireball that ended up with the pieces. Ronin, is this all you've got, Shigaraki? I was hoping for a less disappointing battle. On the other side, Momo fought alongside Jiro. The brunette had a sword in her hands while Jiro had her gloves on. The girls threw themselves at the villains. One of these could launch rays from his eyes. The guy shot at Momo, but she was able to quickly create a shield and withstand the attack. The brunette managed to move a little. In fact, the girl could move faster until she felt like her shield was about to break, so she quickly reinforced it, turned around letting the attack flow, created a tranquilizer dart gun, and shot the villain's neck. Villain, damn hitch. Jiro, hey idiot, don't offend your mother. The girl quickly kicked the guy's neck, making him fall and causing the tranquilizer to make him faint. Yaoyorozu, good combination. Jiro, we're not good friends for nothing. Yaoyorozu, come on, the night is still young. Jiro, who would have thought this would be our first girls' night out? Yaoyorozu, well, if we survive there will be more. On the other side, the class as well as their classmates demonstrated their ability. Uraraka could subdue some villains using the techniques that Gun had taught her several years ago, as well as others that she had developed in her training time with Deku and then with Ida and the others. What made this combination more dangerous was that as soon as the girl had a group of villains, she made them float so that Ida could kick them down. The boy had changed the design of his armor, now looking more aggressive and like a tank. His attacks were more powerful and heavier, which made them more deadly. Oyama also demonstrated his power because his laser was now more powerful, as well as his laser naval technique, which knocked down villains in a balanced way. Without a doubt, the Frenchman could now fight more often in hand-to-hand combat without getting tired, and he showed it. The boy had now put a helmet on his suit so that they would not hurt his head. On the pros side, they also showed off. Endeavor was the flame that terrified the villains. The hero of fire was scary with every hit he gave. His attacks were more powerful than usual because he knew that now he shouldn't control himself at all. He could attack without fear of hurting civilians. Edge shot also showed off. The ninja attacked with a speed never seen before. The old trick of stirring the entrails of the rival was powerful, and if nobody could see you it was much better. Snipe was also scary. His bursts of fire were much more powerful. The ammunition took a long time to run out. Even his weapons were different from the ones he used to use because he knew it. He couldn't have any consideration with the subjects who could kill him if they wanted to. Ectoplasm also used his excellent combat skills. Without a doubt, the pro heroes had no reason to fear. For something, they were the best. Ryukyu's dragon form was terrifying because seeing her fly and shoot her fire made her fearsome. Edge shot, how are the boys doing? Endeavor, Edge shot is still alive if that's what you're worried about. Snipe, how are you so sure? Endeavor, otherwise All for One would already be rubbing it in our faces, don't you think? Edge shot, well, that's true. On the other side, at different ends of the battle, it seemed that it would have no end. Villains and nomas came out more and more. Izuku had already arrived with Momo while stopping an attack towards the brunette. Villain, this is your end, you bucking boar. Now you will die. The attack was perfectly and easily stopped by Izuku. Ronin, anyone who dares to lay a finger on my lady will have to deal with me. Villain, damned insignificant child, who do you think you're dealing with? A stupid kid like you is no match for me. I who is the most dangerous prisoner, the king of the East City Jail. The villain launched more attacks, but Izuku was able to withstand them all with some ease. Momo just smiled while Izuku had a serious look. Ronin, a weakling like you isn't worthy of calling yourself the strongest, much less a king. It's ridiculous. The green-haired boy took out his sword and with a single movement raised a curtain of fire that took the villain. The boy just returned his sword and put it in its sheath, dispersing the smoke elegantly. Yaoyorozu, show off. Ronin, you know you were about to get hit, right? Yaoyorozu, it seems that they are more and more my love. Ronin, yes, I think so. Yaoyorozu, they surround us. Todoroki, this way too. If anyone has a brilliant and magnificent idea to share, it's time to do it. Suggestions are welcome. Tsuyu, you and Izuku can do something, don't you remember? Ronin, that's true. Todoroki, with all this it passed me by. Ronin, okay brother, on my signal, understood? Todoroki, understood. Ronin 1. Todoroki 2. Ronin/Todoroki, 3, now. Ronin, Ryujin no Ken Wakuri. Todoroki, Ryujie Waga Teki Wakurao. Then the dark night was illuminated by the enormous deep blue dragon. The dragon spread its wings. Its claws rose and opened its snout, although from the other end two simpler dragons of ice and fire appeared. The ice dragon moved between the villains, freezing everything in its path. Its allies pushed the villains towards the dragon, making them freeze. The other dragon rose in the air with its equal blue color. Throwing a villain at Todoroki's dragon only burned him, but throwing it at Izuku's was certain death, so only the nomas were thrown. Making the distinction between the two was not that difficult. Todoroki's dragon was simpler and white, while Izuku's looked more frightening and quite intense blue. Tokoemi, what the buck? Todoroki, what's that? That's more than you did before. Ronin, I told you, it gets stronger with time, you have to learn to master it soon. On the other hand, Tokoemi was dealing with Ridestro evenly. The bird was defeating his rival, but when both dragons appeared they made Tokoemi's shadow become a little weaker, so things now favored the needle-nosed villain. Tokoemi, someone wants to help me. Dark Shadow is running out of gas because of the fire. Ronin, on my signal, bring down Dark Shadow. Yayorozu, are you sure? Ronin, yeah, I just hope that idiot likes hot food. The battle lasted longer and longer, but Endeavor and the others just watched with a smile. Endeavor, and you thought they had already defeated him? Snipe, I can make mistakes from time to time, right? Edshot, he's using his power. Endeavor, but at least not one for all. Edshot, weren't you going to give him something, Snipe? Snipe, sorry, I can't think about that when I have to defeat more than enemies at the same time. Endeavor, I still say the same thing, at least he's not using one for all. Tokoemi, if anyone is going to do something, now is the time. Ridestro, you're just a scared kid in front of me. Don't you understand what this means? We are above everything, above that regulatory law, we are superior, the free use of quirks is a basic human right, don't you understand? Tokoemi, you're Destro's son. Ridestro, finally someone knows me, maybe you're not so useless. Yes, I admit it, he was my father. Tokoemi, I read your father's book years ago, I must admit that curiosity got the better of me. Ridestro, and tell me, before I killed you, what did you think? Tokoemi, your father was smart. I can say that he was smarter than he seemed, but he did everything wrong. He could have become someone better, a bigger person, but instead he settled for being just another average terrorist. He lowered himself to a common villain. Ridestro, shut up, you'll never win. You're just another idiot, you can't defeat me. Ronin, through the communicator. Tokoemi, I'm ready, come down now. Ridestro, don't you understand? Look around, you idiot kid. We won. You couldn't possibly win by yourself. You can't even beat me. Tokoemi, I'm not alone, and yes, maybe you're right. Then the shadow lowered its bearer. Ridestro looked at him confused. Tokoemi just smiled and pointed back. Tokoemi, I can't beat you, but he can. The villain looked up, and then the blue dragon came to him. Ridestro, oh shit. The dragon was approaching at full speed while the temperature dropped and it turned green, but to the villain's fear the dragon was wrapped in lightning. This meant then only one thing, the one for all was being used again at night. Endeavor looked up and saw it, then the man could only sigh while smiling. Edshot, call me blind Enji, but I think he already is. Endeavor, shut up, better fight, let's see if you're as good at fighting as you are at talking. Edshot, speak for yourself. No. The ninja then disappeared while the fire hero took out a picture of Rei. The man just caressed it, and then put it away. Endeavor, it's time to be a hero. And so the no hero returned to the fight, as well as the others who, after leaving the shock and inspired by the display of action and power they had in front of them, felt better. Yayorozu, that was a good idea. Ronin, I had to use it to my advantage. Not only did I defeat him, but when he fell, many villains did too. Yayorozu, well, that was a success. How do you feel? You mixed your power. Ronin, don't worry, I'm still full of energy, ha ha ha. The green-haired boy took an onigiri out of his food container and ate it calmly. Yayorozu, I can assume and we agree that after finishing this you will be extremely hungry, right? Ronin, that's why I have plenty of food here. Yaoyorozu, a pretty small space, don't you think? Ronin may help me with that, same technology as you. Yaoyorozu, now I understand. Ronin, well, interesting talk, but in case you haven't noticed, there are still thousands more villains out there. Yaoyorozu, don't be sarcastic, now go and be a hero, darling. Ronin, that is the precious mission, to protect and serve. The green-haired man kissed his girlfriend, folding his mask back, and then he left, but he couldn't see how his girlfriend shed a tear followed by a smile. Yaoyorozu, you are now my hero Izuku Midoriya, and I love you like you have no idea. The girl said this while holding her chest, smiling. The brunette filled with courage and created a shield and other weapons to then return to the fight. The fight was at its peak but was far from over. On the other side in the shadows, after murdering a family, Shigaraki was sitting while sharpening a knife. Then a television turned on. Slowly, and after letting the static pass, All for One appeared. All for One, what's happening? Tamura Shigaraki. Shigaraki, master, All for One, you said you had things under control. Shigaraki, the brat has more power, his damn friends, and his class doesn't. All for One, things didn't go the way you wanted, right? Ever since you freed that kid, everything went to hell. Shigaraki, but I can still control it. Shigaraki, I think it's obvious that it's not, but I'll give you a few minutes, prove to me that you're not useless, and if not, I'll free her. At that moment the light blue-haired boy looked up. You could see that he was even trembling a little. Shigaraki, I won't let you down, sensei. All for One, I hope so, boy. The TV went off and then the knife disintegrated. The guy was upset. On the other hand, Izuku was fighting alongside Ida and Uraraka. The boy saw them in a hurry and decided to help. Ronin, they've endured a lot, to be honest, that's a good thing. Ida, it's like those days, don't you think, Midoriya? The three best friends like before, fighting side by side. Uraraka, that's true, long before being a couple. Ronin, don't confuse things, do you want? Ida, that's true, I'm sorry. Uraraka, what's the plan? Ronin, the old triple tactic. Uraraka, do you still remember that? With a tear. Ronin, are we going to do it, yes or no? Ida, understood, on your signal. Ronin, now! The green-haired boy ran with Uraraka, who couldn't help it, and shed several tears. She was grateful that her helmet protected her and avoided the shame of him seeing her, but she couldn't help it. He had done that technique for when the three of them fought together. Izuku and she were already a couple the first time they used it. The girl was sorry, and it was because of that distraction that she almost stumbled, almost ruining the plan. The boy managed to get ahead, and then the villain exchanged a few blows with him. Uraraka felt foolish for this carelessness and arrived with the green-haired boy, starting a double combat until the girl managed to lift him with her zero gravity. Izuku took him with his black whip and began to spin him around until Ida kicked him in the stomach that fainted him. So the old team of best friends from Class A had more than one fight together, so the villains fell more and more. Finally they managed to clear the area they had momentarily. Izuku with that thought that he could finally leave and said goodbye to his companions, but then at that precise moment more villains arrived. The green-haired boy could only show an annoyed face but decided to be on guard. The feeling of helping others was greater than his annoyance. The green-haired boy saw how his companions also became on guard and knew that they felt the same. The well-being of the people mattered more than anything else. The trio began to fight like in the old days. The synchronized kicks of Ada and Izuku were deadly. Uraraka looked up in surprise as more and more memories of those old times came back to her. The girl then decided that, like her friends, she would give her all in the battle. The brunette fought using the techniques she had copied from Toga, making her presence disappear in order to finish off the enemy. The brunette managed to do good holds, and her agility made her quite dangerous. Ida, that's my girl. Oh well, sorry Midoriya, our girl, or well I meant. Ronin, focus on the Four Eyes mission. The blue-haired boy could only look at him sadly, but accepting lowered his head and continued fighting. After a while Bakugo arrived, as well as Hagakure, Todoroki, Tsuyu, Sato, Siro, Mineta, Mina, Jiro, Momo and the rest of the other students. Class A was completely gathered while in front of them more and more villains approached. The scene seen from the air was impressive. Empty Lady fought against villains helped by her partner Kamui Woods. The heroes who could fly took care of the flying Nomus and other villains. Tamaki and Nijire fought at the same time as Mirio and Naruko teamed up for the first time in their lives in a masterful way. The blonde distracted the villains who could do nothing against the powerful kicks of the brunette and strong rabbit. Miruko, you bastards, villains, Nomus, army of idiots, league of idiot villains, I'll kick you to the bucking end of the world. Mirio, exactly what she said. Villain, shut up I'll kill you stupid heroes. The villain turned into a rhinoceros and was about to attack, but then Mirio disappeared sinking into the ground. The villain stopped bewildered, but then Mirio showed why he was one of the strongest students of the UA, and even of the young pro heroes. Mirio, special move Phantom Menace. The punch quickly ended the threat of the rival. The boy smiled as his fist impacted against the fierce villain. Mirio, power! Miruko, for her part, observed this very carefully. She found it amazing what the boy could do. The woman admitted it. Izuku and Mirio were the strongest people she knew, but Miruko, with a strange face, was it necessary to say power last? Mirio, he scratching the back of his head, sorry, it's something very mine, almost like Izuku's old smash, ha 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 ha. Miruko, did he really say that? Mirio, yeah, I was a big fan of Almight. Miruko, I hope you're okay. Mirio, ha ha ha, you shouldn't worry about him. Miruko, what do you mean, no? Shouldn't you be worried too? Aren't you friends? Mirio, yes we are, but there is something I know, and that is that this boy is the strongest person I have ever met. He will be fine. At the end of the day you will see that he will save everyone like he always has done, you will see. The blonde smiled as he stood on guard again. Izuku for his part fought against the villains again. The boy dealt blows so fast that they couldn't even see him. Ronin, Hirokaido Fusuto. The huge blast of fire swept away many villains and some Nomus who were back on guard. Todoroki, Frozen Grave. The boy froze the villains and then they were exploded by an explosive attack from Bakugo. Bakugo, open up, damn extras, Noah's about to pass. Todoroki, don't you think he should just admit that he's not going to? Ronin, let him dream. Bakugo, I don't need a gifted power to be the best, because I've always been, you damn villain sons of hitches. Now eat this hypernova killing explosion. The powerful explosion swept away everything in its path, although the cost was a pain caused by the regression of power in Bakugo, who due to that distraction was close to being hit by treachery if it weren't for Izuku, who jumped towards the villain and hit him with his hands together wrapped in his whips, making a hammer blow. The boy made a ball of fire and threw it towards the villain, who fell against the burned ground. Ronin, funny you should say that, knowing that you used to boast about having my power. Bakugo, son of a. Ronin, shut up and fight, then throw your tantrums. The green-haired man landed. His predatory sense alerted him, and he quickly put himself on guard. Ronin, Rinkei Oji, Kyoga Ryusatsu Ken. Izuku knew it. It was time to use all his techniques. Ronin, our Doragon no Aron. Yayorozu, where are your reinforcements? Ronin, I don't know, maybe they got stuck in traffic. Tsuyu, don't you think they betrayed us? Todoroki, they could even be dead already. Ronin, sorry if I can't call you, I left my phone in the room. Todoroki, don't be sarcastic. Ronin, I'm not, I try not to feel guilty for hurting these idiots. The green-haired boy fought with everything he could. The green-haired boy joined his hands and took out a quite powerful fireball. He was grateful that Hagakure used her light technique, because that way the villains were momentarily blinded, which made things easier for them. Kirishima also looked quite heroic. The boy had even defended Mina using his transformation combo. The Kraken form was more powerful than it appeared because it could withstand a direct attack without taking damage. The redhead stopped a punch that hit his face. The villain apparently had his knuckles covered by some kind of boxer, but he could hear how at the moment of touching the boy's forehead the spikes on his knuckles broke on contact. Kirishima just smiled with great satisfaction. Kirishima, oh sorry, I hope I didn't hurt you too much. Villain, don't think too much of yourself, damn it! Kirishima, I don't believe it! The boy then punched the villain in the face and stomach. Kirishima, I don't believe myself much because I already am. The indestructible boy hit his rival again while remembering his former self. The redhead remembered how fear had prevented him from acting. He remembered how Mina and Crimson Riot had inspired him. Then he remembered his friends and finally Tokage. The girl had done a lot for him even without really knowing him. The redhead smiled as he remembered the strange way they had gotten to know each other well. Flashback. We can see the redhead training hard. The boy already knew what was happening between his girlfriend, Mina, and his best friend, Bakugo, but he didn't know how to act, so he believed that by training he could find the answer, but this was far from helping him. The boy felt so frustrated, upset with himself and with them. He felt weak, stupid. A feeling of guilt seized him, choked him and didn't let him breathe. Eijiro Kirishima felt that there was no one to blame but him, that somehow he failed. That made him feel bad, because maybe if he hadn't been so stupid his girlfriend wouldn't be cheating on him. The boy was already bleeding from his knuckles because of the blows. His quirk had already been deactivated a long time ago due to exhaustion. He had already knocked down the punching bag and was hitting the solid wall. The boy began to headbutt her because he couldn't find the answer. It seemed that everything was his fault, and there was only one way to solve it. After a while the boy's forehead was already bleeding as well as his knuckles. Kirishima. Evil damn, I'm pathetic. I failed Mina, I failed Bakugo. I failed Midoriya. I'm an embarrassment. I'm really worthless myself, I deserve. The redhead raised his head ready to give the final headbutt and quickly lowered it, but the blow never came. The boy opened his eyes as he felt himself losing consciousness. With his last strength he saw how some floating hands were the ones that took him, and before closing his eyes he heard someone calling him. It was a woman. Kirishima only remembered the long and straight green hair and teeth similar to his before falling unconscious. After a couple of hours the boy finally woke up. Apparently he was in the infirmary. The redhead had a bandage on his head and one on each of his wrists. The boy was strange and had many doubts in his mind. Kirishima, how did I get here? The boy was about to leave when the door opened. The boy saw Setsuna Tokage slowly enter the room, but when he saw that he was already awake he sat in a chair near the room where he could see slightly better and calmer. Setsuna, you finally wake up. Kirishima, where am I? How did I get here? Tokage, first of all, what is your name? Kirishima, you don't know my name? Tokage, haha, mockingly, it's obvious that I know your name. I just want to know that you know it. Kirishima, Eijiro, my name is Eijiro Kirishima. Tokage, class? Kirishima, this is kind of awkward. Tokage, class? Insistent. Kirishima, I'm not in the mood for nonsense. The boy only received a reprimanding look which made him breathe and calm down a little. Kirishima, Psi Class A. Tokage, well, I'm not a doctor, but you seem fine. Kirishima, okay, now will you tell me how you brought me? Tokage, I found you at the gym. I was passing by and heard the blows. I thought it was a fight, so I went in to see, and I only saw you hurting yourself. I stopped you using my quirk and you fainted instantly. I brought you alone. I didn't find Bakugo or Mina, and Midoriya left with Momo. Kirishima, I see, getting out of bed. Tokage, try to stay calm, don't use your fists for a while, they're a bit hurt. Well, more like they're resentful. Don't use your head anymore while you study, hehe. Kirishima, very funny. Tokage, although look, I have to admit that you did your job well. I'm sure that wall won't bother you again. Kirishima, shut up. Tokage, he owed you money, right? Typical of those men who settle everything with a coup. Kirishima, shut up already. What I have is none of your business, you hear. The redhead passed by the girl, who noticed the sad air in the boy, and if there was something that Tokage couldn't stand, it was seeing another person feeling bad. Tokage, you're okay, right? I'm not a gossip, but you're usually the happiest person in your class. Kirishima, I'm doing great, Yujiu. Ye, raising a hand sarcastically. Tokage, you should talk to Mina, maybe she's worried. The redhead simply left without saying anything. The greenhead just sighed worriedly. Kirishima spent all day walking around the campus. He didn't want to see Mina or Bakugo. The redhead didn't want to bother them anymore, but he couldn't hide that he was hungry. The boy noticed that it was already getting dark, so he decided he would go get something to eat so as not to bother his friends. Kirishima quickly left and went to a hamburger stand where he came out with a large order. The boy was aware that it was more than he could eat, but he also knew that Recovery Girl's treatment had those effects. Kirishima was thinking about how to get his food in without anyone at UA bothering him until he heard a grunt of pain. The boy was no fool and stopped. After that came the sound of a bang. Now he was sure there was trouble. Quickly and without spending much time searching, Kirishima found the origin of where this came from. He could see a group of guys surrounding someone. The redhead did not have to be a genius to know that it was an emergency. He knew they were in trouble and his duty as a hero was to help. The boy quickly left his food on a bench while he saw how one of the guys raised his fists, which became a wrecking ball. Kirishima remembered Tokage's advice, but protecting people's lives was more important. The boy ran while using his unbreakable form, managing to arrive just in time to receive the blow. The boy managed to endure it and even counterattacked, doing a combo of blows that knocked down the guy. The boy opened his fists ready to fight. Kirishima: okay, who wants to be next? Tokage: I told you to rest your fists, silly. The redhead, upon hearing this, just turned around to see how Tokage was behind him, visibly upset. Kirishima: what are you doing here? Tokage: does that matter? Now help me defeat these guys. Kirishima: okay. The redhead turned around and together with the girl they finished off the villains. In the end, poor Kirishima was bleeding from his fists again. They had won, but now the boy felt his hands tremble once again. Tokage, seeing this, quickly took a bandage out of her bag and wrapped it around the boy's fist. Tokage: what were you doing outside the academy? Kirishima: shouldn't I be telling you that? Tokage: I went out to buy things for the first aid kit in my room. Because you think I have bandages and alcohol in my bag? Or well, I did. Kirishima: okay, I understand, don't get mad. Tokage: what are you doing here? I remember telling you. Kirishima: I know, I was hungry and decided to go get something to eat. Tokage: and why didn't you tell Mina that she would help you prepare something? At that moment, a sad expression took over the redhead. The girl now understood that something had happened between them. The girl decided that if it was a sensitive topic for the indestructible boy, then she wouldn't mention it. She'd better help him. In the end, that's what being a hero is all about, right? Tokage: well, anyway, where's your food? Kirishima: I left it there on the bench. The redhead saw that his food was no longer there. Apparently it had been stolen. The boy felt bad. His stomach growled, but he could not do anything. He no longer had that much money. Kirishima: great, what a shitty day. Now I know why Midoriya changed so much. Damn it, because I can't do anything right. Tokage then knew what it was about, because the fact that the boy had mentioned the green-haired boy in her class gave her the answer indirectly. The boy had been the victim of a betrayal. Tokage was not a genius, but she was not stupid either. Now she knew why the boy did not want to see Mina or Bakugo. The green-haired girl then understood the redhead and calmly put a hand on his shoulder, while she also felt how the boy began to sob and then burst into tears. Finally the boy had exploded. His quirk could be a shield, but he was not one, and in the eyes of the girl there was nothing wrong with it. Tokage, are you okay? Kirishima: sorry, you shouldn't see me crying. It's not very manly, heh? Tokage: no, you know crying doesn't make you less of a man. In the end, men feel things too, right? It's okay for you to cry, Kirishima. Kirishima: hee, now you know my name. Tokage: and how could you not know? You're the wall of Class A. Hee, it's easier for you not to know who I am. Kirishima: you're Setsuna, right? Tokage: Setsuna Tokage, I'm glad you know that. Kirishima: hee, you have an amazing quirk. Tokage: thanks. Hey, you know what you did for me a few minutes ago when you defended me from those idiots was nice. Something stupid in your condition, but nice, hee, thanks. Kirishima: hee, it was nothing, and I think you had everything under control. Tokage: maybe they tried to take my things and that's why I hit them. Kirishima: so that's what I heard, ha, I thought it was someone in trouble. Tokage: well, it was someone in trouble, but it wasn't me smiling. Kirishima, hee yeah, I think you're right. Tokage, hey come on, are you still hungry? Kirishima, just a little. When I get to the academy I'll ask Izuku for some, he cooks so I'm sure there's still enough for me. Tokage, none of that, I'd rather save you that and as payment for helping me I'll treat you to lunch. Kirishima, ha ha ha, that's not necessary. I'll be fine really. You already did a lot for me by helping me with this. Raising his fists. Besides, I was an idiot to you this afternoon. Tokage, ha ha ha, stop worrying about that and come. After all, we are both heroes, right? We help people but also our friends. After all, even heroes need help. The redhead just looked at the green-haired girl who was smiling at him kindly. The boy then sketched a slight smile, while he let out a last tear. Kirishima, okay, but I still have some money, I'll buy you something too. Tokage, I warn you that I eat a lot. Kirishima, haha, let's see if you can beat me. Tokage, it's a bet you're going to lose, Shark Boy smiling. Kirishima, smiling, test me, Lizard Girl. Flashback end. The redhead remembered that fondly. Who would have thought that would be the beginning of what he would call his best moment at UA? Kirishima could only smile as he remembered his Lizard Girl. Kirishima, I won't lose, not here and not now. I still have a bet with Tokage and I don't plan on losing even if she wins by default. So the redhead returned to the charge with more spirit than ever. On the other hand, Mina still felt guilty. She never wanted to hurt the boy, but her cowardice prevented her from acting. On the other hand, Izuku was still fighting with quite a few villains. The boy didn't look tired at all. Ronin, Senputetsu and Ken. So each blow came and went. The boy could not help but feel surprised by the absence of his senseis because he knew that they should be there, and not only them, also Rappa, Chisaki and the precepts. The green-haired boy was brought out of his thoughts by the blow of Inomu. The boy, quite annoyed, used the techniques of the Garou monster. Ronin, Senpu Ryujui Goki Kuretsu Ken. Yayorozu, seeing her boyfriend in trouble, wanted to help him but soon realized that this was not necessary, because the green-haired man started to deal deadly blows again. Ronin, Rinkei Oji, Koga Ryusatsu Ken. The Nomu fell dead as Izuku tangled his whips around his fists and ignited them with his flames, achieving a now deadly effect. Yayorozu, and I wanted to help you. Ronin, ha ha ha, as soon as you see me in trouble you can say I told you so. Yayorozu, deal. The green-haired boy fought with everything until he heard through his communicator the voice of his sensei on behalf of the heroes, the cowboy Snipe. Snipe boy, where are you? Ronin, sunbathing with Momo in Miami, and you? Snipe, stop the sarcasm, send me your coordinates, I'll send hawks for you. Ronin, sensei, I'm in the middle of a fight, don't you think it's very? Snipe, just do it. Ronin, okay. Todoroki, what's wrong? Ronin, they can fight alone, right? Yayorozu, what? Ronin, I'll leave it to you. At that moment the green-haired man disappeared from the scene, leaving his companions confused, but they could do nothing because the fight continued. Yayorozu, now where the hell did he go? Todoroki, if you don't know and you're his girlfriend, we even less. Yayorozu, damn Izuku. On the other hand, the green-haired boy was in the air waiting for Hawks, who was not long in arriving. The hero guided Izuku away from the fight to what seemed to be an old base. The boy landed, and then he could see how Snipe and Edge Shot were there. Ronin, why did you bring me? Snipe, boy, can we all agree there are more villains than we can count, right? Ronin, that's obvious, that's why I'm fighting. Snipe, which we appreciate, but we know this isn't your fight, don't you think this is what he wants? Ronin, what? Edge Shot, tire you out and finish you off at the right moment. Ronin, but I'm not tired, my priority is to save everyone. Snipe, he doesn't know that, kid, I'm not saying don't fight, you're helping us a lot, but I do want you to save your strength. Ronin understood, but how? Unless you have a super plan to make me fight without wasting energy, then I'm all ears. Snipe, how many bullets do you have left? Ronin, quite a few, I haven't used all my ammo yet. Edge Shot and arrows? Ronin, anyway, pack everything you need, okay? Edge Shot, Snipe thought this would be a good ally. The ectoplasmic hero stepped aside, showing a door which he then opened to show something that made Izuku open his eyes in surprise and then sketch a smile. Ronin, oh yes. Back at the fight, things were more complicated. Class A had already joined with Class B, students from other schools, and even May had already joined the battle. There were already more Gamma High Nomas lurking around the boys who were wondering about the whereabouts of the green-haired boy. Todoroki, where is it? Uraraka, do you think they've already? Yaoyorozu, stop thinking nonsense. If you fought like you think, then we would have already won. Tsuyu, Momo, but Yaoyorozu, at this moment don't dare to doubt. Remember that doubt will kill you. Izuku will return and you will see how nothing can stop him or us. Don't give up. These things will not defeat us. The brunette had given this speech while using a grenade launcher. The brunette was ready to finish off the Nomas because she was fed up with them, but she didn't realize that one of them was behind her. Apparently the Noma had a quirk that made him invisible or imperceptible momentarily. The Nomu got behind the girl and now everyone could see him, but they reacted too late. The monster was about to attack. Todoroki, Kriati, careful. The girl managed to turn around to see the monster. The girl was unable to act due to shock. She was undoubtedly scared. Yaoyorozu could only close her eyes, waiting for the impact and thinking about her boyfriend, the Nomu under his arm, and everyone feared the worst, but nothing happened. Then they could hear it. They sounded like multiple gunshots. Everyone opened their eyes to see how multiple objects were embedded in his body and then killed him. The Nomu fell to the ground completely riddled. The holes left by the bullets were huge and could not be closed. Every time they tried, it was as if their flesh was burning, preventing it. Everyone turned in the direction where the shots had come. When they turned around, they were all shocked by what they saw because the vision was impressive. On top of the corpses of several Nomas, they saw him. Standing there with a smile was the strongest green-haired man. The black suit was confused in the night. The green ornaments shone majestically. The cape he wore was torn and burned, but it waved in the wind in his favor. The shocking thing was to see how the boy had cheek pieces full of bullets crossing his torso. There was another one on his thigh. In each hand the boy had a weapon. The one on the right being the largest, and with which he had apparently shot because it was taking out a lot of smoke. The boy, he deactivated his mask, seeing everyone now with his mocking smile. Ronin, excuse me, did I interrupt an important speech? A few minutes before, we could see that in front of Izuku were two weapons that looked quite powerful. The boy was amazed at what he could see. Snipe. I've been saving this and modifying it along with Power Loader. They are powerful enough to kill a Nomu. There you have the ammo. Ronin, so this is what you meant by saving energy? The boy took the weapons and then smiled. Ronin, they are heavy to carry, but it will definitely be worth it. Aizawa, don't waste energy. Didn't they just tell you? Ronin, running would use the same energy as the grumpy caterpillar, and how did he get there? What if you didn't have to fly? Ronin, who said that? At that moment a portal was generated in front of Izuku's face, who recognized its pattern. Quickly the portal became a person, and soon in front of Izuku was Kurojairi. The green-haired man was confused because now the subject wore a suit quite different from his usual clothes, although soon this became secondary for Izuku, who was on guard while he drew the revolver and aimed. Ronin, of course. And you thought I was the traitor, right? The boy was about to shoot the black-haired Eraserhead but was stopped by Edge's shot. Izuku saw how the Eraser hero approached the purple cloud. Aizawa, how are you feeling, old friend? You know, Aizawa, this is very different from my old quirk, but it's weird. I also feel like I've used it for years. Aizawa, well, technically it has been like that and you know it. Smiling, in that case it shouldn't be that difficult then, right? Izuku watched this with curiosity until he remembered who the villain was. Ronin, wait a second. Soon the terrifying smoky face began to disappear, revealing a friendly and smiling face. The subject had a band-aid on his septum. Finally this transformation finished. The subject, still smiling, spoke. Shirakumo, nice to meet you, Izuku Midoriya. Sorry for not introducing myself sooner. My name is Shirakumo. Shirakumo. Ronin Noboro. Shirakumo, I hope we can work together. Current time. Ronin, excuse me, did I interrupt an important speech? Todoroki, smiling, oh my god, we'll have a heart attack. Kirishima, you're late, don't you think? Ronin, sorry, I got lost on the path of life, ha ha ha. Yaoyorozu, it's you. Ronin, of course it's me. What did you think I was going to let you win so easily? The green-haired man reloaded his weapons while firing another flare into the sky. Ronin, there is a fight to win, no matter what has happened before between all of us. Today there are no differences. Today we are all heroes and we will fight like that. If they hit you, hit back, and if they kill you, you have to revive. This is the fight of our lives and we are going to win. Understood? All yes. Ronin, do me a favor and show me what you're made of. Show the world and the villains that we won't give up. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. All yes. Ronin, now fight, let's all be heroes plus. All ultra. And so with this war cry the boys advanced more and more until they started to run and attacked the villains again with Izuku in front of them, shooting incessantly, destroying everything in his path. Yaoyorozu, I had everything under control, Izuku, did you know that? Ronin, really? Yaoyorozu, yes. Ronin, hee, and that's why everything is on fire? The green-haired man just smiled as he fired again, dividing the villains and giving his friends free rein so they could fight and finally win. On the other hand, at different points in the battle we can see different subjects. At one end of the fight we can see Garou with Stain, both wearing their usual uniforms from their time of freedom. The assassin had his multiple swords while Garou had his usual clothes. The man cracked his neck and knuckles as he advanced, followed by Stain. Stain, a deal's a deal, right? Garou, looks fun, let's not waste any more time. Killer, the boy is there and I want to have fun too. At the other end the Shai Hasaikai was gathered. Chisaki had not only obtained the precepts but also his entire Yakuza team. The subjects saw the panorama from a distance. Kronos, I don't think we're actually going to do this. Rappa, if you don't want to go, don't come. I'm pretty excited, and a deal's a deal. Chisaki, see this as revenge on that stupid league. Mimic, it's true, we helped them and they betrayed us. This is fair, remembering twice, and Toga. Chisaki, besides, they're free, right? After all, I'm a man who keeps his promises. Thus the Shai Hasaikai advanced slowly towards the fight, towards the zone of death and war. On the other side of the fight, far away from it, in his lair, All for One was quite upset. That man of monstrous power who had never taken a false step now saw how his army was defeated. Now he understood that clearly leaving all the work to Shigaraki had been a mistake, one that he would not repeat because, as the saying goes, if you want to do something right. All for one, fine, I'll do it myself. The man stood up as he was seen by the doctor. Murata, go, are you going to leave, sir? All for one, that's right, doctor, but I won't go out alone. Murata, I will prepare the remaining nomus immediately, my lord. All for one, that's it, I want everything ready, everyone ready. Murata then saw the master of evil and his voice trembled a little. Murata, did he say everyone? All for one, didn't you understand me, doctor? I love everyone, especially Ella. The plump little man paled a little, but obeying his master's orders he headed towards the cellar where he had all the nomus he created, some so ugly and others that looked powerful, but the doctor focused his sight on the back of the room. There was a cylindrical glass container which contained the first high-gamma noma that was created. The first but never tested. The doctor looked closely at the contents of this container: the white cape torn, the tight black suit torn, the yellow gloves, a golden buckle, the rotten skin of a disgusting green color, and the jet black hair. It was undoubtedly a nightmare to see for any living being, and now they would put it into action.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.